Welcome to my castle. Don't expect everyday logic to work here. It went out the window sometime after midnight, maybe earlier. My kingdom is not of this world. You see, it lies far outside of concrete, tangible reality. I've tried to identify the way people reach it, and I am convinced it has something to do with the moon. Some say the moon's aura can turn them insane. You've heard the phrases moonstruck and lunatic. The way I see it, moonlight gives them some subliminal permission to reveal their true selves. And so, whenever they let the silver radiance guide them to the gates of this place, they feel different. Once they pass the doorstep, they're ready to act out. The dance of horrors and marvels begins. It's 3:31 a.m. Welcome to Beak Beat Burger. If you're here at this hour, you're not exactly readying to be a productive member of society come tomorrow morning. More likely, you're praying that the sunrise never comes. Insatiable children of the night gather around, hoping to bask in the afterglow of tonight's victories, unwind after a frustrating series of failures, or simply fight to keep themselves together. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here, greedily reveling in every interaction they have. They have no idea they are only here for my amusement. To them, I'm just a random girl sitting in the corner. But this is my domain. I've been coming here almost every night for years. I know where to sit, where to look, and where to eavesdrop for maximum amusement. I'm basically a voyeur, and unashamed to admit it. It gave me insight about the human condition I'd never otherwise have gathered. More importantly, necessary skill set to make amends meet as a journalist. As I write on my crappy old laptop, patiently waiting for the legion of negative voices in my head to get too tired to offer useless feedback, keep my senses peeled to pick up stories around me. Of course, a lot of irregular events such as food fights are nothing to write home about, aside from my unfortunate tendencies to become collateral damage in someone else's battle. Up to this day, I've had to watch my clothes because of Coke, Diet Coke, hot coffee, apple pie, and some sort of improvised honey mustard bomb. Every stain tells a different story. Sometimes this hobby is exhausting, sometimes disturbing, sometimes dangerous, although not as risky as back when I was carrying a pepper spray. Still, the sights I've taken in over the years here have made it absolutely worth it. I've got so many stories I don't know where to begin. Theatrical breakups, impromptu mourning parties, unexpected friendship forged in the fires of senseless battle. A lady in a gorgeous Givenchy dress ordering a box of takeout chicken nuggets, paying in cash with her hand completely covered in blood. She was asked if she wants a napkin. She said no. Two thirsty macho dudes shamelessly going for it in the corner. Hush moaning filling the lobby while everyone around valiantly fights as to act as usual and maintain an illusion of normalcy. Straight up kung fu fight between a diminutive cashier, some drug bodybuilder going through a psychotic episode, trying to break all the windows. The big guy left the joint fully convinced he KO'd himself while the service worker was just standing next to him. Seemed proud of his victory too. A middle-aged hag getting a heart attack after screaming her lungs out not to let Muslims near her food just because she saw a white girl wearing a hairnet behind the counter. A masked couple robbing the restaurant of 30 hamburgers, forcing the employees to cut at gunpoint. Police later said those were art students reacting to some hipster book they read. This is life. This is humanity at its worst and best. This is the noise that serves as the foundation of my creativity. This is the soma that keeps me going. This is... Yeah, you see a white girl with Joan Jett black hair, I can say, wearing a suit. She has ostentatious earrings, light makeup, pale gray light blue eyes. She has very thick lips. As pathetic as it may sound, this day is the only place where I feel alive. Sometimes I think of myself as a leech, feeding on these people's stories, emotion, and personalities just because I'm not satisfied with mine. At times, I think of my psyche as some kind of shitty post-mortem construct that's fundamentally incapable of honesty, but only yearns for something felt and truthful. Does this even make any sense? I look at the screen at my laptop. 3:47 a.m. At this point, I'm almost somnambulic, but nothing interesting has happened yet. Feels like all the customers are watching each other tonight, hoping for the others to provide a fun diversion. This is my turf. You parasitic douchebags. Next time, go find your own. I think it's time to call it a night. The coffee I always order that they don't kick me out of is undrinkable. Ugh. I reread the rough draft I've been working on for the last 6 hours. God damn, this is pure trash. I hold the backspace button until the Google document page is nothing but a calm white slate and let out a sound of deep relief. There's no pleasure more intoxicating for a frustrated writer than ragging on someone even worse than them, and what target is easier than the dumb bitch you used to be 10 minutes ago. I check the time again. I need to go. I have an important meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. and I have a hunch it's not going to end well. And it's not because I'm an irresponsible dumbass who's going to need a few cups of coffee to simply function on a basic level, despite, like, 4 hours of sleep. It's because I always have a hunch things that are not going the way they're supposed to. Click, clack, click, click, clack. The loud clatter of keyboard, assault from all sides, makes this splitting headache unbearable. Used to be, I dreamt of nothing else but being a part of the New York Lodestar editorial team. It was the first magazine I started reading regularly. The first magazine I ever bought for myself. Now simply hearing the word Lodestar is enough to ruin my mood. Never mind seeing all those old fart phoning in for more reactionary opinion columns and Wikipedia level analysis of current events. Click, clack, click, click, clack. They used to destroy and rebuild my entire worldview every month. They shaped my thinking about politics, art, journalism. They even pointed me towards my favorite cigarette brand, for God's sakes. Then some talented people started leaving for greener pasture. Some got too wrapped up in their own neuroses. Some became complacent. All of them committed the sin of allowing themselves to grow older. Fresh blood was deemed unnecessary, even though young freelancer kept being bled dry. These days, whenever someone from outside Lodestar talks about Lodestar, it's because of a few idealistic contributors willing to accept meager pay while putting in serious work. Dumbasses. Others than that, the magazine specialized in publishing pale echoes of provocative ideas I heard somewhere else a few years prior, wrapped in an aesthetic that has been cutting edge for a decade. No wonder the readership is in free fall. But even though the ship is sinking, the old guard won't let it go down without a fight. As in, if anyone from the outside attempts to board the vessel in hopes of fixing its court or its holes, they will be swiftly taken care of. I should know. Been there, done that. As it stands, the only full-time staff member who doesn't make me regularly attempt to cringe my face off with his writing, Brian, is Lodestar's editor-in-chief, Brian Ng. The editor sitting in front of me right now. Of course, he only has time for editorials these days. A drop in the sea of needs. Managerial duty hit him hard. It's the second time he lets out a theatrical cough like this. He said his piece. Now it's up for me to react, and I'm coming up blank. What do you want me to say, Brian? I'm pissed off. I can tell you already made up your mind, but you still want to go through the motion just to make me feel listened to? Whatever, let's do this. Brian, the guy is guilty of major fraud. The man's a sexual harasser. You're presenting a complete POS. Forgot what POS meant. Person of... yesterday I found out what Momo meant is, fuck. about the fear of missing out. This is anxiety. Oh, POS. Point of sale. Parent over shoulder. Point of service. Period of service. Political science. Part of speech, program of study, philosophy of science, plan of study, HIV positive. Person of suspicion. Okay, this is where it makes sense because they're talking about the sexual harasser. He says person of suspicion. Yeah, it's in investigating. There's POI, person of interest, but we don't talk a lot about persons of suspicion. So, yeah, the guy is guilty of major fraud. I'm gonna go with this one. I feel stupid that I even have to say this out loud, but you're essentially covering up for a sexual harasser, Brian. No, I'm not. No, just face it. Let's say the Harvey Weinstein story appeared on your desk instead of reaching the New York Times. Don't you compare me to the Times. You know that's a low blow. You're asking for it. You're not exactly in a position to talk about low blows here. You know that's not the core of the issue. You're avoiding the core of the issue. No, I believe I've pinpointed it in a precise way. If it were up to me, I would greenlight the article here and now, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But you're killing the article just because some rich shithead told you he doesn't like it. Get real. This is not about some millionaire jerk calling me to make me an offer I can't refuse. What is it about then? Because it looks awfully like... It's about my bosses telling me this outlet can't afford the legal actions we have already been threatened with. So, millionaire interference. Oh, for crying out loud, Julia. Don't make me treat you like a child. You know how this works. I publish your story. It's Steele versus Gawker all over again. A lawsuit here, a lawsuit there, until we're bled dry. I have a mortgage. I have 3 mouths waiting to be fed at home. I have an amazing team that doesn't deserve to be torn apart over some... Don't you think it's telling you mention your mortgage first? Silence. Just asking questions. I know better than to get into these empty semantics arguments with you, Miss Sowinski. You're good at them. The problem is, you're still not good enough. Meaning? You're too in love with waving a good story and establishing a seductive narrative to let facts get in the way. You've got enough boring pseuds with no principles on board these days. They always give you facts because that's all they can do. I'm using facts as a way to approach some kind of truth. Except facts can blindside you, and Double Spiral has enough facts to water down your story to the point where it makes no sense to publish it. Their HR and PR are working overtime to deliver a convincing counter-narrative, and they're doing a great job. Won't mitigate the damage completely, but will put every little thing in question. Jesse Montgomery is a racist, a fraud, a sexual predator, and a downright satanic fuckhead. Julia, let me say it again. Jesse Montgomery is a racist, a fraud, a sexual predator, and a downright satanic fuckhead. Do you personally believe it or not? This is not... You've listened to the tapes, you've read the transcript, you've seen the document, you've got the files. I'm asking for your personal opinion. Do you believe it or not? Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, 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 click, clack, clack, click, clack. Of course I do, but that's beside the point. It's not. Look, how about I just say it out loud and save us both some time? We're not having this conversation because there's an actual conversation to be had. You set up this meeting knowing very damn well there's only one way it's going to end. You've got a mortgage and 3 mouths to feed. You prioritize the well-being of your direct surroundings over some nebulous concept of greater good. I get it. I really do. Yet for some reason, it seems like you're only prolonging this conversation and rationalizing your decision so that I forgive you? Officially exonerate you? I'm not the bad guy here, Julia. Yes, you are. I wouldn't say you are, but so what are you? What are you then, in your own words? A man who does what is necessary to protect his own. So I don't count as your own anymore? He mutters something under his breath, ending with a self-pitying chuckle. I don't know if you even want to work under a scumbag like me from now on. Oh, come on, don't turn this into a pity party. No, I'm absolutely a scumbag. And why is that? Because I'm firing you. ... My thoughts are scrambled. For a brief moment, the state of my bank account displays before my eyes with startling clarity. A howling void opens in my chest and starts traveling towards my stomach. No, don't panic yet, you idiot. Get more information. Now, there must be a catch. What about my work? You're joking. Is this final? Let me get this straight. Ever since we met, I've been working on stories and pieces no one else in your office would touch with a 10-foot pole. Constantly interviewing total nobodies, always busy traveling to the middle of nowhere or regretting my last trip, repeatedly ordered to clean up someone else's mess. Julia! All your long-winded spiel about the disposable work is the most important work, and suddenly you only remember the disposable part? My feelings about the quality of your work remains the same as ever. It was vital. It kept the magazine going. I will always appreciate it. Then why would you threaten to fire me? I would never threaten to fire you. It's a done deal. They've made the decision perfectly clear. They? What they? Who's they? He glances left and right and then points upwards for a short moment. When he speaks up again, it's in a hushed voice. You know, the big kahunas. Can't really question them, and they wanted your head on a silver plate. He's not looking me in the eye. You're not joking. I would never joke about stuff like this. It's real. Fucking hell, it's real. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. It's all hell. Damn it, all to hell. All these years, all this grind, all my plans, and for what fucking asshole? You know I deserve better, and I always deserve better, and it always ends up with me going down the drain back to the sewers. Fuck! No. Take a few deep breaths. Don't lose the plot now. Keep yourself together, you idiot. The moment you show weakness, they go for your throat. Get back in control. You can't do this! I wish I didn't have to, but it's a lost cause. No. I mean, it's impossible. Julia! You can't fire someone who's never been hired in the first place. It takes him a few seconds to put on his "oh, I get it" face, let out troubled gas, and start massaging his temples. Yeah, she's a freelancer. Lodestar has been my biggest source of income for the past few years. That much is true, but technically, nobody has ever hired me here. It was all freelance jobs. A full-time position only served as a kind of a dangling carrot. A promise of a decent pay grade, career perspective, maybe even some kind of insurance to save my failing health. And the recognition I would get from being a part of the Lodestar team, a position that everyone around me seems to respect, aside from me. Hey, hello Zersiax, how you doing? Thank you very much for dropping by. We're starting a good story here. This is Shadows of New York. This is kind of sequel of the game I played yesterday, Coteries of New York. Basically it's gonna be a vampire story, and the protagonist, I played this part already, but I wanted to do a better voice acting job out of it. She's about to be turned into a vampire. Not right now, but soon. Why did I want it so much? There will be time to mourn what could have been. For now, I should act like I don't care. You know what I mean? If I let you work, even under a fake name, it would be a guillotine for me. This is ridiculous. You know I'm going to start shopping this story around the second I leave this room, don't you? Of course I know. I told him. And response? Let us worry about that, air quote. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all. ... Click, clack, click, click, clack, click, 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 clack, click, clack. Typing of a keyboard. I do wonder if I could get accustomed to one of these loud mechanical keyboards some people here love to use. Whenever I did my work in here, it was still expected to bring my own crappy laptop and sit closer to the lobby. Always on the outside, no matter how hard I try to break in. Vibration in my back pocket feels like a bad omen. I decide to ignore it for right now. I've been working on this fucking story for, I don't know, 16 months on and off. I know. You kept cheering me on. I know. We have even agreed on the pay I would receive. I know. I'm 2 months behind on my rent. No, wait, 2.5. I catch him off guard. He's momentarily taken aback, and then gives me an emphatic stare. Don't you look at me this way. You don't have the right. I didn't know. Well, now you do. Look, if there's anything I can do to help, if you can't tell your big kahunas to fuck off, I don't think there's a single thing. Julia. I pull out smoke and light it up. Gotta get back in control. Please, don't do that. There's a smoke detector here. No worries. Nick turned it off a few weeks ago. Probably the most creative things he's done in the past 5 years. Good old Nick. The perfect 21st century cinema reviewer. Never has an original thought of his own, but just relies on his purely algorithmic taste to stay likable. And the best thing is, it works. Funny, I used to dream about this job. It was Brian who killed this dream, making me realize Nick won't be unseated anytime soon, and offered to teach me the ways of an investigating journalist instead. It wasn't the career I ever wanted to pursue, but to my dismay, I turned out to be surprisingly good at it, until this Montgomery thing happened. Serves me right, lesson learned. Should have pursued my dream instead. Stop it! Nicholas is a good friend, a respected critic, a member of my team. And put out that smoke. People tell me I let you step all over me. Why do I even let you act this way? Because you once told me honesty is most important in a mentor-student relationship. And that it works both ways. And because I thought we were friends. He bites his lip and stares sideways to avoid my eyes. At the end of the day, bosses aren't friends. Must have been a terrible mentor if I didn't even teach you that. Could have been better, you're still responsible for me, or ... Oh no, you're not getting off this hook that easy. You're still my mentor, and I will make sure you take responsibility. You're getting rid of me, at least point me in the right direction. I need to get my shit together fast, and I can't do it on my own. Fair. I might have failed as a guide, but I will do what I can not to leave you stranded, okay? There are options. None of them are a remedy for all your troubles, but... Ugh. Wait a second. Another vibration in my pocket. Another foreboding feeling. This time, I reluctantly take the smartphone out of my pocket. If it has to rain, why not let it pour? A new email. It's a lengthy one. And the sender? Speak of the devil. ... No, this can't be. Christ. I just got an email from Myla Lopez. She claims she's just been laid off from Double Spiral. Same as Mike Antonoff and Jared Rivera. What? What happened? I'll spare you all her insults, okay? The key thing is, it seems their HR knows all the confidential information about my journalistic investigation and used it to shut everyone's mouth. Hell, apparently, Montgomery walked up to Lopez as she was emptying her desk and told her to thank me for being a, quote, dumb and careless cunt. Brian goes fair. I think he has a very good reason to. You fucking scumbag! You outed my sources? What? Of course not. What are you even saying? Oh, don't you dare play coy. It must have been either you or me, no one else, and you know the way I work. My investigation was basically untraceable, both on and offline. Carefully picked meeting spots, encryption upon encryption, every direct quote rewritten 5 times, just in case, all sorts of red herrings scattered around. I know my shit, you know I do. And this timing? Did you just pass a flash drive to your beloved Big Kahunas during a meeting as a sign of goodwill? Look, I get you're upset, but why don't we just talk this through calmly? Alright, sorry, no fuck you. Okay, let's take it step by... Fuck you! You're right, we should. Nah, fuck off. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one. Fury takes the wheel, and I'm just here along for the ride. I can't do anything about it. In a deranged way, realizing you're just a passenger in your own body feels liberating. Let's just see it all unfold. Calmly? Fuck you, Brian! Julia! I've been paranoid for months and months, acting like everyone I didn't know was an assassin or corporate spy. I know I haven't messed up, not in a way that would implicate all of them. You goddamn! You thought you would get away with this. I haven't done anything improper. Don't push the blame on me. So what, you're claiming it's my fault? Because you're never the guilty one? It's always the bosses, the economy, the obligations you have, and now me? You're being silly. Quit this smarter bullshit. Calm down, or I'll have to... You immoral shithead! You motherfucking... Calm down, for God's sakes! And so it goes. I yell out a lot of words I wanted to say for a long time, but held back. I fling a lot of insults I've been workshopping for years, hoping I would never use them. I break a few things. At times, for a split second, I see pity in somebody's eyes. It's gonna haunt me for a long time, but in the heat of the moment, I don't care. These people, no. This company has nothing left to offer me, so at least let me have this catharsis. In the end, a security guard has to escort me out of the building. That's the end of my journalistic career. I just feel like my world has crumbled into nothing.
I mean, you have every right to. Like, Jesus, if I were you, I should have already broken down into a sobbing mess.
I'd love to, but I'm on the subway now. Far too proud to cry in public, even now, and... It's stupid, but I feel like someone out there keeps destroying everything I hold dear, just to see my reaction. Like it was a prank show and someone was waiting to record me crying. So, out of sheer spite, I'm doing my best not to cry. Fuck you, whoever and wherever you are.
That's the most Julius instigating thing I've heard. Spite as the greatest motivator, huh?
Not feeling particularly motivated to do anything right now, but to be honest, I just want to stay in my bed until my shithead landlord calls the cop to forcefully evict me.
Not surprised. Shit. I know that whenever life decides to fuck you over, it's always one thing after another. But this is too much.
How much is too much? Let's recap this last week of June 2019. I've been kicked out of my job. Well, not last, I've been hired, so let's just say my mentor broke every vague promise he's ever made to me. A big thing I've been working on for a year and a half went down the toilet. It's all useless. My boss didn't protect my sources properly, and now they keep trying to reach me through every possible channel to threaten me or just yell at me, and they have every right to react like that. All of my side gigs were shut down. Nobody's replying to my emails. Someone's been dragging my name through the mud behind the scenes, and it worked.
I still have no idea who's sending this shitty message around. I've been asking, but...
Listen, don't worry about it.
I'm not going to stand idly by and watch you get cancelled by some mean-spirited delusional...
I said, don't worry about it. I have 3 unread messages from my landlord. The message previews were stressful enough. The call came from Chicago. Apparently Dad has bladder cancer. Mom is in hysterics. She'd go crazy if she heard about my situation, so I have to pretend everything is okay whenever she calls. And she calls every day, and she just won't hang up before she offloads all her burdens on me. And I can't blame her, because all we have to learn to cope with Dad's psychopathic tendency somehow. I was robbed. All my documents and what little money I had, gone. Don't even know when or where it happened, and it's driving me crazy because I'm always extremely wary of pickpockets. The list goes on. I don't want to sound paranoid, but it really feels like a concerted attack. Paranoid is good. Anyway.
Oh, paranoid is good. Anyway, I know you are... I always hand wave this topic anyway, but I remember that if anything happens, my place is your place. You don't have to get through it alone.
I do. I've been a trouble magnet, and self-centered as I may be, I don't want it to affect you.
I know. Listen, I have another call. Alright, just call me if anything happens, no matter how dumb it seems, okay? And swing by whenever you can. I will. Thank you. See you.
I put my phone away, exhale and blankly stare in front of me. Christ. I glance at my reflection in the window. Just look at this idiot. Whenever the situation requires me to dress formally, I still feel like a child cosplaying as an adult. Should have just followed the dress for the job you want advice and continue dressing up like a trust fund kid who keeps partying on Brooklyn rooftop for years without a care in the world. It's only after a while that I realize the car is empty. Unnaturally so. I start feeling uneasy, but someone enters my peripheral vision. Some weird woman with shadow on her face with red eyes. Question mark. And that's the last thing I consciously register. The world dissolves. When I come to, I'm out of the subway, staring in a back alley I don't recognize. It's pretty dark. My eyes start adjusting, and I try to figure out what happened. There's a gun in my hand. A faint silhouette at my feet. It's not moving. Somebody stands in front of me, covered in shadows. I can't fully make out her face, but she's staring at me with visible intent. She speaks. Her voice is raspy and androgynous, her tone hateful and mocking.
Aren't you a nasty one? What is going on? Who are you? Don't play coy.
My mind goes blank. I look at the ground. There's a body riddled with bullet holes, and I recognize who it was. The corpse belonged to Mike Antonoff, one of the double spiral whistleblower, my source. He was just threatening to get back at me for a few hours ago. Before I can even feel the tiniest bit of compassion, I face a terrible realization. They will think I'm guilty. Oh my God, am I guilty? How is this real? Wasn't me what happened to him? What have you done to me?
You have done something to me, haven't you? Back in the subway. That was you, wasn't it? A man is bleeding out at your feet, and you're turning this around on me, somehow? I haven't done anything to him. Again, don't play coy. You knew him. He was mad at you. You started telling him sob stories about your situation. He wasn't having none of it. You got mad. Thing escalated. He died.
This isn't true. It's plausible, but that doesn't make it true. Or does it? This is just a nightmare. It doesn't even make sense. It must be a dream. And if it isn't, the person in front of me must be responsible. There's a faint voice in my head screaming that it's her world, and that I'm just living in it.
What the fuck have you done to me? Nothing yet. But I'll do what I can to get you locked up for life. This is a murder in the first degree with special circumstances.
Her detached voice and nonsensical tone really only reassures me that this can be real. I refuse to believe it. Before I even manage to think this through, I point the gun at her.
If I did murder him, you wouldn't be acting like that. You wouldn't be standing in front of me. You'd be running away, calling the police, begging for help, yelling that I'm a psycho. Oh, you are a psycho, but I'm not a coward. I won't let you walk off of there alive.
This doesn't make a single lick of sense. Tears well up in my eyes.
Why are you doing this? Because sometimes one has to confront what they're really made of.
There's no two ways about it. She's gotta be nuts. Slowly but surely, she starts walking towards me.
Stop right there or I'll shoot! Go on. It's the only way you can get off the hook, isn't it? The only way you can survive. But you will definitely prove you are the monster I claim you are.
What the fuck is this tone? So controlling, inauthentic, patronizing.
I'm serious. For your own sake, you'd better be.
She keeps getting closer. Maybe I did kill Antonov. Maybe I don't deserve to live. Maybe it's less tiring not to live. Maybe I should just let her take care of me. Maybe I will just wake up. Or maybe this insane reality needs to be rejected as violently as possible. Maybe a world that wants to destroy me deserves to be destroyed. She's right in front of me. It's now or never. Shoot her or don't shoot. It doesn't matter. I close my eyes and squeeze the trigger. A loud bang echoes through the alley. I'm afraid to look at what I've done. I've been to a shooting range once and felt absolutely horrified by a pistol. Such a small thing, but it can easily puncture a hole in the fabric reality is made of. Never knew I'd be able to use it against another human being. The very thought makes me want to puke.
You were a right choice after all. I'm so glad. You haven't allowed yourself to break, but you've crossed the line I need you to cross. There is a silent flame in you that could become an inferno if left unchecked. I sure hope it will.
She's still alive. Her voice is coming from behind me. She puts her hands around my waist and her cold mouth touches my neck. I can feel my shirt getting violently torn off. I don't understand, but I have 2 days to protest.
That was your final test. Congratulations. You have proven yourself worthy.
I can feel something sharp sliding into my neck. It's not too painful, just startling. Think, a doctor pushing a needle into your vein without a proper warning. Then it hits me. Pure bliss. The dopamine receptors I've considered completely fried up until now recently recover and start bombarding me with pleasure I've never known before. Finally let the tears go. They come flooding. They've been waiting for years. Such a relief. Is it raining? It feels like I'm in the middle of a deluge, at least. Washing away all my fears, all my sorrows, all my anger, all of my pain, all of my ego. I become one with the world, and the woman behind me. She's holding me tight, making me feel like the only important thing in this world. Everything else blurs. I feel something intense toward her. Something I've never felt before. Is this love? I hope it is. This is not you. This is a familiar cynical voice in the back of my head. But it's okay. I never felt particularly fond of me anyway. New York, you're perfect. Oh, please don't change a thing. He who laughs in the shadow always has the last laugh. Hallelujah, praise be. When everything is cliche, nothing is. Isn't that the ever-distant utopia I've been chasing all along? People on the other trains, I hope you're doing fine. God, shut up. Just enjoyed it. Finally understand. She's making love to me. She's giving birth to me. She's burying me. Pretty sure I've been dead for a while. Pretty sure I could stare at my own corpse in her hands from a distance. For a moment somehow. And then I'm alive again. She lifts her mouth from my neck. No, wait. It tastes blood in my mouth. Was I drinking her blood too? I realize that whatever this was, it's over. And I have to bask in the afterglow while I still can. I also immediately understand when I'm going to chase this fleeting feeling for the rest of my existence. Finally, she lets out a whisper which concludes the ceremony.
No matter what happens next, don't forget, you're a monster. But you were lucky enough to be born into a world of monsters. So don't you ever mourn that fact. Embrace it.
Once again, I find myself in Big Beat Burger. Familiar surrounding, faces I recognize, mood, same as it ever was. Still, I process in an entirely different way. It's all frustrating me now, or more precisely, it makes me frustrated with myself. It's like I'm clinging to the remnants of a cocoon I've outgrown. Ugh. Okay, so now she's wearing some black. We can see her bra underneath, some low-cut, long-sleeve shirt that reveals her elbows. She has a big silver crucifix dangling down up to solar plexus. She has a choker. She's smoking cigarettes, and her eyes are of a brighter blue. She's wearing some sort of metal ring belt. Cannot see what's below. It's the same with these cigarettes. I don't need them anymore, so why do I keep holding on to them? Fucking hell, it's like I refuse to accept that I'm something better than I used to be. A vampire. Just 2 nights ago, I met Karen. She embraced me, by which I mean turned me into a kindred. She calls herself my sire, and me her child. Last night, she taught me the basics of survival. Drinking blood, manipulating human, bending steel, controlling shadow. Tonight, I expected more lessons. Instead, she just told me to go out and enjoy myself. What's the catch? I asked, to which she responded, I might kill you if you prove to be a disappointment. There are a few rules I have to uphold the masquerade. I can't contact anyone I knew as a human. I can't let anyone realize I'm not a human anymore. I can't embrace anyone, and so on. Otherwise, I'm free to do whatever I want. But for some reason, the first thing I did was come back here. Old habits die hard. Karen is probably watching me from somewhere, even now. The way I understand it, tomorrow night she is supposed to introduce me to the Camarilla, a local society of vampires. Turns out they are the ones who have been systematically ruining my life lately. All a part of some secret evaluation that I barely passed. Just imagining the reach they have makes me dizzy. After they destroyed the old me that I barely cared about, Karen rebuilt me anew. On one hand, her test left some scars that will take time to heal. On the other hand, maybe I should just be grateful. I am snapped out of my thoughts by a sudden scream. Some douchebag yelling about his french fries not being salty enough. I think this is my cue to leave. Permanently.
Goodbye, BBB. Hope I never see you again.
I'm destined for greater things, you see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so this is the beginning of the night. You can see by the crown on the left that I'm under... I'm part of the La Sombra clan. This Tinder addict smells like A, a bit of a loser, B, a wannabe intellectual, C, a perfect source of nourishment. Dance my carb, time to swing a little more on the devil's dance floor, the club beckons. And a meathead bully and his unfortunate victim. I probably shouldn't interfere, but what chance could I find to test what I've become? Alright, let's go here. And then, if I'm too hurt, I'm gonna drink this guy. Two men are facing each other in a dark back alley. One of them stands with his back against the wall, his chest heaving as he's struggling to catch his breath. People? Anybody out there? I'm being robbed! A brawny, raw guy is yelling at metal staircase with a theatrical incredulity in his voice. With a lively step, he dances around the older man who's having trouble finding his footing. Pitiful victim. What is this, bullshit? Oh, so now you can talk. Good, because I'm dying to hear what you did with my wallet, Holmes. Wallet? I have no idea what you're talking about. The goon starts prancing around like a Muay Thai boxer. He's smiling, but his eyes sense a clear message. You're cornered, buddy. Don't even try to pull a fast one on me. Come on, homeboy. You may be able to trick an average Joe on the street with your act, but a fighter recognizes a fighter. It's like an animal thing. It's an instinct thing. You've got some moves on you. You're like shit. You're like a black mamba. Lightning fast reflexes. He starts shadowboxing for a moment. The man definitely got energy to spare. However, I'm like a king cobra. You've met your match. 2 apex predator. Now locked and battled.
Oh, so you're seeing snakes? that would explain something.
Before he's able to finish, a sucker punch knocks the air right out of his lungs. The old man slides down the wall. Before he can let out a groan, he's interrupted by a brutal kick to the chest. That's what I'm talking about, a fighting spirit, even when you're cornered. Ugh! Take a seat, deep breath, collect your thoughts before you speak up again. Remember where you put my wallet now?
I think I'm pretty sure you broke my rib.
An eye for an eye, a rib for a ribbing. Biblical punishment. Only fair, homie.
Fair?
At least admit that this is a mugging. Wallet my ass. Still in denial? Still in denial? Okay, let's say I had about $5,000 in there. Give me $6,000 and I'll let you walk away relatively harm.
So you admit it?
Admit what?
That this is not about proper compensation. This is a robbery.
Look, buddy, this is beginning to bore me. Unless you want me to go all Anderson Silva on your ass, give me what I want.
Anderson Silva?
Yeah, Anderson Silva, flying knee meeting your solar plexus, the man, the myth, the legend. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Thai boxing, Western kickboxing, Taekwondo, Wing Chun, and Capoeira combined into a single fighting style that can be only described as a straight-up murder. I've been studying the glorious singularity that is Anderson Silva for years. Every move I have, I owe to him. So if you don't want this snake to turn into a deadly spider, show me the money, honey.
Summer 2013, Las Vegas.
Huh?
Watched it live on pay-per-view. White man saw through all of Silva's tricks, whooped his ass, broke his spirit, showed him for a fraud he is. That man hasn't been the same ever since. All the empty showboating, hollow taunting, drunk on his own Kool-Aid. Jesus, of course you idolize him, asshole! For a good minute, the goon silently looks down at the whimpering man at his feet, chewing on his lower lip. When he finally speaks up, his voice betrays an intent to kill. You know what, homeboy? Screw the money. This is a matter of honor now. My thoughts exactly. Ha! He raises his fist. We've got ourselves a mixed martial art expert here, huh? For your own sake, I hope you can back that talk with some self-defense skills, homie. That's enough. This is pathetic, or take a chill pill. Boosting your self-esteem by beating up an injured old geezer? God damn, you're pathetic.
He jumps at the sound of my voice, turns my way in the blink of an eye, and immediately assumes a combat stance. These reflexes are sharp. Looks like he has at least this much to back up all his bravado. Not bravado, bragado. Wannabe Anderson Silva's face betrays utter confusion about seeing me. He's got no idea how I managed to sneak up on him. I don't blame him. I wouldn't be able to explain myself. It felt like I became one with the darkness, my pure consciousness traversing a dusky dreamscape, jumping from one shadow to another, as if they were different trains of thought. I think of some experiences I've had with psychedelics. Every blink an adventure. I was outside of his alley. Blink. I was above the alley. Blink. Now I'm in front of this guy. And he pisses me off. The older man slumps down. Looks like he was trying his best to keep it together and gave up once the cavalry arrived. The goon regained his composure and barks at me in an overly gruff way. The hell you sticking around here for, chica? Move along, this is between men.
Not anymore.
His fist turned towards me. I'm serious and an equal opportunity askaka. I respond to the threat with the brightest, most innocent, virginal smile I can put on.
So, you're into shadow boxing, huh?
Something comes over me. I can feel the darkness embracing me, whispering sweet nothings in my ears, pumping me up for what's to come. Reverse blow, crane kick, low spinning sweep. Okay, let's go with the crane kick.
Cool, but have you ever watched Karate Kid?
Before he managed to respond, my foot meets his chin. The move is absolutely impractical, but I managed to pack so much strength into it the guy's body reacted as if just received a powerful uppercut. I know what he's thinking. He should have blocked it, and he absolutely should have. but instead he just flailed his arm helplessly, as if he suddenly found himself in front of an oncoming train, a primal expression of fear that suddenly and completely took him over. I don't know how I look right now, but judging by his expression, my best guess is like the gaping maw of some primordial beast. I follow up the surprise attack with another punch to the solar plexus, or at least my nearest estimate. Once again, the effect terrifies even myself. Looks like my hunch was correct, and I hit the right spot. He falls on the floor, whining like a wounded animal, tears streaming down his face. I let him collect himself a bit, and then grab him by his chin.
Learn to choose your battle, homeboy.
Let me go! For Christ's sakes, just let me go! I kick him in the direction of the alley entrance. He staggers off, quickly disappearing from my sight. I check on his victim. Looks like he's conscious. Wow, you whooped his ass, girl! But hasn't noticed anything out of order. Good. I was getting worried I might have overdone it a bit. That woman did say that keeping a low profile would be crucial if I want to survive.
You alright? Need help?
He managed to stand up. His smile is strained, but it suggests he's fine, or at least trying his best to seem fine. No. You give me all the help I need, and then some. Thank you, miss. What's your name?
Jessica.
Thanks, Jessica. I was worried for a second, but this asshole Bart was worse than his bite. He's probably in worse shape than me now. I guess that counts as a victory. Better be going. My wife is probably worried sick. But before that, if there's anything I could do to repay you, just be more careful where to celebrate, wallet, please. No.
Forget about it. Just be a little more careful in the future, alright?
A true heroine always refuses compensation for her help. At least that's how I think this should go. Never thought I would help someone in a street fight. You're something else, Jessica. You never wanted to try your skills in the octagon?
Too much in love with my gorgeous face to see it bruised, battered, and swollen. Sorry.
I hear you. Wherever you go next, God bless you. And there he goes. God, huh? I feel like one right now. No more worrying about being out after midnight. No more feeling uneasy whenever I spot a shady asshole across the street, ever. Hell, I could start jogging in Central Park after midnight now, not that I need to. The future is looking bright. Okay, so I don't even need to feed. Let's see Danse Macabre. This club reeks of death and I love it. I've been here quite a few times, but I've never seen anything this breathtaking. Everyone around me is wiped out of their minds, and as they kept dancing madly, the spirit danced beside them. Spectral silhouettes phase in and out of existence, becoming more visible the more intense the music grows. It looks like a bizarre ritual, a profane mass. I notice it's the voice sample the ghost reacts to the strongest. The most suggestive ones cause them to appear distorted, even tormented. There's a specter. It's as if something was struggling to be born out of the harsh sound, and the dead were hoping to be reborn alongside it. They're all uneasy, quivering with desire for something far beyond their reach, probably the same as when they were alive. Sometimes the living dancers spot their dead counterparts. It's usually the most manic ones who notice something's out of the corner of their eye for only a split second, but never realize that what they've glimpsed. Some apparition dance to a completely different tune than the rest of us, use only what they can hear. Those seems the saddest. The spectacle is eerie, at times is unbearably melancholic. Above all, it's beautiful. I kept on moving onto the rhythm until I reach a trance-like state. And then, something even stranger happens. Every now and then, when I brush against someone, a fragmentary vision appears before my eye. A car burning down on the freeway, and outstretched hands in the depths of the sea. A man jumping out of a skyscraper window. Memories of the past, preventable visions of the future. I have no idea what it means, but I'm strangely eager to find out. Okay. there's some sort of punk with some sort of Harley Quinn haircut. She has a jean, sleeve-torn vest with spikes on the shoulder. She's wearing a necklace tied up with a metal padlock. She's holding her head. She has some piercing on her nose, the top of the nose bridge near the eyebrows. And then there are dancers like her, ones that aren't ghosts, humans, or even vampires, or something else altogether. This new world is full of mysteries, and I plan to get to the bottom of them all. But for now, I just want to dance. I'm sitting on top of a building with a cigarette in my hand, looking down on the street like I'm a gargoyle or Spider-Man. Wow, what a night. I watch Times Square from above. It's beautiful. Never thought this place could make me emotional, to be honest, but here I am, feeling deeply moved. Who would have thought? Getting up there was surprisingly easy, all things considered. It took more thought than physical effort. Earlier tonight, I started experimenting with this body's limits. I realized I can jump over small buildings and climb steep walls with ease now, and my whole perception of space has shifted. I planned a scenic route across the rooftops. I did my best to avoid attracting attention, just like I was told. Stayed in the shadow as much as humanly possible. I spot a drone from afar. For a second I feel uneasy, but I remember what she told me. Machine won't get a clear view of me anymore. Camera footage, photo, it's all glitched out of blurry. Wouldn't take it for granted if I didn't try to catch my reflection earlier on. Couldn't see my face clearly, not in the mirror, not even in the puddle. My face was like one of Dali's clocks. She told me to keep a low profile regardless. Someone might take note and track you down. She didn't care to elaborate, but it didn't sound encouraging. Suddenly it hits me that I might never be able to see my own face again. I won't even be able to take care of my looks by myself. What about the long-term psychological effect? A knot of anxiety tightens in my stomach. Jesus, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. What else is going to change? Calm down. Wait a second. These past few nights have been the best of my life. For years I was on a downward spiral. Failing health, no future, a feeling of overwhelming powerlessness. Now everything has been flipped upside down, a total paradigm shift. A bad ending is no longer the only option. I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow. I forgot how that feels. Where it used to stand at mere seconds to midnight, the doomsday clock has been effectively turned off. A cold breeze brushes my cheek. As stupid as it sounds, I chose to read it as the world telling me to chin up. I can bend anyone to my will. I am capable of superhuman strength. I am a master of shadows. I can do anything. Tomorrow night I will be introduced to my duties. If everything goes according to plan, I will become a New York City representative of Clan La Sombra. Whoever they are, whatever that means, I have no idea what to expect. But tonight is tonight. I'm free. All my worries for a month ago feel like they belong to someone else. Finally, things are looking up. Shadows of New York. March 2020. Back at it again at Big Beat Burger. Oh no! Familiar sound, familiar smell, familiar faces. Yet again, I'm recalling that night when everything finally seems to change for the better. Okay, she's wearing short and Doc Martens, of course. I mean, it's not like I wasn't expecting everything to go back to the old depressing normal. Even in the thick of it, the rational part of me recognized my state as temporary. But with these highs, there's always a hope it won't end. Or maybe that an ego death will finally occur. Be satisfied, you stupid fucking bitch. I command you. Here's all the logical evidence for why you should be satisfied. Here's the obvious direction for your life. And here's a detailed explanation of how you should treat the people that care for you. No dice. I always fall back into the same old habits. It's like they were encoded deep in my DNA. The aimlessness, the powerlessness, the spiritual exhaustion, those goddamn fast food trips. The stupid fucking self-loathing, now amplified whenever I drink somebody's blood. Maybe I should just blame it all on the misfortune of my birth. You do this social climbing until you dissociate, and then you are just this untethered, constantly frustrated ball of dumb desires. Except I'm sort of immortal right now, and I need to figure out what to do next. I watched this obscure Asian movie once. Eli Eli Lema Sabachthani, starring Tadanobu Asano, one of the coolest guys in the world. He played his Merzbow-like figure, a legendary noise musician. There's this mysterious virus spreading around the world, causing despair and mass suicides. A rich CEO's granddaughter gets sick and longs to die, so he spends a fortune searching for the cure. Turns out Asano and his friend, played by this violent wanton geisha guy, are traveling through Japan, searching for the corpse-strewn towns and fields for any unique item that can produce beautiful sounds. As it turns out, the avant-garde walls of noise they create are able to heal the infected. The CEO begs the band to help, offering them all the money they want, but for some reason they refuse. Through a series of flashback, concerts, and vignettes, a mystery unfolds. Eventually, we realize that Asano's music is not just a remedy, it's also a cause for the virus. Whenever it connects with people, they get this hunger for more extreme, more novel experience. And eventually, they hit a wall. Nothing can satisfy them anymore. They lose their will to live. Not even the musicians are spared from this curse. They know the end will come, sooner or later. The girl is saved by a mind-blowing concert, but the tragedy is merely postponed, not averted. The last shot of a Jesus-like Asano, silently considering his role as a savior and destroyer, stayed with me. The form of the film is abrasive, little to no narrative coherence, some weird, cartoonish creative choices, the Japanese noise soundtrack, the very free-form and hard to understand weave of themes. But at this point, movies like this are all that truly connect with me. I'm the New York City representative of the La Sombra clan now, also known as the Night Clan. They are masters of shadows, who cast distorted reflections, make modern tech go haywire in their presence. Last year, a few months before I was embraced, the La Sombra joined with the Camarilla, the biggest and most traditional sect in the vampire world. The two groups actually used to fight each other, but our leaders found some intel that made them reconsider the strategy, so they sent a diplomatic mission to parley with their historical enemies. The deal they got in Chicago was simple: an unlife for an unlife. For every La Sombra vampire allowed in the ivory tower, one La Sombra viper has to meet their ultimate end. I still remember the name of the woman who met her final death so I could begin my unlife. Her name was Hester Reed, a sworn enemy of the Camarilla, a guerrilla fighter who spent decades opposing them. She was someone with far better principles than mine. From what I gathered, well, whoever she was, her execution by my sire served to convince the NYC elites to give us La Sombra a chance. Then they set out to look for a mutually agreed upon candidate who would become the clan's rep in the city. My sire searched for someone who gave the impression she was more than she appeared. The local court was looking for someone they could walk all over. After long negotiation, they decided I was a good compromise. They proceeded to systematically destroy my entire life just to make me show I was psychologically strong enough to join their ranks. The turncoat special, they call it. Somehow I succeeded. And it eventually led me right back to where I started. Sigh. I stopped writing and put my pen down. This is Valerie, the Scourge. We saw them in the previous game.
Will that be all? Yes, Miss Duval. I hope you enjoy your stay in London. Oh, I very much doubt I will. Just like every cultured person, I think the only good Englishman is a dead Englishman.
fuck up serial killer, privileged scum, just get the hell out. Yeah,
At least you're headed there to kill some of the Duskborn you hate so much. One of the benefits of being a scourge, if there's one thing this world is never in shortage of, it's loathsome runoffs who forfeited their rights to live. That would be all. Tell Khadir I said hello and farewell. Safe travels.
don't let the door hit you on the way out, psycho. Oh well. I'm the lone Sombra in this town. My representational role means jack shit. No titles, no perks, no whatever. Right now, I'm the court's gopher, doing all sorts of work nobody else will touch. My main duties, being a sort of immigration officer. See, New York City is probably the biggest vampire travel hub in the USA, and definitely the biggest one on the East Coast. Almost every kindred arriving from Africa and Europe comes through here. The local Camarilla is nuts about bureaucracy and population control, so every vampire leaving or arriving in this town is supposed to meet with me to inform me about their travels. Well, in theory at least. The VIPs play by different rules. They take care of this stuff through connections and servants. But for the smaller fish, I'm like a vampire Statue of Liberty. The first bloodsucker every kindred coming to NYC should see, on paper anyway. The first after the prince, or Khadir, the Primogen Council. These things vary. Yeah, I'm naturally treacherous La Sombra, so they still prefer being traditional and hands-on about these things. As I said, at the end of the day, I'm just a gopher. And this work's only served to remind me I'm not quite in, just standing at the gate. They haven't even given me an office. I just meet everyone in public places, such as coffee shops or this fast food restaurant. Some consider this an insult and lash out at me. Luckily, most of them understand we're in the same boat, only here because we're cursed who's need to be reminded of our place from time to time. Speaking of, my last client is 15 minutes late, and I still have more errands to run tonight. This is getting irritating. To be honest, I should just find some self-respect and leave. But I won't. My sorry upbringing left me with this stupid sense of responsibility. 10 more minutes pass. Eventually, an unfamiliar woman appears by the door. She tells someone to stand by the door and walks in. Okay, so this woman, we haven't seen her before. She has glowing green eyes, long, wavy brown hair. Her face is hidden inside of a black cowl. She's wearing another scarf with a specific design on top. She's wearing black and a red handbag. She seems to be holding something on her hand. I don't know what. I don't think it's a knife. It's probably a belt accessory that's appear like underneath her hand, but it looks like she's holding something from that angle. Question mark, dot dot dot. Long chestnut hair, body struck in her late teens. By the look of it, a fashionable scarf covering most of her face. Elegant clothes, dignified walk. I signal her to sit in front of me, trying my best not to let my impatience show. She obliged. Took your time, huh? Here to check in? Let's just get on with it.
You're here to check in?
I am. Julia Sawicki, I presume? She's scanning her surroundings like we're at a circus.
I hope you won't mind if I make it quick. I'm needed in Elysium. Name?
Catherine Weiss. I swear I heard that name before. Someone else's description of her crosses my mind.
That weird lady who owns the art hole, but is never there?
Weird? So it is her. Catherine Weiss, the owner of the art hole, de facto headquarters of New York City Camarilla. For fuck's sake, Julia, what are you doing calling her weird right off the bat? God knows you already made a fool of yourself in front of enough VIPs in this city. Recover.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's just that I still don't know many people there, so I have to go by the description I'm given by members of the Primogen.
Well, the description is mostly correct. Outside of that one word that slightly perplexes me, pot calling the kettle black sounds like.
Oh, from what I gathered, it's just that your interests are rumored to be, not fully aligned with the Camarillas, and it irks some folks up there.
Being a keeper of the Elysium is not enough for some, I see. I suspected as much, but what can you do? She seems chill. Good.
Anyway, Catherine Weiss. Wow.
Yes? Want me to spell it? People often have trouble getting it right.
Forgive my indiscretion, it's just that people of your stature usually don't bother checking in with me. They usually report their arrival to one of the Primogen, and they make all the arrangements.
I heard Prince Panard is busy with the preparation for a big party. I assumed that if I spared her some paperwork, she would appreciate it as a gesture of goodwill. Besides, I wanted to meet the infamous La Sombraris representative out of sheer curiosity. My interest piqued once I heard about her. She looks around knowingly. Unique circumstances.
Yes, Prince Sedan Panard had trouble justifying the exorbitant rent my property would need.
That's literally pennies for her. And as far as I know, she's been sitting on an empty property since last year. Looks like they're got it out for you. Bad. That's what I assume, but it's nice to get a confirmation.
Well, it's not like my clan has ever been particularly popular in these parts. At least that's what I've heard. Sins of the fathers and so on.
Yes, just to make sure, you never met Hester, but you know of her?
I do know I wouldn't be here if not for her. Have you two met?
No, I only heard of her once or twice. We had similar outlooks on many issues, although we tended to come up with completely different solutions. In any case, I think it's meaningful that Hester died so that you could live. They feared her. Now they feared you, and that's why they're keeping you down. If anyone who's not a VIP said this to me, I would laugh in their face. Oh, I get what she's doing. She's trying to buy my favors. Best not to act like I'm easy to please. Stick to business.
Time will tell. In the meantime, I'll need you to help me out with my documentation.
Of course.
So, where are you coming from?
Washington, D.C. She says, in the way people in Hollywood movies say it. The way that suggests her Washington is wildly different from the Washington you and I would see.
What were you doing there?
Take a guess.
Government work?
Write that down. It ought to amuse Ellen a little bit.
If you say so. Date and hour of arrival?
She takes out a plane ticket and slides it towards me. It's all here.
1 a.m. Got it. Method of transit? Plane? Purpose of visit?
Meeting with Pritz. Ought to work with just fine.
I guess. Estimated duration of visit?
Undefined. Write in 6 months if you really need to.
Place of accommodation? Condition of intended stay?
The art hall. Condition should be adequate.
You tell me. I tend to be happy with Airbnb. Home sweet home?
I'm not certain that I ever felt particularly at home here.
That makes two of us.
Curious? Do you have nothing holding you here? The face of a blonde-haired friend appears in my mind's eyes, then vanishes.
There's nothing holding me anywhere.
I see. Prolonged silence. She stares into my eyes, and I return the stares. She's studying me. It's unnerving, but I do my best not to turn away. Eventually, she smiles. Didn't you say you were short on time?
Oh God, yes. Kadir will kill me.
I quickly begin to collect my stuff from underneath the table. You can simply inform him I paid you a visit. He'll understand, and he'll pass it on to everyone who should be in the know. Need anything else? I'll do that. Yeah, you're a big deal, huh?
Do you need anything else?
I'm fine. I was about to ask you that myself. You're the one asking questions here.
That's all from me.
Good. We will see each other soon, I hope. The party tomorrow night?
I wasn't invited.
She gives me a pitying look. I understand. Well, if not given the opportunity, you should make your own. I'll be in touch.
Good night, Miss Weiss. I hope you a pleasant stay.
Good night, and don't rush these things. You've got your whole own life ahead of you, and you're in the position where you can take it easy. Take your time. Get a different perspective. I nod and walk slowly out the door. When I lose sight of the restaurant, I sprint towards the subway.
Slow night?
This is Kadir. Yeah, he's more decontract. He's not wearing the same thing, but yeah.
I wish. You're late again, by the way. I hope you have a good excuse.
Kadir Halasmai, the almighty sheriff of New York City, is not happy with me. No wonder I met in front of Elysian 30 minutes later than the time we agreed on.
Yeah, well, Catherine fucking Wise decided to arrive fashionably late. A likely story. She's supposed to be out of the city. Well, if you think I'm pulling your leg, boss, feel free to check my report.
I pass him all of the official papers, the way I do every other night. Kadir stares me down for a few good seconds. Then his steely gaze softens.
You're serious? Weiss and McDonald's with the mask and elegant clothes, surrounded by the smell of French fries and hamburger patties? Oh, that must have been one hell of a sight. Technically, it was BBB, not McDonald's. But yeah, God, I make such a fool of myself. First thing I did, I quoted somebody calling her a weirdo. I wanted to die on the spot. Serves you right, you walking faux pas. I've been trying to teach you to control your tongue, but you never learn. It's a new gaffe every week with you. Still, there's good news and bad news. The good news is, Catherine has a fondness for vampires of humble beginnings. Probably why she decided to see you in your, shall we say, air quote, natural habitat. She's one of those rich art scenes assholes who seek out working class cred. I did say something about watching your tongue. The bad news is, she's very astute, so she can recognize a moron like you straight away. You never stood a chance at impressing her. Oh, shut up. You still need me for anything here? I'll get on it straight away. I wouldn't be standing out here chatting with you if I hadn't taken care of my duties. 30 minutes is all I took to finish preparation for the big party. I'm about to see everyone off. Sorry. Couldn't be helped, I suppose. And it's more your loss than mine. I just wanted some company tonight, and you could really use the chance to appear here on official duties, so everyone can get to know your face. Have a know-your-fast food job isn't going to get you anywhere. You need to... what do they call it? Hustle? You don't need to tell me that, but it's not like being paraded enough for a bunch of blue-blood douchebag is. He somehow manages to give me a painful nudge in the back without so much of a hint of visible movement. Language, you fool! They're coming out. Just stand there in silence for 5 minutes and focus on not embarrassing yourself any further, will you? Got it. The first two silhouette appears in the doorway of the yard hole. An old man in a wheelchair pushed forward by his young servant. Haven't seen either of them before. Yeah, it's an old man. Doesn't say a word. Oh, there's some pipes who are connected to his throat. It's like blood transfusion, but they put it straight on the vein instead and on the arms. Mr. Payne, the night is young. Hope you find the rest of it pleasant. Payne, the wheelchair. I heard about him. Addison Payne, one of the American Camarilla's main connection to the government and Wall Street. Disabled in quite a few ways, needs a servant to communicate. I'd be full of resentment if it was ever was embraced in this condition, but apparently, Payne is nothing but grateful for this immortality. He keeps writing fervent defenses of the tradition in Camarilla customs. Good night, enjoying your stay or stay silent. I'm gonna say good night, just to be polite. Good night, Mr. Payne. He wordlessly shakes Kadir's hand, and
and doesn't even deign to acknowledge me. At least his servant gives me a small bow. I return it. They leave. Kadia turns to the next person leaving.
High Regent! Can't wait to see you in your outfit.
Spare me, Sheriff! These fancy dress parties cause me enough suffering without your help. I can only hope you haven't conspired with Ellen to embarrass me with this gift.
She points to a shrink-wrapped set of clothes she's carrying inside her coat. Kadir smirks briefly.
I didn't have to. As you well know, Prince Palar displays a considerable foresight in the matter of parting planning.
Yes, if there's one thing she's deadly serious about, it's frivolities.
A recognizably mortal quality, especially for a prince. We ought to celebrate it, not oppose it.
Don't worry, Sheriff. I'm a big girl who knows her etiquette. I will play your game, amuse the crowd a little bit, and return to my study as fast as possible.
Aisling Sturbridge, High Regent of the Chantry of the Five Boroughs, a hero of the Battle of New York, the biggest warlock in New York City. Could be a prince herself if she didn't have her eyes on the bigger prize. The thing is, nobody knows what that prize is. They only know it has something to do with the goal of her dramaturgical research. Whoever tried to find out what it is failed violently.
Oh, I'm sure you're going to have fun, Miss Sawinski here has just informed me that Catherine Rice is back in town. It is safe to assume she will join our festivities.
You're kidding me!
It was her for sure. She did say she will attend the parties. She sends her regards.
It's not safe to assume, it's certain. She's told me she will be here tomorrow night.
Weiss! Excellent! I would love to catch up with her.
The barely concealed venom in her voice clearly suggests that, in fact, she would hate to catch up with her.
Yes, looks like tomorrow night will be very special. But for now, I bid you adieu.
And she's gone.
Is there some kind of story between Aisling and Weiss that I shouldn't be aware of? You could say that. High Regent Sturbridge once attempted to call for a bloodhound on Weiss.
Oh!
Wow, why? I've heard 5 different versions of the story, and all of them seem plausible. Catherine's relationship with the city is odd, to say the least, but hush for now.
He's obviously trying to kill the conversation, and the appearance of Thomas Arturo gives a perfect way out.
Mr. Arturo!
Ah, alas my. Keep up the good work, eh?
Of course. Thomas Arturo.
An architect by trade. He's an herald, a member of Prince Banard's inner circle, an eccentric whose thought seems to be 10 times faster than his words. Good night. Take care on your way home, or I'm here to... No, I'm gonna say good night.
Good night, Mr. Arturo.
Ah, yes. He disappears into the night. Well, that was brief.
Maybe I should stand in their way. That might force them to properly acknowledge my existence. You severely underestimate their dedication to ignoring whelps like you. And just in case you're serious, I beg of you, don't. I've been meaning to ask you this for a while now, but never had the opportunity. You really hate Arturo's guts, don't you?
He carefully measures his diplomatic response.
I have no strong feelings about Thomas Arturo whatsoever. Yeah, well, considering you're always listing positive about every local Camarilla representative under the moon, you might as well have called him a cunt. Language, whelp. And as for Arturo, I will share my opinion about him as soon as I come up with one that sticks for more than a week.
A group of kindred emerge from the art hole, rushing towards the street. Only a noble-looking woman stops next to us. She's wearing a hijab, but curiously enough, doesn't hide her hair beneath it.
Primogen?
If you were rude enough to stare, you'd quickly notice the cloth serves mostly to cover up her horrifying scars. Yeah, she's wearing a hijab. Her hairs are still showing, but yeah, she put the cowl on her face to hide the scar that she has on the left cheek, starting from the corner of the lips all the way to her ear. Samira, this is Samira.
Khadir. Oh, and young Julia.
I'm doing my best not to stare because Samira is one of the few NYC Camarilla figures who hasn't been an asshole to me. Yet.
Still here? Did the prince require the command of the hunt consuls in some matter?
Yeah, the Banu Hakim. The Banu Hakim, called Assamites in the past, but that's basically a slur at this point, are a new addition to the Camarilla and are only joined a few years ago. Before that, they were independent from both the Cams and the Anarchs, and they were used as assassins for hire. Supposed to be very good at that job too. Nowadays, it looks to me that they're rebranded themselves as keepers of the law, which still gives them the occasional chance to hunt somebody down, but no longer for payment in blood, as used to be the tradition, or at least not overtly. The one member of the clan that I know well, Samira, is pretty cagey about this aspect of the Banu Hakim, but I learned from a few other sources that members of the clan has a bit of a drinking problem. Once they taste another kindred's blood, they find it hard to stop. Their inclusion in the Camarilla seems to have stirred some discontent among the Tremere, as the lawmen also use a form of blood sorcery to boost their abilities and observe different rituals. Some of them, clearly religiously motivated, own in no small part to the fact that the clan has been traditionally tied to Islam and the Middle East in general.
Yes, I advise her that no matter how hard she tries, she should expect me to wear a different costume tomorrow night.
She's the Banu Hakim Primogen. Just like the Rasombra, their clan was independent from the Camarilla until relatively recently. However, they negotiated a better deal than we did. They have a Primogen for one. Hailing from the Middle East, the Banu Hakim are drawn to the practice of justice. The rules must be upheld and every transgression punished. They don't have much say in NYC, but the prince after sends their judgment. It's just good PR.
I trust she was understanding. Those are beautiful clothes.
Thank you so much. I'm eager to see the outfit you came up with. And how are you, Julia? Have you seen any light at the end of the tunnel? Same old, same old. I'm not even invited. Yeah, I've seen one. Okay, well, I'm gonna say,
well, yeah, and I'm pretty certain it's a train.
Sorry to hear that. I trust you're pestering the prince and your superiors to improve your standing.
It's a process.
Oh, Julia, you won't achieve anything if you don't keep reaching for it. Khadir, weren't you supposed to teach her the ropes?
I'm trying to, Primogen, but with this child, it's always a process.
I can only wish you good luck then. Good night, Julia. Good night, Khadir.
Good night. Have a safe trip.
The art old has to be almost empty by now.
You like her, don't you? Stop with your class clown act, whelp. It only serves to reveal deep insecurities.
Wow, that's harsh.
It's factual, whereas as harsh as you claim.
She did tell us to both call her Samira, but you're still keeping your distance with that Primogen shit.
Watch your profanity and don't project your fantasies onto me. I won't give you a lesson about professional boundaries, but I suspect the way you will eventually learn it will be extremely unpleasant.
Carter van der Weyden, my favorite Malkavian. Am I interrupting something, good folks? No, it's not true. It's all my favorite. Carter is kind of a loser. Even though I'm constantly pestering him, Khadir's composure is unshaken. His response comes with swift and unfazed.
Not at all, Mr. van der Weyden. Heading back to your office?
You know me, my dear sheriff. Where else would I go? Now that's curious. Even though Carter van der Weyden is a Primogen as well, Malkavian to be precise, I don't hear Khadir address him as such. Yeah, he called Samira Primogema. He's calling him Mr. van der Weyden.
Hope to see you tomorrow night.
Oh, I will absolutely show up, provided I can. But just in case, I already apologize for not making it to the prince. Simply drowning in work these days. The rhythm, tempo, and intonation patterns of his voice are so familiar. Half of it sounds like JFK, the other half exactly like Barack Obama. Just like his appearance, it all feels so fake. He's so old money, of course. Comes from a long line of Dutch merchants who originally settled in the New York region, run a wildly successful law office, rubs elbows with elite of both kindred and kind varieties alike. He seems perfect in every way, and that's why he's so unnerving. He's a child of Malkav and must be blighted with some affliction, but whatever it is, he doesn't let it show. Hard not to wonder what he's hiding.
The celebrations are planned to last all week. Surely you will find the time.
I pray I will, my good man, I pray I will. In case you need to reach me, you know where to find me. Have a good one. He doesn't even register my presence before leaving. Sometimes I think they're all still hoping I will simply go away. As Carter drives away in his limousine, Khadir shakes his head.
You wanted to hear about which member of New York City's Camarilla I dislike the most? Yes?
He shoots me a knowing glance and smirks.
Too bad! They're all my dear colleagues, and I deeply respect every single one of them. Sure you do. Wouldn't want to blurt out something that could lock you out of Mr. Van der Weyden's legal service, would you? You ass kisser! I do expect to find myself in need of a good defense attorney when my broke, incompetent, and foul-mouthed assistant finally pushed me over the edge. Rude! Do you still need me here? I still need to swing by St. Patrick's tonight. Don't worry, we're almost done. The prince is coming out. The captain is the last person to leave the ship, huh?
There she is, Ellen Panhard, the big kahuna, as someone I once knew would call her, the de facto ruler of New York City, and the self-professed patron of the arts.
Khadir, a penny for your thoughts?
You should be pleased to hear the High Regent is resigned to a fate, my prince. Mr. Van der Weyden is decidedly not. I suspect he will be too busy to join the festivities all the week through.
Excellent!
She turns to me.
Miss Sowinski, weren't you supposed to accompany our good sheriff in his duties tonight?
There was an unexpected change of plans. Catherine Weiss is back in the city.
Catherine is here? Now that's a welcome surprise. But what does it have to do with you, Miss Sowinski?
I took care of her paperwork. She wanted to amuse herself. Khadir knows all the details.
Well, she said she didn't want to trouble you with all the paperwork regarding her arrival, Prince Panhard. It's all been taken care of. Khadir has already been informed of everything. That's certainly a nice gesture, but wait a minute now. Where exactly did you meet her?
In a fast food restaurant, my prince.
I see.
Helen rubs her eyes.
Catherine and her love for proletarian amusement. I suppose it will be a source of amusing anecdote this week.
If we want to avoid these situations in the future, it might be a good time to discuss offering Miss Sowinski an office of her own.
We'll get to it eventually. There are more pressing matters at hand. The festivities starts tomorrow, and there's still so much to be done. Will you make sure the heart hole is secure before leaving?
Certainly, my prince. Have a good night.
Good night, Khadir. Good night, Miss Sowinski. We'll talk about your work soon, don't worry.
Of course. Good night, Prince Panhard.
The chauffeur escorts her to a limo. There's an awkward silence between me and Khadir until the car disappears around the corner.
More pressing matters, huh? Penny for your thoughts, Sheriff? I'm certain an image of a keeper of the Elysium stuck in a fast food restaurant will linger in Prince Panhard's mind. You're far closer to your goal than you were a few minutes ago. I'm pretty sure I've heard you say something to that effect a few times now. And I stand by my word. Rome wasn't built in a day, Julia. As a Camarilla loyalist, don't you think it sucks that the Ivory Tower is so hell-bent on showing disrespect to my clan? They're actually willing to make fools of themselves in the process? We've all had to endure our own hazing rituals, but yes, the current situation is not ideal. Whatever. Do you need a hand closing up the Elysium? I'll manage. It's getting late. Better run. Some shadow in Chicago is probably impatient to get a copy of the reports you've given me. You've pleased one master, now it's time to please the other. Yeah, here's the thing about working for two masters. Neither of them really thinks of you as their own.
Not knowing how to reply, Khadir shrugs. I wave him goodbye and head to the subway. When I reach St. Patrick's Cathedral, I'm greeted by a voice that grates on me like teeth on tinfoil. Well, 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 the prodigal daughter returns. This is Benoit wearing basically a t-shirt printed from the Sixtine Chapel. There's a lot of God imagery, and he's holding a crucifix too, but smaller than Julia. It looks grayer, like it's made of tin or cheap iron.
Oh my God, no!
This is the one thing I didn't want to happen.
Julia, please, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Uh-huh. Where's Father Leonard?
His clergy duties kept him from getting here on time. He sent me to apologize in his name and keep you company for a few minutes.
That's the second thing he ought to apologize for.
He just wants his flock to live in unity. I'm more than willing to oblige him. Why won't you?
For the last time, I'm not part of his flock. We have a purely professional arrangement.
I know you see it that way. The Nine Clans' tendency to stick close to the Catholic Church is their greatest virtue, but they still consider this relationship purely instrumental. This is why we need kindred like you to bring the spiritual change to your clan, to make them understand God's precious gifts. The closer they get to the light, the greater their shadows would become.
Again with this insufferable sermonizing. Benoit Seagull is a local nut job and an ex-artist, a degenerate who has some sort of complex mental breakdown in the 90s. To recover, he took to religion for solace and guidance. Oh yeah, it's a degenerate. He's from Clan Toreador. Their nickname is a degenerate. Okay, I didn't know that. At first, he proclaimed his readiness to devote the rest of his own life to studying Nodism. The Book of Nod. The religious belief and studies pertaining to the origins of kindred and the myth of Cain, the alleged OG vampire. After a few years, though, he changed his mind and joined the Catholic Church instead. As luck would have it, his neophyte zeal found a major target in me. When I first met him, I was stupid enough to tell him I was raised Catholic and still identified as such, somewhat. He immediately pictured me as some sort of a force for change within the Camarilla and set out to put me back on the righteous path. Now he won't stop preaching me apparently until I become a nun.
Remember, the darkest place is directly beneath the candle. You turncoats have this unfortunate predisposition to find salvation right within your grasp and then lose your ways in the shadows.
Christ, once he starts, he just won't stop. I guess it's time to bring out the big guns.
By the way, I was meaning to ask, got any news about Sophie Langley?
A painful grimace crosses his face, but doesn't linger.
Kinda rude to change the subject, you know.
Rude? I'm just looking for a topic both sides of this conversation would care about. You know, like any guide on etiquette says you should.
Yeah, I didn't bring that information out in the open in my last playthrough, but I discovered replaying the game and boost his story. This is one of Sophie Langley's children, like child, like she's a Toreador like her, and I don't know if it's illegitimate or like I think it's something like that.
Salvation is a topic close to anyone's heart, whether they admit it or not. And it's pretty bold of you to assume I still care about Langley.
I do not assume. I'm certain you do. The second she retires from the public eye, you stop acting like Jesus era Kanye and acted like Jesus in King era Kanye. Coincidence?
I've never had a Jesus era. Do people really call it that?
Here's how it's going to work. Tell me what you know, I'll tell you what they say. And keep in mind, I didn't know she was your sire until a few nights ago. Hell, I haven't even met her. He winces a bit at me saying hell.
but let's it go.
Sure, I figured you had prodded that wound long ago if you knew, but what do you care anyway?
Better let you drone on about your tormented past than let you carry on with your good missionary shtick.
Professional curiosity. Once a journalist, always a journalist.
He scratches his head, then exhales a sad mockery of a chuckle.
Fine then, I'll do my best to make it short. Just like you said, Sophie Langley, every New York's kindred beloved socialite, was my sire. We first met sometime after World War II. I left France right before the Nazis went around the Maginot Line. I struggled to keep my siblings alive with my art. Watching my brother die during the flu epidemic of '43, I was close to losing my mind. When she showed up, said the sheer torment in my works caught her eye. She became my patron, allowed my talents to flourish, and supported me financially. Eventually, she embraced me. As a well-off kindred, my artistic interests started to naturally deviate from what they used to be back when I was a poor mortal upstart. I began to see the world the way her social circle does. And that she couldn't forgive. Instead of being a fun novelty, I became just another part of the malaise surrounding her. She grew distant and then stopped seeing me altogether. I have my share of meltdowns because of this. I won't deny that. I locked myself out of many career opportunities, but it was an important lesson. Don't trust your elders. Vampirism affects them psychologically as well. If they take interest in you, they won't stop until they suck your soul dry and then discard you like a broken toy.
For the first time since I've known him, Seagal registered to me as something other than a Bible-thumping nuisance. Is it compassion I feel? Do I find him relatable? How dreadful. It's possible he's strategically trying to elicit sympathy. Maybe he heard about my dramatic exit from Lodestar, or maybe it's just alluding to the way my sire left me here to fend for myself.
It is only God who will never lead you astray. This is why I find your act so frustrating, Julia. You're so close to getting it, but you chose sin instead.
There's the Benoit Seagull I know. Almost had me fooled. Let's get back on track.
What about Langley's disappearance from the city?
Her path was a road to perdition. Wherever she ended up, I doubt she's too happy about it. She had plans for the future of this city, wanted to make it her ultimate artwork. She was always the vain one.
And of course, you're completely sure you have nothing to do with her disappearance.
Please, don't tell me you're getting at what I think you're getting at.
Everybody says you've been acting like you're trying to repent for something ever since her vanishing act. And you've got a motive. Of course I'm getting at what you think I'm getting at.
Benoit shakes his head.
You really have the devil in your heart, Julia. Always testing me.
Just asking what everyone's thinking.
Are they now? Listen, I'm familiar with a lot of the insult attached to my name in this city. Those aren't exactly compatible with the image of a ruthless killer.
Killer, huh? Now that's interesting. I haven't said anything about killing.
He scrubs his hands over his forehead and collects himself before responding.
Stop picking apart every word I say in this completely unpleasant way. Here's a statement if you really want one, Mrs. Hercule Poirot. I do believe Sophie, the way I knew her, has met her end. Even if she's still walking this earth, she wouldn't come back here as she's the same prideful aristocrat. She would have to undergo a spiritual rebirth. Someone has reminded her of her place. Her former friends talked of her in hushed voices. Even that servant play toy of her went missing. No more Camarilla parties. She's done for.
Yeah, the servant play toy is us. So, apparently we've become Arturo's plaything, and we have we probably moved elsewhere away from New York, like because Arturo is playing 5D chess. He's the one of the few who can see the big picture.
Whatever happened to her, I don't know. I swear on Jesus and his sandals, I had nothing to do with it. But yes, I'm still here, and she's not. And it's not a reason to gloat, but to be more humble. I received a sign from God telling me to re-examine all the unfortunate ways I still resemble Sophie Langley. As I listened, I rejected the pride I shared with her. I renewed my vows to God, recommitted to preaching with His greatness. I mean, this is why we're having this conversation in the first place. Right now, when I think of Langley's influence on my life, I am grateful because she was a sign that got me here. And if God wills it, maybe one day you'll look at her the same way, Julia.
Mental note: whenever he circles back to his preachy tone, it's time to intervene.
Alright, alright, alright. If it makes you feel any better, I think that the only way a wimp like you could have hurt her was by boring her to death with Bible quotes.
Now then, quid pro quo, tit for tat. You were saying people still talk about me. I was curious if...
Oh, look who's finally here.
Stalling for time forked. Father Leonard pushed in our direction, carrying a folder of document under his arm. I assume it's the one I came in here for.
Father Leonard!
Christ be praised, Julia. Yesterday I was told this is how priests greet their parishioners in Eastern Europe.
Forever and ever, amen. Actually, I think we said each other's line. Never mind, another long night? Isn't it taking a toll on you?
No need to worry. These days I sleep a few hours a day. Short naps takes care of the rest. And there's always work to be done. I apologize for being late. At least I managed to get here before you and Benoit went to each other's throat. Good, I was getting worried.
Oh, who do you take me for, Father?
He takes you for a total bozo who's about as effective as converting people as a documentary about pedophilia in the Catholic Church. He's just too kind to say it out loud.
Ouch! Hear what I have to deal with, Father? But don't worry, we'll make a saint of her yet.
Forget saint. For now, I'll settle for an adult in the room. He's 70 years older, that's what you are for? Passive aggressive much?
You do remember he's at least 70 years older than I am, right?
As far as I'm concerned, growing up has far less to do with the age than with the condition of our formative years. Here. He gives me a folder he was carrying with him, and as I pass him the reports I wrote earlier tonight. Among kindred is common knowledge that the Catholic Church is one of the La Sombra's greatest assets. Hell, it might even be one of the main reasons the Camarilla is slowly warming up to the clan. We are technologically impaired, and as such, woefully unprepared to face the challenges of communicating in the 21st century. Hard to handle advanced encryption when you can't even unlock a smartphone. This is where the Vatican connection entered the picture. A web of priests gathered all around the world exchange our dispatches between each other, making sure they all reach their destination in total secrecy. I was told not everyone in the Holy See is friendly to our kind, but the most shrewd and talented usually are. You could say they're like a moral Camarilla, better than any intelligence agency. Remember what happened to John Paul I when he attempted to uncover the workings of the Institute for the Works of Religion? Death after 33 days of papacy, rumors of CIA and Masonic involvement. Not that Father Leonard has anything to do with any of this. For a Catholic priest, he's alright. He would probably have made me stay a believer a few years longer than I did, had I known him as a teenager. Leonard is intelligent, kind, helpful towards his parishioner, treats his superiors with a healthy dose of skepticism, and is not involved in any sort of political church games. Well, at least not beyond helping me contact my bosses in Chicago every other night or so. He knows about the kindred, and he knows about the Second Inquisition. He opted to avoid the latter in order to keep the former from oppression because, according to him, it's the right thing to do. I know there's got to be something wrong with him, some selfish motivation maybe, and I haven't nailed it down yet, but it doesn't feel like he's making an effort to hide it, so I'm giving him a pass. By the way, I hope you don't mind. I finally took the liberty of asking how your parents are doing.
Thank you, Father, but you shouldn't have.
Not a problem. A priest of St. Stanislaus, Kotska, is a good friend. He says your parents started showing up every Sunday again. Front rows. Your father is looking better and better. Makes me feel nothing, but I still give him a token nod and a grateful smile.
Thank you, Father Leonard. Now, if you'll excuse me, the sunrise is almost here.
Yes, be careful. God bless you.
Amen. Goodbye, Julia. I'll let you off the hook this time. But next time, you won't be so lucky, alright?
Sure, just one more thing on my never-ending list of events I'm not looking forward to. Guess it's time to call it a night.
I'm home.
Finally, you're doing all right?
This is Dakota, that's her girlfriend. She's having some tattoos all over her body, on her wrist. She has stuns and stars. Her neck is tattooed. She looks nice. She has short, spiky downward hairs. Like, if it weren't from her dress, I would say that she's from a punk band, or maybe something close to Susie and the Banshees or something like that.
Fine, I guess. Why aren't you asleep?
I figure it's finally time for me to become more of a night owl. We've talked about making our schedules sync better.
What's your vitamin D? I would kill to have your skin. Would be a shame to waste it.
Shouldn't have smoked so much before you got bitten, sweetheart.
Should have shared your skincare routine with me back when I was still breeding.
I can't just be going around sharing my one secret weapon. It's top secret stuff. MK Ultra level, Jeffrey Epstein current whereabouts level. I'd have to kill you if I told you.
Dang, sounds good. I have a secret weapon too, or love you too, hon.
Well, fair. My kind also has a secret anti-aging weapon, after all. But hey, if you don't care about that...
Psh! What would that be? Adenochrome?
Adrenochrome. Oh my god, yeah, I forgot how she's she's a conspirationist. Like, she's all into conspiracy theories and all that.
Close. Spirit cooking.
Just so we're clear, you're shitting me, right?
Of course I'm shitting you. We just drink blood, nothing too satanic about that.
Funny, because whenever I see your chest, I'm surprised there's no cross-shaped burn mark there.
Well, since you mention it... Never mind. I feel a little more self-conscious than usual tonight.
Don't. You want me to do your makeup before you go to sleep?
No need.
No need? Weren't you supposed to have some sort of big party tomorrow night?
Huh. If I was involved in the backstage stuff, what makes you think I was invited?
Because you're the coolest, cutest, and most all-around amazing person I know. They'd be insane not to put you on the short list.
Believe it or not, but most vampires are pretty insane.
Interdimensional psychic vampire level insane? Because that's how crazy they'd have to be to ignore you like this.
Yeah, I would say so.
Fuck them. A big bunch of posh dicks. They hate you cause they hate you, but they'll see.
Jesus, how do you do it?
Do what?
You always assault me with so much of this weird, stupid positivity that I can't react to it without completely shifting my mental attitude. How'd you do it?
Oh, the answer is easy. Remember how I told you we have this spiritual connection? I can sense that you feel what you feel and want. You can sense what I feel too if you really focus.
Yeah, I think I called it a big load of bullshit.
Said a girl who talks to ghosts. But watch this, Agent Curly. I sense you're feeling down and I realize what you really need to end this night.
She points to one of her drawers. It's the one where she keeps her supply of...
Ketamine? Come on!
What? No, wrong drawer. We're not meeting demons. We're meeting angels.
MDMA?
Ding, 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 ding. Took it half an hour ago. Perfect timing, thanks to our spiritual connection. ... Ready to fly away?
The mood isn't right. I would need music.
Got a special SoundCloud playlist ready to go. Prepare specifically to uplift what Julia Sawinski. Just give me a sign and I'll press play.
Jesus, you're impossible.
That's why you love me, I hope.
I give up. Come here, let me have a taste of you.
Maybe this one time the high won't end. Yeah, because, yeah, basically, her girlfriend is also her main vessel, so she doesn't need to hunt. Alright, I need to get something, but I forgot what. Oh yeah, I think I know. Hydration and a Gatorade bar, a whey protein bar. Okay, let's go to rest. I leave Dakota's apartment as soon as the sun goes down. Yesterday was fun, but I always feel a little nervous when I spend too much time with her. She never lets me escape from being the center of attention. It's exhausting. At least the less time I spend with her, the happier she is to see me again. It's a tricky act to balance, though. I'm grateful for her presence in my life, but never mind. What's on my list of chores tonight? Ah yes, only one thing. Don't show up for the party at the art hole. Well, this is the rare night when I don't have anything to do. Might as well take a trip around the city and see what's up. And maybe fix myself a little drink when I'm at it. Okay, there's 2 people. Walk in the park and breaking the habit. Okay, so if they hit me into having a drink, I ought to go take a walk in the park. In life, I wasn't especially fond of parks. Now, as one of the kindred, I can finally see the appeal. Past midnight, they become a surprisingly good hunting ground. Van Cortlandt Park. Funny, I never knew how much I could miss nature until I got stuck in this urban jungle for good. The sight of familiar green surroundings slowly floods my mind with disjointed images, back from where I just moved to NYC, and was still in awe of it. Reminisce or suppress memories? No, reminisce! I close my eyes, allowing myself to drown in the stream of memories. An elderly couple holding their frail hands in the warmth of the morning sun. An evening gathering of self-important academics fervently discussing the discoveries no one but them cares about. A bunch of kids chasing it as an imaginary treasure, joyful, restless, and oblivious to the dangers of the summer heatwave. A young, perfectly chiseled jogger running around the golf course, 100% graceful in every move he makes. Mesmerizing. My eyes snap open and the spinning kaleidoscope of image fades away. I collect my focus and remember what brought me here. A burning heat reaches my finger. I flicker the butt away and immediately take another cigarette out of the pack before proceeding through the parried ground. The faint sound of shoe tapping against the concrete interrupts my contemplative mood. Just what I was hoping for. I hurriedly finish my smoke and take a step back, blending in with the shadows. A lonely jogger runs in and out of the pale lamplight, completely lost in his thoughts, all dressed up in top-shelf sportswear, wiry muscles clearly visible under the skin-tight outfit, and his exposed neck. I get the urge back under control for now. Back when I was alive, I would rely on the breathe-in, breathe-out exercise. However, nowadays, breathing costs a premium. Just as I regain my composure, the jogger stops by the flickering lantern and takes a glance at his smartphone. His body tenses noticeably as he answers a call. Moving in on him right now, of course, inevitably involved the caller hearing the assault happen. No reason to make things complicated. I take my time. I cautiously get closer and closer until I finally overhear his words. Should expect the bad news, I know, but Jesus! Tasha, he's 9! He struggles and fails to sound calm. No, she doesn't know yet. I'll tell her when I get home. I need to think this through. I noticed a lanyard, half struck into a pocket, with the Bronx Times logo slapped on it. They say there's no cure. Yeah, I heard something about experimental treatment in Rochester, but I can't make this decision on my own. I connect the dots, realize what he's talking about, and feel like I was punched straight in the guts. Listen, I need to clear my head. Tell Jonah I need a couple of days off. If he starts throwing a fit again, tell him he better learn to write the fucking column of his own. No, seriously. Thanks, Tasha. Yes, I'll give him a kiss from his auntie. The moment he hangs up, his composure goes out the window. He basically stumbled on the nearest bench. God damn it! His faint sobbing stops me in my track. I lose my appetite. Feeding on this guy would feel nauseating anyway. Just when I convince myself that I should let basic decency take the reins, he notices me creeping around. He gives me a startled glance, eyes damp, looking absolutely miserable. Busted. Oh, so what do you say to a guy you were just about to assault in a dark park but thought better of it? It's gonna be fine. Are you a journalist? Or I'm lost, can you help? Oh, I'm gonna say you're a journalist. Hey, He absent-mindedly wipes away the tears of his cheeks. Do you by any chance write for the Bronx Times? His short but genuine grin catches me off guard. He didn't expect to be recognized, definitely not by some random girl in the middle of the night. Yes, how do you know? You don't strike me as a baseball fan. So, he's a sport columnist. I put the fakest smile on my face. Time to lie out of my ass. Well, you got that right. I'm a reporter too. I think I saw you once when I visited Jonah in his office. You work with him, right? Yeah, you might say that. His inner struggle seems pretty clear. Truth be told, I write most of his things as well. Bingo. For real? That lazy bum will never change. If he wasn't just such an ass-kisser, he'd be out of his comfy seat in no time. Sheesh, it's like you read my mind. Yeah, anyway, don't let me stop you. Keep up the good work. You deserve better. You think so? Glad to hear it. Still, don't mean to impose, but it's late, and this place is not exactly... Yeah, don't worry about me. Someone is picking me up a few minutes away from here. See you around. For sure, and thank you. I notice a change in his melancholic face. He stands up with his back straight, like he has regained some of his lost resolve. He nods and starts running straight back to his problems. I start walking in the opposite direction. Even though I might regret this show of abstinence later, what little remains of my humanity inside my shriveled heart encourages me to think that letting this guy go was the right thing to do. I need a change of scenery to break out of this mood, and an opportunity to actually get some juice into my veins, relatively guilt-free if possible. Guess that's enough human interaction from one night. Once more to Big Beat Burger. I'll never get that name right. Big Beat Burger. One more to Big Beat Burger, into the last fast food joint I'll ever know. I'll have the usual. The first time I used this line, I wasn't sure it would work, but I've gained enough notoriety among the staff that it does. The cashier just smiles now to charge me for one black coffee. I can imagine them instructing the newbies. See that emo weirdo? That's how it is. She always orders a single cup of coffee, nothing else, and she doesn't even drink it. Probably wouldn't take a single sip even if I was still alive. This stuff is just trash. But at least being a buying customer gives an excuse to sit here for as long as I want to. I wish I could use one of those self-order kiosks to minimize human contact, but touchscreen doesn't exactly like me. Not too long ago I managed to blue screen 10 of them in a row. Oh well, the good news is it doesn't look like I have anything to do tonight. The bad news is it's because every kindred who matters is having fun at the art hole right now. It's not like I wanted to go, I just wanted them to invite me so that I could tell them to fuck off. I scanned the entrance to the restaurant through my peripheral vision. Am I naive, hoping someone will come and save me from misery? Guess I am. Please, 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 let somebody come and get me out of here. A prince, a princess, a knight in shining armor, a fairy godmother, a passing huntsman, Big Bad Wolf, Mila Jovovich, Vin Diesel, Elysia Banks. Hell, I'll take anyone at this point. Visualizing, tapping into the power of my subconscious, materializing my dreams. Nope, doesn't work. Looks like you're eternally stuck being a nobody in the corner of a shitty restaurant, sweet little Julia. Life is a bitch, and then you don't even die. I pretend to read a book about psychoanalysis I stole from Dakota for a while. Having found it too mentally taxing, I switched to pretending to read a Stephen King book, which I also stole from Dakota. After the terrifying realization that it was written in the last 15 years and therefore contains no amusing drugged-out rants about troubled childhood in Maine, I switched back to looking at the entrance. That party must be so stuffy and trashy and boring. At this point, I'm no longer looking for salvation, I'm asking for amusement. But it doesn't come. All I get is boring bozos in normcore clothes. They walk in, take care of their business without doing anything to amuse me, and walk out. A few minutes after, I lose all hope. A tall, elegant man marches in with a spring in his step. He looks around, impatient, irritated. Then he notices the person he was looking for and reacts with visible relief. He gallantly approaches my table, looks at me, and says, "Khadir."
There you are!
Now that's curious. You shouldn't be here. Fairy Godmother, Big Bad Wolf, Vin Diesel. Nah, he's the Big Bad Wolf.
Careful, everyone. Big Bad Wolf is here. He will huff and he will puff and he will blow our house in. ... Why are you stalking me, Wolf? I'll have you know I'm not falling for the grandma disguise ever again.
My dumb attempt at self-amusement doesn't faze him at all. He doesn't even roll his eye, just stares at me blankly.
Grab your stuff and get in my car, now!
His tone leaves no room for doubt. Something bad has happened. I want to ask what, but whenever he's in his "I will simply ignore all the dumb shit you say" mode, I know better than to ask. Instead, I silently follow him to the exit. He guides me to his car. Just hope I haven't messed anything up. Again, I don't think I have, but have I? Khadir's car. He gave me the back seat. He's always uneasy when the passenger seat is taken. Doesn't want anyone to limit his peripheral vision, he says. Normally I would catch him observing me in the rearview mirror, but this time he's watching the streets, more tense than usual. Something must have caught him off guard. I've got my seatbelt on and my popcorn ready. What's up? The awkward silence feels like it will last forever. Eventually, he finds the right words and speaks up.
6 weeks ago, the prince told me to parley with the anarchs in the docks, remember? Yeah, you made me tag along so I could learn something about politics. As it turns out, politics meant something awfully similar to watching my drunken family shout at each other at a wedding party. There was this man who didn't need to shout to make my blood boil. The meanest one in the room, their leader. White hair, a monocle, musty clothes.
This must be Boss Callahan.
With this fucking Polak cunt?
Oh, he was talking about me. Yeah, cause he's old blood, and he's a sexist, racist, and misogynistic. Yeah, fucking Polak cunt.
Oh, Scrooge McDuck, yeah, how I could forget. A lot of panache, old-timey bravado, and gender insult flung my way. What's his name? Something British? Made me think of Hollywood. Callahan? Baron Callahan. Douglas Boss Callahan. Right, it's 2020, but the man's opinions and ideas were stuck in 1920. Weren't the Anarchs supposed to be the progressive options? I never understood why they put up with him. He has his ways of predicting which way the wind will blow. Anytime Carmilla or DSI hit the Anarchs, it was the factions opposed to him that were hurt. The luckiest bastard in the world.
Thought you didn't believe in luck.
I don't. But sure looks like his luck has finally run out tonight.
Huh.
Wait, don't tell me.
We're going to kill him, is dead, or the Anarchs got him in. Okay, he's dead.
He's dead? Deader than dead? I'm 99% sure the bastard met his final death.
How'd you know?
We've got trustworthy sources in the Anarch inner circles. Looks like all hell is about to break loose. There's an emergency meeting in the art hall.
Jesus, and you're bringing me with you? Why?
Because you were on the way. Because I could. Because I should. You might not be important to the members of the court, but you're still an asset to the sect. Symbolically, at least. I can justify sneaking you into the party claiming it's for your own protection.
An unexpected alliance between Big Bad Wolf and poor little Red Riding Hood. Wait a minute, though. The party is still happening?
Da.
I called the prince, told her her best course of action is stopping and started listening to security protocols I have prepared for these sorts of situations. She interrupted me halfway through and told me we will discuss the subject face to face.
Doesn't sound like she was interested.
The party is that important, huh?
Politics. Politics is that important.
I don't know if she's trying to convince me or himself.
And once again, politics sounds an awful lot like a bunch of party-loving assholes shouting at each other.
Don't worry. This isn't the kind of, how should I call it? A governing issues the likes of you and I tend to deal with.
And how would you describe the governing issues we tend to deal with?
Da.
Shoveling ourselves out of shit.
As usual, he seems like a little embarrassed for cussing. Or for being too honest. Either way, it's cute.
No argument here.
And that's where the conversation ends. We stay silent as the car rides off towards the unknown.
I'm not a New York City Baron. The Baron of New York City, if you please.
Okay, so yeah, he wants to call himself the Baron of New York City, not like one of many barons. Like Torque would be like the Baron of Bronx, and he would have probably Manhattan or something. And yeah, he wants to be I want to be the undisputed Baron of New York City. Once more, a memory of an old douchebag who thought he could rule the world crosses my mind. Well, looks like the world has left him behind. Sayonara, asshole. Here I am, at the only place I didn't expect to visit tonight, the art hall. Guessing by the sound, the inside seems lively. Even if they know it's an emergency, they simply don't care.
What are you standing around for? You still need an invitation?
No idea. Do I?
I think the bouncer will let you in.
There's a bouncer?
Yes, and he's standing right in front of you. Just start walking, whelp.
He's the bouncer. And here I am, among partying elites. It's as stuffy, as boring as I expected. But hey, at least it's exclusive. The title Panart came up with for these yearly gatherings is called Celebrations of Power, an invitation to re-examine the relationship between our undead bodies and the spaces they inhabit. The week-long event is packed as sort of performance art piece, meant to make the kindred who are involved celebrate the potential instead of despairing at the monstrous nature. We need to counter-program the omnipresent images of the tragic vampirism with images that remind us we inherit the earth and are now free to remake it in our image, is the way our prince puts it. To this end, she organized a series of exhibits, concerts, fireworks, parties, business meetings, etc., etc. Of course, the party and business meetings are the most important.
My prince?
Whoa! I forgot she was dressed like that. She's wearing feathers. She looks like an old queen with a crown.
Khadir, finally!
A saint with angelic wings, a holy patron of New York City. I take a good look around. Half of the figures here are dressed like they're attending a masked ball. The other half are religious figures, either demonic or saintly. I have to admit, I don't fully understand the theme here. I know pan art based it on psychomagic, sort of shamanic psychotherapy using the power of art. Simply put, it's a holy mass and the unholy mass in equal measure. Instead of rituals meant to make the participants wholeheartedly accept they're both the worst and the best this earth has to offer.
Put on this mask at the very least. You're standing out.
Okay, he's wearing. To my knowledge, this is a Pan mask, like the god Pan, not Peter Pan. Like he has some beastly features with horns.
Here.
I heard the aesthetic basis for these parties is the black mask in the film Eyes Wide Shut. Some think this decision means pan art is stone deaf, but it's quite the contrary. She knows the anarchs are constantly looking for ways to undermine her through art and rhetoric that point out glaring contradiction in her theoretically benevolent rule. But instead of denying and suppressing aesthetics designed to criticize the elites, she embraces them. Instead of risking a Streisand effect, she effectively defangs the opposition. The resistance becomes part of the system, and both the Camarilla and the Anarch get the same message. Don't think of it as a pathology, think of it as the new normal.
I'll collect the keys, advisor.
They've already been told to come here.
I don't think there's a need for us to hold the meeting in a particularly secluded place. We'll just do it over here.
Are you certain?
Absolutely.
Wait, is that Miss Sawinski I see behind you?
Good evening, I'm afraid so, or just let Kadir talk. Good evening, question mark? Okay, I'm gonna be...
I'm afraid so. I collected her on my way here because of her role as a La Sombra representative.
Just say political hostage. You people have made it perfectly clear what's gonna happen with my parents back in Chicago if I go against you.
I realized she might become a target and decided to hide her at the art hole. Putting all my eggs in one basket will make my job easier. I will look for a safe place for her to spend the night.
Oh, Arturo doesn't have his glasses on and he has a Phantom of the Opera mask, holding on a stick.
Let her stay with you for now, Lasmai. Time is of the essence.
I didn't notice him sneak up on us. Nice getup.
Are you absolutely sure?
But of course, everything we say here is going to become an open secret in a matter of minutes. Prince Panar has already come up with the appropriate messaging. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot an elderly vampire guiding a young, fashionable human girl towards the basement, led like a lamb to the slaughter. Best not to think too deeply about what's going to underneath this place.
Before everyone gets here, I would like to secure the perimeter.
Easy now, Alasmai. All the appropriate security protocols for you are already active. Me and the prince have already pulled some strings as well. The situation is mostly under control.
Mostly under control? Never let anyone sleep any easier.
Alasmai, I know that as the prince's sword, you're aching for blood, but you have to accept that, like most weapons known to man, you're most effective hidden in the sheath.
Listen here now.
Samira doesn't even have a suit. She wants to wear her usual getup.
Looks like a fascinating philosophical discussion in the making, but sadly I'm forced to interrupt. Prince Panard?
All of a sudden, Samira appears between the two men, her calm and collected voice completely changing the atmosphere, as expected for a self-professed protector of the peace.
Samira, I hope you're enjoying yourself. To be quite honest, I feel out of place.
She nods and smiles at me, probably to signal she takes solace in not being the only person in the room who feels like a fish out of water.
Especially now, seeing that I heard this meeting is meant for those of greater stature than mine. No,
Nonsense! We have a delicate matter to discuss, one that might require severe judgment down the road. I think you understand why I wish for a child of Hakim to be involved. Of course. What is with that expression on your face, Khadir? He quickly collected himself.
Look who's joining us.
The High Regent of the Chantry of the Five Boroughs, Lady Aisling Sturbridge, walks up to our group in an outfit I would have never imagined her in, pretending everything is part for the course. Okay, she's wearing all black and she's having the horns, devil horns on her hair.
Prince Panard, the Sheriff, the Harpy, the Banu Hakim Primogen. Are we still waiting for someone?
He's almost here. Shining even more brightly than usual, Aisling.
I adore your outfit, Samira. Wish the prince allowed the same amount of effort from me.
I, for one, am glad she didn't. I particularly love those horns.
Thank you for reminding me. I put them on at the prince's behest, but I believe she's had more than enough fun.
No, not yet. Oh, well, this will do for now. But you're not off the hook yet. I paid a costly price to see you like this. Both Khadir and the prince's voice are strained whenever they attempt humor. Their minds are obviously elsewhere, and it's not a happy place. Arturo, on the other hand, seems calm.
We all celebrate our power in different ways, I suppose. Now, what is this about?
Okay, now she removes her horns. But she's still holding her glasses in her hand. Just a moment. Over here, Edison. The Caramella's infamous spokesman approached, pushed towards us in a wheelchair by his servant. Okay. We can see the eye of the servant through the blindfold, but because he's a ghoul. Ellen, everyone, I certainly hope this is something important. What a commanding tone. Seeing as Spain can communicate normally, his servant relays his word to us instead, and he's posh and snobby enough to make me believe I'm listening to his master's voice. Carter won't be joining us? He gave me fair warning he might not make it tonight. I've messaged him the details. I'll have to find time to meet him later then. Finding time, searching for lost time, I swear, it is all I do nowadays. And there's never enough. I guess you now understand why I insisted that this event must last all week. So many esteemed guests, many of them from out of town, each deserving at least a few hours. The figure in the wheelchair waves his hands impatiently. Yes. Let's just cut to the chase now, shall we?
That might be the wisest course of action, my prince.
Arturo? My prince? Everyone, let me begin by stressing these important points. The situation is largely under control. The negotiations are underway, and the situation is more tense than dangerous. We are safe. Let me repeat. We are safe. And with that out of the way, here's the big news. Baron Callahan, the de facto leader of the Anarch in New York City, met his final death in his office tonight. ... Samira ... Aisling ... Payne's servant. How did you find out?
We have a good friend near his office. Their intel is as accurate as it gets.
We've also established a negotiation channel with the Anarchs. They give us all the confirmation we needed.
Was our court involved in this destruction?
I look at her in disbelief. So does everyone else. Not that the same thought hasn't passed through my head, but so to simply exclaim it like that.
Oh, spare me the victory signaling. I thought we were being transparent here. I don't give a damn if we took care of Callahan or not. I just want to have a clear idea of what I'm dealing with.
Yes, a clear answer. I need that too. To my knowledge, none of us present here ordered his destruction, nor did we participate in it. Unless someone wants to confess, it's now or never. Of course, nobody speaks up. Arturo pretends to clear his throat. That's our official position as well. The Camarilla's ruling body has nothing to do with it, and for all intents and purposes, his Anarch contenders had more interest in removing him than we did. That interest is sure to manifest in one way now.
His former enemies will prop him as a martyr for the cause.
Yes, which is why we sadly can't just leave the Anarchs to their own devices. As much as we like to avoid recognizing their sect in any way, we've offered to assist them in an official investigation. Addison Spain's wrinkled face contorts slightly. Let me just ask you one question. You do realize those curs have no respect for tradition, yes?
We do, Addison, but as a veteran politician, you should be deeply familiar with the world's controlled opposition.
Yes, for now it's impossible to fully contain the Anarch threat in New York. For now, our only option is to prop up a candidate who will offer the least resistance to our future plans for the city. We extend our hands to the most promising contender, giving him a way to present himself as a diplomat, a man of reasonable compromise. The rabble falls in line. The purists grow angry and alienated. We already contacted the best possible person in their sect. He will oversee the investigation, and it's in its best interest to show he's able to resolve the situation calmly. Is that good enough? Addison ponders the question for a while, then waves his hands again. It is. Proceed. Funny thing, nobody's paying any attention to me right now. Keep in mind, Mr. Payne, our man's people will barely tolerate us, and the situation is volatile. The other factions within that sorry excuse for a sect might still try to escalate the conflict.
I will do my best to solve this situation as fast as possible.
How so? Khadir is momentarily taken aback by Arturo's questions.
I volunteered to coordinate the case with the Anarchs, of course.
I refuse! You have more important duties to focus on!
Once more, Khadir is stunned.
All due respect, Prince, but if you don't consider me capable of tackling this issue and attending to my usual duties at the same time, I think you gravely underestimate me.
Your penchant for working yourself to the bone is well known and appreciated by everyone in this room, Sheriff. But so is your perfectionism. If we do grant your wish and let you investigate while still fulfilling your routine obligation, can you guarantee you're going to give both these tasks your best?
I can guarantee something very close to my best.
Close to your best doesn't cut it, Alice Mai. Not when the vultures are out in force. Callahan's destruction is sure to cause unrest among the Anarchs, and there's an obvious outlet for their pent-up rage.
I want to make this perfectly clear. The celebration will continue as planned, no matter what. This is why your presence here is absolutely necessary, Sheriff. We rely on your constant protection.
Of course, my prince. We must be on constant vigil for a few days. Alice Mai's sword must be constantly pointed at the enemies surrounding us. Kadir Tantanda.
The timing of the Baron's destruction is impeccable. The Anarch's leader are sure to point at us and claim we're shamelessly celebrating his end. Does anybody believe it's just a coincidence? Murders are messy. Almost as messy as politics. It's impossible to reliably predict the outcome of any violent action. I think it'll be wise of us to brace for a lot of unfortunate coincidences, Sling.
In any case, the rabble can get the impression that their power struggle are a great concern to us, but they also can think we have something to hide, which brings me to my point. We do need a symbolic gesture, one displaying expertly measured intensity. My best bet is a humble diplomatic envoy, a low-level official acting as an investigator of sorts.
I implore you, Prince!
Khadir!
He bites his tongue and struggles to collect himself. I rarely see him lose his temper, at least where the Camarilla is involved. What's going on? I wonder about your suggestion for this role. After all, it's not particularly prestigious, but carries a lot of responsibility. We're still talking about a Camarilla representative. Oh, I think there's a very obvious candidate.
Yeah, I think I know where this is going. Like, the way Thomas Arturo talks planted the seed in my mind that we should volunteer to become that investigator. Since we're working under the sheriff, he can stay at the Hearthold doing the security while we working under him, and we do the legwork and we report straight to him, so that way he can do both tasks at the same time. And Thomas Arturo knows it. It's like he wants me to be that person.
Like we know how fifth dimension's chess player he is. Both he and Khadir look at me simultaneously. Everyone else in the room does too. Now wait a second. He can't possibly mean. Miss Julia? Once again, your full name eludes me at the moment. Sawinski. Am I allowed to speak, or maybe I should wait for permission? Before I make up my mind, the sheriff sighs deeply and speaks.
Sawinski.
Oh, Miss Julia Sawinski, right. I understand you used to be an investigative journalist before your embrace. That's correct, and what about it? That was a long time ago.
That's correct.
Among other, the Banu Hakim Primogen insisted that you are worthy of greater privilege and should be given a chance to prove yourself. Samira measures Arturo with suspicion. Yes? Do you still think she's capable? She looks me deep in the eye. I swear she's telepathically trying to tell me, please, 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 don't fuck this up, you dumbass little white girl. Of course! Good. And I'm sure that you, Alasmai, have no problem with your protege embarking on this mission, save for the pain of a mother feels when watching her child leave the nest.
Whether I do or don't is not particularly important right now, is it?
It absolutely is. Panhard's backing of Arturo's momentarily blindsides him.
Prince Panhard,
If Arturo's plan is reckless, I want you to tell me. I need a simple yes or no answer. Is the girl capable? Now he knows he's left with no choice.
I wouldn't trust her with all the responsibility that I have if she wasn't.
Her exchange glances with me, but his look is different than Samira's. It's as if he's trying to apologize to me. Here we are then. A recommendation from the Banu Hakim Primogen and their sheriff. To tell you the truth, I was just throwing out ideas, but with this backing, I can't doubt the Night Clan's representative will get the job done. I'm certain each of us feel the same. Mr. Payne? The atmosphere in the room mostly suggests people are glad they don't have to discuss the topic further. A shrug here, an averted gaze there. It is as you say. I will watch the way she handles this situation with great interest. Well then, Miss Sawinski, looks like you've got your chance for a big break. Just tell me what to do, nobody asks what I think, I have conditions. Ooh. You are not in a big position to ask for condition. We're gonna be a good little girl. Yeah, just point me in the right direction and tell me what to do. No point in pretending I have a choice here, is there? Excellent. That leaves us with only one more matter, which I hope we can agree on. Prince Panhard signals someone with their hand. The figure emerged from behind the corner. Catherine Weiss! Dressed the same as before. Good evening! Catherine, what a pleasant surprise. Nobody informed us you are in town. If you managed to talk to me, you would have? Addison, looking healthier than ever. And what does Weiss has to do with it? We need an impartial observer who everyone respects. And as it happened, Catherine always knew how to make friends on both sides without angering either. I beg to differ. I'll be grateful if, just for once, you decided against throwing a tantrum about me, Regent. A painful grimace crosses Aisling's face, but she is quick to interpret the taunt as an invitation to a game she can't possibly win. As long as she can prove herself useful to the proceedings in some way. If half of what I heard about her from Mr. Van der Weyden is true, we should be able to. And what did poor Carter say about me this time, Miss Samira? Nothing specific. One always has to read between the lines with him, but it was mostly envy. Miss Weiss gracefully agreed to mediate between the Anarch representative and the La Sombra representative, ensuring mutual cooperation and mitigating potential conflicts. That felt like a Freudian slip. La Sombra representative, not Camarilla representative. i.e. someone who can be catapulted from the sec without much damage to the ivory tower if they mess up.
Is there a meeting set up?
Arturo looks at the clock on the other side of the room. In less than an hour. You better hurry then. What the hell? All of this is happening so fast.
If the situation is indeed under control, I will drive her and oversee the situation.
Out of the question. You got your orders, Sheriff. Attend to those.
You fool! The girl needs guidance.
And we need yours! Nobody knows what might happen next.
But
it's not as if the Anarchs have a lot of loves for you, Alasmai. You're too efficient in your duties for them to tolerate you. I better spell Miss Sawinski having them see you two together. Get here, da. Do you think my guidance of Julia would be lacking, Khadir?
I never said that.
So do you have any objection to putting her under my care? He lowers his gaze, but seems reassured.
None whatsoever.
That's all I needed to hear. We'll be going then. Wasting no time as usual, I see. Have you at least tried the aperitifs? Waiting is an old person's game, Ellen. I still feel young. Remember, if there's anything you need to help with. Probably not, but I appreciate the thought nevertheless. Have a great night, everyone. I'll catch up with you later, Addison.
I certainly hope you do.
And so we leave in a rush. Funny considering what she told me about being in a hurry yesterday. We're here. She thanks the chauffeur and lets me out of the car into a quiet neighborhood somewhere in Queens.
Seems like you were in a rush.
I couldn't stand the crowd. She's honest, probably performatively so, just to get into my good graces. Well, it's working.
And why is that?
In my experience, gathering like those always enable a boring pack mentality. All the familiar lies we tell ourselves to justify lusting for more repeated ad nauseam. What lies are you telling yourself? Yesterday you said I need guidance.
Okay, and what lies are you telling yourself?
Her aura immediately turns colder. You have bigger issues to worry about, sweetheart. Well, at least now I know how familiar I can get with her.
That I do. Back at the art hold, you said something about guiding me, but I have zero idea what to do. None whatsoever.
I had a few necessary arrangements to make over the phone before we got here to ensure your pretty little head stays attached to your neck. For now, anyway.
I am grateful, but I still feel way out of my depth. I need to know what to do.
You used to make a living as an investigative journalist, did you not? Investigate the murder.
In TV show where an investigating journalist gets too close to the heart of the politically incendiary case, it rarely goes well. A cat's head under a porch, a bullet to the head.
So are you afraid you might be a pawn in a game you don't understand? That your elder consider you a disposable asset? That a single wrong move might cost you everything you hold dear?
That sounds about right, yeah?
Well, by the sound of it, you understand your situation perfectly.
Don't belittle me. I need your advice.
Be anything you want, but don't be boring, Julia. If I wanted to belittle you, I would have drowned you in platitudes long ago. Know thyself. Believe in your strength. Trust no one. Act confident. Turn the chessboard around and read your opponent's mind. Read Sun Tzu and quote it insensately. Say, do you feel any better now?
Can I ask you something?
Seeing as Mia is still not here, of course.
Do you know who killed Baron Callahan?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Were you emotionally impacted by his death?
Not at all.
Did you know him?
Only passingly, I'm afraid. I expected him to perish sooner than later, so I never bothered to improve our relationship.
Why are you helping me?
Am I? That remains to be seen.
What do you mean?
You do not want a painfully honest answer.
But I do.
She stares me down. Her irreverent tone makes it impossible to guess what she's feeling, even more so than the mask. When I look at you, I see some pitiful, someone whose hunger is purely biological, just an animalistic rush. When I saw a burgeoning plan to put you in a situation that is way beyond your capabilities, I offered my help. I was curious to see your true colors reveal themselves firsthand. When everything is said and done and Callahan's killer is pointed out, will you be a whimpering animal or a victor taking the spoils? I cannot wait to find out. I don't know what to say. Is she provoking me or... Mia should be here any second. You have time for one more question. What makes you important? Why do you hide your face? Or who is Mia?
What do you do to hold so much sway over the city?
I have the best occupation in the world, and I make sure nobody is better at it than I am.
And that occupation is?
A socialite. And that was your last question. Direct the rest of them to her. A woman around my age emerged from around the corner of the street. Yeah, this is Mia. She looks more pissed off than last time that we see her as the other person. Still wearing a leather coat. Still wearing that same punk rock haircut from the 80s. I've never met her before, but if I had to describe her in 2 words by her aura alone, I would guess those words would be permanently angry, even more so than your average anarch.
You must be Catherine Weiss.
And you must be Mia Morgan. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure is mutual. This your girl?
Julia Sowinski, the La Sombra Primogen.
You're the Sombra representative.
I correct her automatically. At this point, it's a habit.
Good. If you were a Primogen, I might have tried to kill you here and now.
Is Torque still on the side?
Nah, I told him I'd take it from here. By the end of the night, he needs to look like a natural candidate for the leader of the NYC Anarchs. It's gonna take a lot of driving around and negotiations.
How did he react to finding Callahan's remains?
He hasn't exactly elaborated on his feelings, but I expect that he reacted the same way everyone true believer in the cause did. It's his complicated mess of all the possible feelings under the moon. So he was the first one who to the murder site?
The first one who to the murder site. There's a word missing. Probably a verb in the areas of arrive, came.
Oh, so you're already calling it a murder site. Does the Ivory Tower know something we don't?
It's not the official position, but I expect a lot of them think it's Torque who stood to benefit the most from the boss's death, and it sounds like he's quick to jump on the new opportunities.
You don't know him?
Yes, but I would love to meet him and ask him some questions, especially if he was the one who found the body.
Well, if you're meeting Torque at all, it won't be tonight. He's too busy.
I was assigned to investigate. I won't be able to do it properly if I'm not able to question a key witness.
I'll arrange for him to see you this week.
This week? Aren't the tension a little too high for delaying an investigation like this?
Well, Torque's work is our best shot at making sure they won't get higher, so boo fucking who. I'm his right-hand woman, though. You got any questions, direct them to me.
Maybe the 2 of you could just head to Callahan's office. The discussion here does not seem to be going in the right direction. Not in a particularly interesting one.
You're not coming?
Torque and you are not the only ones who have their work cut out for them tonight. I trust you can take it from here. And Mia, be easy on her. In slightly different circumstances, I expect the 2 of you would have ended up on the same side of the barricades. Uh-huh.
Take care.
She heads back to her vehicle.
Well, follow me. I'll show you this place.
It's a 19th century style office, classical wooden smelly. The stuffy air of books, old furniture, dust cover of the fragrance of decay, but not all of it. This is the first time I've seen the remains of a vampire who has met this final death. I heard stories of really old children crumbling to dust. That's an exaggeration, at least. It didn't happen here. When kindred die, time catches up with them. If you off me right now, I would probably turn into an ugly, leaky corpse. But Callahan was well over a century old. It's like looking at the dapper mummy. A desiccated body with a heap of musty clothes. All that's left of the mighty boss Douglas Callahan, Anarch of New York City, if that's really him. Needless to say, it might be a little hard to establish the time of death or the cause, especially as this garb doesn't have any obvious damage. What a great place to start.
Have you already found anything suspicious?
Nothing you don't need in front of you. Nothing you don't see in front of you. Uh-huh.
This door is the only point of entry to the room, right?
Yes. Unless you count the windows, but nobody except for Callahan knew how to operate those. And they don't let air or light through. Metal blinders on the windows facing east. The only modern element of the room, sticking out like a sore thumb. They look automated.
Was the door open when Tug got here?
Well, that's the one suspicious thing. It wasn't. It's as if Callahan locked himself in from the inside.
A closed room murder, huh?
There's some glass scattered on the floor. I point at it.
Could that be from the window?
I checked it from the outside. It's in perfect condition.
So, what's this glass?
I have no idea. Why does it seem like she has her suspicion, but is remaining uncooperative just because, fuck off, Camarilla scum? I check the next point of interest. A wall safe, surprisingly large. I play with the lock a bit.
What's the combination?
It's Callahan's. What makes you think I know? At least I tried. A desk with nothing but an envelope on it, nothing inside. I check all the drawers. Every single one has been thoroughly emptied. I don't know what I expected. Is this how the Anarch go around securing crime scene?
Were these emptied before Tok arrived?
I don't know, but I won't accuse him of tampering with evidence if I were you. Well, thank you. The decor of the room is pretty minimal, so there's not a lot of points of interest that could illuminate the case. I start getting nervous. I point at the painting on the wall.
Of course, you have no idea who that is.
Callahan's ascensor, I guess? I'm out of ideas. Everything I look feels like another dead end. I'm frustrated. It feels as if I failed this investigation before it has even started. There must be something more. I start walking around trying to find a single clue. Mia just watches me indifferently. Give me anything. Anything, goddammit. Anything. Any... Shadows are coming. Question mark, dot dot dot. A shadow blinks in and out of existence near Callahan's remains. I freeze in place. Don't be afraid, are you trying to help me?
Don't be afraid of me.
The only thing I'm afraid of you is wasting too much of my time. Doesn't seem like Mia noticed it.
Give me just a moment more.
She groans under her nose and goes back to messaging someone on her phone. When she does, the shadow appears again. Once again, blink in, blink out. Could something be there? I approach her close and start searching them for a clue. Maybe they missed something. Getting desperate, huh?
Just being thorough.
We've searched the bastard like 3 times. He had nothing of interest on him.
How about this?
A small card, barely noticeable, looking a bit like a shopping list, he shoved it into an almost invisible hole in the fabric. I take it out and show it to Mia. You didn't plant that here, did you?
No. Did you?
Shove off. What's on it?
It's a list of 4 names. D'Angelo, Hope, Agathon, Tamika.
This is Sophie Langley's list. And Callahan had that somehow?
Any idea what this is about?
Beats me. She's lying, but I don't care. Tomorrow night I will meet up with Kadir and ask him to help me figure it out.
Think I'm done here.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Guess she sees me as nothing more than an enemy agent.
When will I get to meet with Torque?
If, and that's a big if, he will agree to meet you on one-on-one basis, Catherine will let you know. He probably won't let a loyal Camarilla, a lapdog like you, see him without her oversight anyway. A Camarilla lapdog, huh? It's a risky play, of course, and might backfire, but maybe I would benefit if I put my loyalty to the court into question. Camarilla lapdog, I don't think so. Nah, not worth it.
A Camarilla lapdog? Please.
Well, aren't you?
Trust me, I'm not the type who bites the hand that feeds her, but the court's favorite pastime is leaving me starved.
Ah, so it's like that, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a trait updated. Where is it? Loyalty to myself. She studies me carefully. I will keep that in mind, depending on how the situation unfolds.
Good. In the meantime, have a good night.
You too. It's getting late, or early, depending on how you look at it. Once I leave Callahan's office, I head straight to Dakota's apartment. Tried to sneak by to my bedroom, but she's up waiting for me.
How was your night?
Shit.
Tomorrow.
What happened? You look like something the cat dragged in.
Tomorrow, I promise.
But I'm worried.
Don't be. Tomorrow.
She gives me a concerned look, then closes her eyes, slumps her shoulders, and frowns.
Alright.
You're the best.
I reach my pitch black room and throw myself on the bed. The responsibilities, the stakes, the way I always feel too slow to react properly in this situation. I don't want to think. I want to turn off my brain. I want to drift into the void. Into the void. Into the void. Into the void. Am I rest? Okay, I'm to rest. You have received your first trait. Some choices in the game will push Julia towards different ways of thinking, which will have a lasting effect on her throughout the story. Yeah. So, depending on the trait I will get, I will reach some sort of specific ending. I don't remember what I did last time to get the good ending. Because there's a Camarilla ending and there's an Anarch ending. But they call it good ending, bad ending, which sucks. But, yeah. You will see a brief pop up on top of the screen anytime that you receive a new trait. You can always view any unlocked traits in the log screen accessed throughout the top left icon. Remember that rootlessness is the mark of a true La Sombra, but you might walk another path before reaching that destination. Okay. Dakota is doing my makeup as I'm half naked.
Always told you you'd make it big.
Get real. This asshole are just using me as a pawn in some stupid fourth-dimensional chess game.
As opposed to just keeping you off the chessboard? Don't be a glass half empty, buskill.
Would you make me a scapegoat or something?
That would be exciting. I could write a book about living with a 21st century Lee Harvey Oswald.
Come on, don't even joke like that. I haven't killed anyone.
Julia, honey, neither did Oswald.
Yeah, right. I keep forgetting.
Stop wriggling or I'll mess your face up.
Sorry.
I'm always obedient when she's busy working on my makeup. It's hard to take care of your appearance, especially your face, when you can't even see yourself in the mirror. Not that I've ever been particularly good at it, but Dakota doesn't seem to mind. I'm her goth dress-up doll. Her presence in my own life is one of the few good things that my sire provided for me before fucking off to Chicago. Normally, I've been told to myself, I've been told to find myself a ghoul, but many of our clan, and myself included, finds the idea of ghouls distasteful. We're cat people, not dog people. We don't want mindlessly faithful servant. We want companions who rely on us, despite having, in theory anyway, the free will not to. The kind of relationship I have with Dakota would normally be a breach of the Masquerade's rules, but the rules are different for kindred who are Camarilla, adjacent, even losers like me. Simplifying here, but my sire made it clear that her child would not own slaves, and that was the end of the discussion. To be honest, I think the court mostly agreed to that request, because they wanted one more thing to blackmail me with, just in case.
What would you do in my place?
If I had to investigate your elite's wrongdoings,
Yeah.
I would probably look for those rich fox pedophile rings, look for the assholes who mention pizza suspiciously often, see who has powerful friends in Manhattan jail, stuff like that.
Pizzagate? Really?
Oh, come on.
Nah, I'm serious. Search for the deep rot, and a lot smaller crimes will get solved in the process.
What is it with you and conspiracy theories?
What do you mean? You just told me you bosses are having eyes wide shut parties, and suddenly you don't believe in rich people's pedophile rings?
I don't know. I don't know if I want to know. My point is, you act as if all the conspiracy theories are real. Like, you can't possibly believe all that shit. Half of it doesn't even make sense.
Well, you want an interesting answer or a real answer?
The real answer should be the more interesting one.
She removes her brush from my face to gather her thoughts.
Everyone's lost nowadays. Just look at the world. It's drowning in facts that fails to cohere to a single convincing narrative or story that resonates. The corporate media wants you to believe in empirical thinking, but it always fails to deliver moral or metaphysical truths, and the people desperately lack those. So what do? They turn to conspiracists, and suddenly they're able to navigate the world. And why is that? Because conspiracy theories give them emotional truths that serves as a compass. Is Bill Gates trying to insert satanic microchips into my body? Probably not. I hope not. Now, is he a terrible person? No idea, but there's ample evidence that might be the case. It's in its ruthlessness business strategies the company used to keep. The philosophy follows. People look at him and they feel he's fishy. So when the media present him as a genius or savior, and I post that he wants to put the mark of the beast into my body, they choose to believe me. Because it makes moral, emotional, and metaphysical sense to them. And ultimately, that's what matters most. The end.
I think I get it, I don't buy it, or huh?
Wow. I'm 99% sure this is complete bullshit, but I'm buying it. I mean, it totally misrepresents most conspiracy nut jobs I knew. But it's interesting and fun to think about, so I don't really give a damn if it's the truth.
See? That's the idea, you get it.
You came up with this monologue yourself?
Oh no, I read it on Facebook.
Oh, figures. But just to make sure, vaccines are okay, right?
Well, as far as I know, they don't cause autism.
Good to hear.
Anywho, I'm done.
You're the best.
Yeah, consider how many times I've done makeup on a dead body. I probably have enough job experience to be a mortician by now.
Now that sounds like an exciting career, but in reality, it's probably the most boring thing under the sun.
Yeah, I like my corpse talkative, pouty, and self-floating.
Shut up! This carcass will be leaving now. He's got a job to do.
Go get him, Tiger!
First thing I need to do, meet up with Khadir tonight and report to him. I hope he knows how to guide me out of this mess. You should have time for me in an hour or two. In the meantime, I suppose it's time to find some... What's the most dehumanizing word I could use here? Nourishment. Khadir told me I'd need to quench my hunger less often if I don't smoke. It kills you, he says, but to start killing itself, your organism must pretend it's alive. and that use precious vitae. But I love cigarettes. The way they smell, the way they burn, the hot ash falling from the top, the sound of the lighter. The way they killed you, of course. And I guess I need some tactile connection to who I was back when I was alive. Okay, New York City, guide my steps. Show me which one of your children I should drink up tonight. Oh, this person. This is a Kiss addict. Yeah, this was Sophie's favorite. This is the manager of the restaurant we did an investigation on. And this is... Oh, this is the shady reporter that knows about vampires. This was Hope's contact. Yeah, he knows. So let's not touch him. If we can't kill him, we would. Like, I drank from that guy. Okay, let's go with Diva's Delight. A fitting name for a Kiss addict audacious enough to openly pitch her unique taste to those in the know. I'm not in the clubbing mood, but since I need to feed, might as well give that rumor a shot. No blood, no matter how exquisite, is worth suffering through this noise. Something terrible must have happened to the previous DJ. It has to be sudden, and I expect for them to hire this amateur under the wire. Zero ability to wield the crowd, no sense of flow, as if that constant flashing was a migraine inducing enough by itself. Not that I remember how an ordinary headache feels. I know the hunger though, which is why I'm here tonight. A purple-haired girl bumps into me, head down, tears flowing down her cheeks, hands trembling. As much as I understand it, I don't think it's the guy at the turntables that made her like this. Oof! Oh, I'm so sorry, She bolted before I can say a single word. Well, who am I to blame her? A tactical retreat probably felt like a good idea. A trace of cheap booze in every potential vessel is faint, but ever present. At this point, the smell is all I'm getting. Come to think of it, I can barely remember how alcohol tastes. Maybe I should remind myself. Nah, that's dumb. But the bar is pretty much free of people at the moment. I get closer and take a peek at the drinks menu. There are some goofy fucking names, especially from a kindred perspective. Order the Bloody Margaret, order the Vampiro, put the menu back. I'll tell the Bloody Margaret, see what this is. The bartender brings me a large glass garnished with a celery stick and filled with something that looks more like a veggie shot than a gin-based cocktail. I'm far from thrilled. Fuck it, here goes. I chug it down in one go. It tastes like canned tomatoes someone opened and left rotting for a decade. Ugh! Something tells me I'm gonna regret it soon. Yeah, you're gonna puke. The music abruptly stopped as I stepped away from the bar. Can't see the boot, but the crowd's reaction tells me all I need to know. Looks like we have a new DJ. Oh, he's got kicked out. The vibe immediately improves. Hallelujah. But pleasant moments never last. Some well-worn dude on the wrong side of 40 decided to hit me up. Our eyes meet for a brief moment, slightly too late for me to outmaneuver him. Strangely, there's no lust in his gaze, and yet he seems like a predator closing in on his prey. Shit, could it be the rumored Diva's Delight? A Kiss addict clocking me as a bloodsucker? Well-worn man. How come you're here all alone, sweetheart? I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but there's something irksome in the way he carries himself. As he approaches me, I begin to feel fatigue, like there was a burden dropped in the atmosphere pressure. Ignore him, glare it until he goes away, tell him to piss off. My unsure voice towards my attempt at sounding imposing. Can you bother someone else? I'm not in the fucking mood. He seems unfazed by my words, just tilts his head just a little, like a hound dog catching a scent. I feel spiders crawling up my spine. Is there something wrong? Here, let me. Hands off, asshole! Potence twists his wrist, dominate, make him go away. Dominate, dominate. I can barely focus on his eyes, but he freezes in place for a moment. Hey, Stallion, how about you go bother that guy? He struggles with my chaotic command and gives me an unsettling look, but in the end, he seems to do what I wanted him to do. He approaches some meathead who immediately turns hostile. The meathead's first punch breaks the guy's nose. I don't wait to see the second one. As if meeting that asshole didn't strain me enough, an acrid feeling rises in my gut, instantly making me nauseous. I barely make it to the nearest empty lounge before I begin violently throwing up. For a minute straight, I spray the couch with the remains of that wretched cocktail. It's not a pleasant sight. Yeah, she puked, I knew it. I get a hold of myself as soon as my stomach empties. Shit, Julia, their life has more than its fair share of avoidable embarrassment. Is it necessary for you, for your own life to follow suit? Time to bail and not look back. Right before I reach the exit, the purple-haired girl from earlier bumps into me once again. This time, I know it's not coincidental. Wait, please. She seems startled, but gives me a pleading look. I saw what you did to that man. Are you one of them?
What are you talking about? Who's them?
She bares her teeth and taps the side of her neck. Oh, I get it.
So you're the Diva's Delight?
She blushes innocently, like I just caught her stealing cookies.
Yes, sounds silly, I know, but I thought it would attract some of, some of your kind. I've always been told I taste good. Would you like to try?
She looks at me the same way a junkie who hasn't had his fix for a while looks at a syringe.
You know too much. There's no way you don't have a patron of some sort.
Her eyes tears up again.
I do, but maybe I don't. I don't know anymore. He shows up whenever he wants and disappears for weeks. I don't even know his name. We were supposed to be here tonight, but
I guess he didn't show up. The girl keeps talking, now that she has found somebody new to open up to. Any instinct she might have to remain secretive is gone. Makes you wonder who thought it was a good idea to preach a masquerade for her.
Before him, I used to have a caregiver. She was one of the divas too, but she was exceptional, noble. I think she cared about me in a way. She always complimented the way I taste.
Sophie Langley.
Would you like a try?
She clings to my arm like I'm Jesus Christ and Kurt Cobain at the same time, descended from ever exclusively to turn her misery to bliss. I can't help but feel some disdain.
Please! I promise you won't be disappointed.
I know I won't be, but I'm too hungry for that. But I also like to pretend I'm something better than hungry from time to time. Alright, let's feed on the bereft girl. The hunger gets the better of me, but somehow I don't mind. This is what she wants, isn't it? A quick look around, nobody's paying attention. Why would they? We're just two random girls who seems to be into each other. I gently grab the back of her head and put my lips closer to her neck. She visibly trembles with excitement. As I bite down, her body softens. Then I drink, savoring each sip. She really tastes incredible, like an unfulfilled promise. Sweet, sweet innocence. As soon as I am done, she loses her footing, weakened but undoubtedly relieved. I help her sit down on the floor. She smiles at me, joy glinting in her eyes.
Thank you. I really needed that. And my name is...
Don't talk. Just rest for a while.
I'll leave her alone in this state of bliss. She doesn't seem to mind. Looks like I did the right thing. Right? I leave the booming sound of the club behind me and get on with my night. Okay. Okay, I'll take a slap on the wrist. Samira is asking me to meet her. If not from the ongoing celebration, the patrician would prove an odd choice for a secret rendezvous. Here's hoping she can provide some useful insight into the case. A clean-cut staff member, dressed in an impeccable company uniform, smiles at me as the elevator doors open. Okay, this is a concierge, this is a new guy. Good evening, ma'am. Meeting someone? I dismissed his question. With an apathetic shrug, he sized me up for a brief moment, visibly questioning my fashion sense. However, his professional acumen quickly trumps his discontent. Very well. This way, please. NYC's nouveau riche seems awfully starving for a gourmet soup this late at night. The patrician is packed almost to the brim. Oh, that's the name of the restaurant. The concierge points me over to the last vacant table, conveniently situated in the far corner of the main hall. I nestle in the chair, letting my elbow rest on the ornate tablecloth. Watch out, oblivious. White collars, there's a black widow in your midst. Well, I'm here. Might as well just kick back and die of boredom. ... Yeah. I really need something to occupy my mind. Call the concierge, figure out why Samira asked you to come, have a smoke, and examine the place. As I'm waiting, I rack my brain for any idea why the Banu Hakim Primogen wanted me to here tonight instead of out there working my case. The obvious possibility, and the one I'm counting on, is that she has some sort of lead she wasn't comfortable sharing at Elysium. I'm almost certain that the false hope, though, this whole investigation still feels like a joke being told at my expense. While I'm trying to figure out how I feel about this, somebody finally takes notice of me. The concierge quickly closes in on me, dancing habitually between the table, and addresses me before I can even utter a single word. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you Miss Sawinski by chance? As soon as I nod, he hands me a carefully folded memo and leaves. The note reads, the manager of this establishment insulted the Camarilla's authority with his negligence. Even though it's minor, its transgression must be penalized. I would like to assist me in this matter. Such a display of goodwill on your part would surely improve your standing with the higher-ups. Choose an appropriate non-lethal punishment. S. Well, this is disappointing. It was a high order to expect any help with the investigation, I guess. Instead, just another chore. The best I can hope for it is that this really is just a friendly request and not a deliberate attempt to derail my work this early in the game. Damn it. Might as well get it done since I'm already here so I can move on with more pressing stuff. I swiftly approach the manager and tap him on the shoulder. He furrows his brow as soon as he notices me. I'm afraid I'm busy. One of the waiting staff should be able to...
We have something to discuss. The VIP lounge, now if you please.
His face loses color. Maybe it has dawned on him that I'm even paler than the other more blue-blooded guests. He immediately becomes compliant as I escort him through a side door. The room isn't empty, but his guests are just leaving. Nobody pays any attention. The manager is as polite as he can be and he sees the patrons out, but I can see he's clearly losing his shit. He quietly asks one of his staffs to give him 5 minutes in the lounge and gingerly closes the door behind him. Then the pleading starts. Listen, I know I screw up. I shouldn't have let him in. How could I know he's not one of the proper clients?
I don't give a... Listen, hey!
I would never, I implore you, I have children, for Christ's sake. There must be something, an arrangement, a way to... He just goes on as if I'm not even here. With each subsequent whimper, he becomes more and more irritating. Explain or lash out. Nah, that's gonna be part of his punishment. I've had enough of this bullshit. I grabbed him by the back of the head and smashed it down into the bar, then throw him onto the small but stout coffee table nearby. I take out a soup ladle from the fancy kettle and I was served in, and just smack the guy around. It doesn't look nice, and lasts way longer than it needs to. With every hit, his whimper grows quieter. I only come to my senses when he choked on a sob. I look down at him, just lying there and wheezing after the unjust thrashing. I throw away the bloody utensil and get out of here as fast as I can. Don't really know what happened to me back there. I acted on instinct. Karen warned me that something in our bloodline finds sniveling weakling detestable. Is that what triggered me? Well, this is something to worry about in the future, but no use dwelling on it for now. I did what I was asked, and I'm sure as hell wasted enough time there. That's all, folks. Alright, it's about time I head to see Khadia. Mighty kind of him to arrange a meeting in the place that's most convenient for me.
D'Angelo, Hope, Tamika, Hagaton. I suppose that's better than nothing, but no evidence? Really? Honestly, it felt as if someone has already cleaned up the most egregious stuff before I arrived. Sounds like the Anarchs. I'll definitely try and check that place again, but I feel I need some sort of expert to accompany me. An advanced investigator who would show me the ropes. Someone tall and handsome, maybe? Yeah, if you don't mind a diplomatic incident, I'll go with you. Any better ideas? Actually, this very note gave me one, but I will need to set it up first. I will get back to you about that. You know these people? Well, I have passing contact with each of them. Part and parcel of the job, you know. I suppose. Can you help me out with this? The way I tackle it would be look at one person on the list every night, ask around about them, and see what they know if you do manage to meet them. If I manage to meet them. They're not particularly easy to get a hold of. Always preferred to be a little off the grid, but nowadays they're all practically in hiding, if not MIA or dead. Funny coincidence? It is not my job to speculate.
In other words, he knows something, but is not at liberty to say. Guess I'll find out anyway if I do meet them.
And why one night each? Shouldn't I investigate every loose thread until we're satisfied? In a perfect world, you will have all the time you needed. But this is not a perfect world. They'll try to brute force a solution to the case as soon as possible. I suspect that 4 nights from now, once the celebrations of power are over, they'll ask for your findings, and that will be all. Fucked up. To be brutally honest, my focus wouldn't be on solving the murder. Instead, I would focus on not embarrassing yourself. Fucked up. This is part of why I didn't want you to get involved. You couldn't possibly think Arturo had you involved out of the goodness of his heart. The entirety of your investigation is just for show. You were meant to be an unwitting actor.
Julia ... Maybe I really should just call Mia and be like, you know what? Fuck this condescending ivory tower clown. I want to work with you. But then again, if I was with the Anarchs, they would probably delegate even shittier tasks to me. If, and that's a really big if, they didn't think I was some kind of inside agent in the first place. Better stick to Camarilla. But if they're hell-bent on stabbing me in the back at every opportunity, maybe it's time to think about how I can repay the favor. Play dirty, no matter what Khadir thinks of it. After all, from where I'm standing now, there's no other way but up.
Penny for your thoughts?
Take a drag from my cigarette. I'm pissed off, that's just the Camarilla, no? Yeah, whatever.
Thoughts, schmutz, I'm angry. What do you expect? Something different from the norm, I suppose. My anger levels are above the norm, I suppose. It's a nasty situation, but not one without a possible good ending in sight. So I hope you can channel that anger into something productive.
Can try.
Where should I go first? You should go with me. As it happens, I'm only out here because I was ordered to drive Aisling to the Hearthold. And guess the name of her protege. Oh, so that's who Agathon is? Or was. Nobody knows. It's a complicated thing, you'll see. I'm on the clock, so let's get a move on. Lead the way, big bad wolf. Still not done with this bit. Not while it's still bothering you. I'm leaving you behind if you don't keep up. ...
As I have already told Khadir, a number's time at that, I have no idea what happened with Agathon.
The Broadway Chantry, part of the Chantry of the Five Boroughs, is Aisling's usual hangout place these past few nights. She's in a hurry and will not willing to talk.
Do you have any idea about this connection to kindred going by the name of Stamika, D'Angelo, and Hope?
I don't. I made a point to keep our relationship strictly professional, one, and never meddle in his personal affairs. Unless the influence our work, that is. But it only happened one time.
Ah, yes. The infamous Juno case.
About that Juno, Were there any signs he's leaving? Was there any conflict between you two?
Well, yeah, could that Juno case be the reason he's missing?
I seriously doubt it, for many reasons. I think the boy's lost his appetite for studying blood magic and set out to do a little soul searching. It was quite rude of him not to give me a proper warning before he departed. Still, this line of work is not particularly favored by folks with a perfect grasp of savoir-vivre. I do hope his search will bring him back where he started. Begging me to take him back in. The boy is talented, and I did put a lot of time in mentoring him. If he doesn't, well, que sera, sera. No skin off my back.
So you won't even entertain the possibility that he found himself in harm's way? I know an answer to that one. A researcher's mindset. She doesn't think it's worth considering the worst case scenario seriously and just takes things as they come.
Precisely. If, for example, climate change scientists didn't operate this way, most would have put a bullet in their own head long ago.
That's a cheery thought.
I would like to search a chantry for Agathon's whereabouts.
Our good sheriff already did that long ago. You'd just be wasting your time. And ours, for that matter. Did you say Ellen was waiting for us, Kadir?
Give the girl 15 minutes, Aisling. A minimal support for an ongoing investigation. And besides, she has proclivity for finding things everyone else has overlooked.
10 minutes! And if you attempt to pass this door, or that one up there, I can't guarantee you walk out of here alive.
Thank you very much, High Regent.
Just get on with it. ...
My time here is practically up, and I found nothing of use. It seems Agathon was completely dedicated to his work. Even his personal quarters are as barren as get. No personal touch whatsoever. Nothing I could go by. It's all research, research, research. He seems like such a bore. Focus, Shilya. What would you do if you were a warlock workaholic? Where would you leave clues to your whereabouts? What would you do if you found yourself in mortal danger and wanted Dakota to know?
It's loose.
A shadow. Was that? Yeah. It was facing this way, huh? I approached the place where I saw the shadowy silhouette appear. It's a brick wall, and one of the brick is loose. Kadir and Aisling are in another room right now, still discussing the party.
It's not that bad. You have to learn how to find humor in the little things.
It's the meaning, Sheriff. That's all there is to it.
It's time. I work the brick loose until I can grip it. Then I tuck it as silently as possible, revealing a hole in the wall. Inside, there's a book. I browse through it quickly. Agathon's diary. That's a bingo.
Your 10 minutes are up. So are your 15 minutes, in fact. Are you done here?
If I could just get 5 more minutes, I still feel like I could stumble upon something here if I just look a little more. No way, Julia. Time to go. Fine.
Put the brick back and take the diary with me. It did look like Agathon left it so that someone in the chantry could find it, presumably the High Regent. But my investigation takes priority for now. I bid Kadir and Hastings adieu and start looking for a secluded place to read the diary. This place right here should be secluded enough for me to browse through the diary in peace. I start quickly skimming the book, singling out sentences and paragraphs that looks interesting, trying to get a general idea of what kind of person Agathon was. Or is, I hope. So she reads with her cigarette on, and the smoke construct an image of Agathon somehow. The more I read, the clearer the image of the person becomes. It's been working under the High Regent for 15 years. There's an underlying shame in the way he talks about Tremere magic. He'll always describe himself as too slow on the uptake, too late to learn something, too much of an amateur. He was really into tying his self-worth to his wisdom. The entries, beginning in 2012, are terrifyingly irregular. The handwriting is extraordinarily neat. The author's absolute dedication to his studies is palpable. If there is anything to his own life besides work in his relationship with the 3 important ribbon he holds dear. The first is his master, Aisling Sturbridge, whom he revered for her knowledge, stoicism, and willingness to experiment. I was hoping to find some details about her secretive work here, but no dice. Looks like he was willing to risk someone's finding all about his inner life, but not anything that could harm her studies. A good pupil, serving a good mentor. I'm jealous. The second is another warlock, his ex-lover, Juno, whom he felt guilty about. They had a conflict with Aisling was involved. Having to choose between the two, he chose Aisling. According to Agathon, there was never real love between him and Juno. First it was just sheer interest, then a growing disconnect, and ultimately guilt which made him feel responsible for her. But maybe it's just excuses. He strikes me as the kind of person who spends most of his time inside his head. Doesn't sound like someone you would have a fulfilling romance with. Dakota, that one time in high school, don't dwell on it. Okay, I'm gonna say this one time in high school. Oh god, Julia, now is not the time to revisit the time you pettily perceive as ground zero for your fucked up mental state. Get on with it. Anyway, last but not least, Agathon's mortal grandmother, Sylvia. She's the light of his life and the person who took care of him after his parent died in a ritual murder. Not quite what I expected. Her family used to serve a cruel vampire in Mexico City. It was retribution for their escape. She was the lead Tremere used to track him down, actually. He was keeping her alive for a long time, but after a few months ago her heart gave up. Agathon blamed his insufficient skill, the kind of man who carries the entire world on his shoulders. Left alone with Aisling, he drowned himself in work. It eventually burned out, but it doesn't sound like Sylvia's death was the only event that triggered his depression. His depression spiral. There was some kind of incident back in 2019. He doesn't cite specific, another thing he was worried about writing down. It's all a vague mention of a person who made him fly too close to the sun. Is he talking about Eric? Whatever happened, it had the same effect as his grandma's death. New York stopped feeling like a home to him. It became alien, empty, and grotesque. His words. I checked the first page. There's a recent photograph of him glued to the inner side of the cover. He's facing away from the camera, only showing his profile and striking a rather dramatic pose. At first, it looks kind of poserish to me. However, upon closer inspection, it seems like a goodbye photo. The final melancholic glance he throws in our direction before disappearing for good. There's also a single black feather. No idea what it means. Something's written next to the photograph with a lot of flourish. It looks like a poem. More than annoyed, sad. More than sad, unhappy. More than unhappy, suffering. More than suffering, abandoned. More than abandoned, alone in the world. More than alone, exile. More than exile, dead. More than dead, forgotten. The Sedative, 1917, by Marie Laurencin. Looks like he wrote it down recently. Might have resonated with his emotion state over the past few months. Most importantly, it seems to confirm his intent with his diary to me. The general idea seems to be his research will outlive him, so he doesn't even detail it. Still, he wanted some kind of tangible memory of who he was left for posterity. That's not all. There's still a mystery to be solved. Quite a few of the pages towards the end are missing, but it doesn't look like they were necessarily removed to redact information. They were torn off in a way that makes it clear the paper wasn't even used. What's more, the preceding papers are empty. Could it be that... That's when it happens again. I notice a bizarre shape in my peripheral vision.
Bleed.
I turn to catch a glimpse as fast as possible, but it's already gone. If my heart could beat faster right now, it would be jumping out of my chest. It's discomforting. I've seen these apparitions ever since I turned into this. The worst part is, I feel like they were always there. Even as a mortal, they were there sometimes in the corner of my eye. disappearing when I tried to look directly at them, making me think it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But when you're part of the Night Clan, there are times they don't disappear. There are times they talk. There are times they try to force you to do their bidding. And worst of all, no, I don't want to think about it right now. Still, in my experience, they aren't exactly, I don't know, consciously malevolent. This one in particular was trying to help. I opened the book on the first empty page and look around to make sure nobody's staring. Then I cut myself using a razor I keep in my pocket just in case. It's not a deep slice, I just want to let a droplet of vitae fall onto the page. That's when the letters appears.
Look at me, a tragic clown. No longer confident that any of my people can be trusted. I turn into a fucking spick, a Camarilla spick at that.
This is the boss Callahan. And now we have Agathon. He has a hoodie in the back. It says "as above, so below," with two hands pointing in different direction, with two fingers. I think I've seen that symbol before, but I don't know what it represents. Agathon, reserved contempt.
What are you for, boy? Laugh at me. Ridicule is all I deserve.
Agathon ... This is on Ellis Island.
Come on, don't just stand there like an idiot. You want to say something? Say it. ... What the hell?
This is the last thing I expected to happen. This diary is haunted. A series of quickly changing sentences and images composed of shadows and blood give me a window into another reality. It's not an objective view. It's like scattered remnants of emotions similar to a half-remembered dream, full of holes, but an honest expression of one's mind. Might it be interacting with me? It's just a hypothesis, but I don't know why else it would show me Callahan. And what was that? Ellis Island?
Right.
This time, I don't even look in this direction. The voice makes me feel oddly confident about what I need to do. I pick up the feather that was in the diary and dip it in my vitae. Then I write down compassion, confusion, or contempt. Let's go with contempt. Let's try contempt.
You sold out your ideas long ago, old man. You're a shithead, a coward, a bigot, a failed leader, hated by everyone serving you. Of course I have nothing but contempt for you. Good. Finally, some honesty. Now we can talk to each other like equals.
It doesn't feel like this is the way these events took place. It's more like a way to explore Agathon's emotional truth about the way it all unfolded. In any case, the diary is reacting to me, and some shade of the truth is better than nothing. It's a handy tool, and if I use it right, I might find some clues that could aid me in my investigation. There are a few thoughts floating around in my head, like alien entities trying to make their way out. Is that also an effect on the diary's power? Let's try death, destiny, or dream. Let's try with death.
Is it fear of death that drove you to contact me? Don't be ridiculous. I've been ready to die since before you even came out of your mama's womb, boy. No, I feel something worse.
So when you heard about their plot?
Yes, I wasn't afraid it would fail and leave me for final death. If I was afraid, it would succeed.
God damn it, what are the two of you talking about? Why did you meet? Endure, Explain, or Ellis Island?
I've shared my intel with you. Is there anything you know that I might need to know? You've gotten yourself into a giant mess, boy. You think what you know is bad? You don't know half of it. But if you want to resist, first off, you're going to have to bite the hand that has been feeding you for so long.
Blood running cold. Is he looking at me? All the scribblings disappear, and another set starts taking their place. The diary conjures an image of a completely different place. I instantly get a feeling of déjà vu. I process the space differently. The atmosphere is different, more familiar, homely. But this is unmistakably the Tremere chantry I visited earlier tonight. And standing there is just the person I expect. Aisling Sturbridge. ... Looks like that's it for my meeting with Callahan. God damn it. But what if the person he was talking about and eliciting a strong emotional reaction from was Aisling? The diary awaits my next command. Why, when, or who? Hi, Regent. Why?
Why? You can't be serious. These experiments need resources, and I wouldn't be able to provide all the needed material in a reasonable time frame all by myself. It's quid pro quo, and it's not like my research is helping all children in the long run.
I don't feel comfortable being a part of this at all. I always thought they were busy with science, not politics.
These are the words of a child, Agathon. Science always relied on politics, and politics on science.
Not like this, High Regent.
Don't embarrass me, Agathon.
Not like this. The moving scribbling disappears again. I hastily let another drop of blood fall on the page. What appears this time is yet another familiar face. Ah, yes, Agathon. What is it that you wanted to tell me? Fuck you, go to hell, or you goddamn right. Go to hell! I beg your pardon? The harpy vanishes. Yeah, right, as if I could ever gather courage to say this to your face. But the least I could do is try and stab you in the back. The diary ends here. I spill a little more vitae on the page, but it no longer works. I suppose that's it. Still no idea what happened to Agathon. Is he alive or is he dead? He's alive. He just ran away. Maybe Dakota is right. It's been a glass half empty buzzkill too often. I will brace for the worst, but hope for the best. The way he left his diary for someone to carry on his work, the hints that he strategically left inside it. He's got this all planned out, no doubt about it. I choose to believe I will see him again one night. Maybe I'll even compliment that jacket he has. So glass half full. Okay. In any case, I think it's time to pay a visit to the art hall. I know Arturo tends to leave the Elysium quite often to take in some fresh air and message people on his BlackBerry, so I just wait until I see him. The tactic works. He's surprised to see me. Miss Sawinski, shouldn't you be busy with your investigation? I am, actually, which is why I've come to see you. But that's peculiar, because I'm absolutely sure I have nothing to do with this case. Aren't you barking up the wrong tree? That's what I'm here to find out. I assume you would want to see Toro. Yes, sure, I suppose it's commendable. What is it then? I have reasons to believe that in the last few months, you, the High Regent Aisling, Sturbridge, and her child Agathon were involved in a secretive scheme. His expression changes ever so imperceptibly, but the difference is palpable to me. For the first time ever, he looks at me as a person. Up until now, I was just an amusing diversion. Now I'm something more, and he doesn't like it. What gave you this idea? I'm not at liberty to say. If you really want to know, ask the sheriff. Of course, Khadir doesn't know anything, but he's the only one in the court that Arturo has repeatedly failed to influence. He'll think twice before approaching him. I fail to see how this matter relates to the task at hand. I have every reason to think Baron Callahan was involved, and that he might have had grounds to fear for his life because of said scheme. He stands now. Do I have the upper hand? Mr. Winsky? Please answer the question. The delicate matter you're speaking of has absolutely nothing to do with Baron Callahan's grim fate. It's a strictly confidential affair. It would be wise of you to stop pursuing it. It would be wise of you to fuck off.
I can't be an investigator if I'm not allowed to properly investigate.
This matter is unrelated to your work and should be treated as such. I'm 100% convinced Prince Panard would agree. If you insist on pursuing it further, we can take it up to the prince and see if her stance differs from mine, but I think you aren't as naive as to waste her time this way, and besides, she'd certainly want you to present the basis of your discovery to the court. Could you handle it? Maybe if, So it's 3 as an question answer. I have no response. God damn it. This is a revenge for invoking Khadir, isn't it? I thought so.
Is the right region inside?
She is, but don't worry. I'll make sure to tell her not to waste your precious time, Miss Sawitsky. So that's how you're gonna play it, you bastard. Well, I guess you win this round. The strategic retreat is my only choice here. I don't have a full deck of cards yet, but just you wait in a few nights.
I'll take my leave then.
Yes, do that. And if I may be so blunt, focus on investigation avenues that aren't utterly imbecilic and suicidal to pursue, miss. I bid you adieu. I curse him out under my breath as he disappears inside the heart hole. Guess his avenue really is cut off from me. At least for now. 3 names left on the list. I still have some leads to go by, but for now, it's getting late. I should go to St. Patrick's and file my latest report. When I reach the cathedral, Father Leonard is already there. He's not exactly the most punctual person, so I always feel relieved to see him from afar. Time to move in and move out before I'm noticed by Benoit. Will this be all?
I guess so. I rattle off most in a hurry on the way there. I'll come up with a more exhaustive report tomorrow night.
Busy?
Looks that way, Father. Our wayward girl has finally been recognized by her superiors.
Here we go again. Of course he had to sneak up on me.
If even you heard about that, I guess that means every single Kildred in the 5 borough knows.
I know you're an expert when it comes to knowing who's saying what and where, but the last time we met, you promised to share that knowledge with me.
Yeah, I was kind of lying.
That's the 9th commandment, broken father. Shouldn't you scold her?
Don't involve me in your silly games, Benoit. The way you fall for obvious lies stems from your biggest failing in communication.
And that is?
You only pay attention to the what that's being said and not the how.
That's...
Booyah, motherfucker! Suck it! Annihilated with an absolutely flawless diagnosis. Child, don't make me regret siding with you.
I'm sorry, Father. I won't happen again, especially if you promise to keep verbally destroying that clown.
You're in a strange mood tonight, child. Go get some sleep.
Yes, we'll continue this tomorrow.
I'm not showing up here tomorrow.
Yes, you are. Stop breaking the 9th commandment.
See you around, Julia.
He says my name in a sickly sweet way. He gives me the creeps. I bow to Father Leonard, do my best to ignore Benoit and head for Dakota's place. Finally, my haven.
Hey! Hey. Another tough night? You don't know the half of it. You want a drink?
She points to her neck. I manage to summon a faint smile.
I would love to, but you know we can't do this too often. Maybe tomorrow? You want to talk then? Yeah, I guess so. Just not about work, okay?
I sit down next to her.
Not about work, got it. What's on your mind then? The past, I guess. Meaning? How spotty our memories are, and how, despite that, that's what we build our convictions on? Sorry, it's too banal. I'm just tired and frustrated. Well, let's talk about something more specific then. What do you remember about the time we first met? The time we first met? Yeah!
Shit. Not a lot, actually. Those were gloomy, anxious days. I think I've subconsciously replaced most of them with blank spaces.
I remember you trying to paint your hair black.
Ouch! Don't dig up my trauma now, okay?
I remember that when we first talked, we talked about Hozu.
Don't say Haozu. It's a low-key racist, I think.
Nobody ever knows what you mean by house. And that show is the Hassle Doctor. No, the Japanese haunted house horror film that feels like it was written by a 7-year-old with ADHD.
Haozu. Because if she says house, they're gonna talk about Dr. House.
In the best way.
In the best way, duh.
We were arguing which character from the movie both of us are.
You were Kung Fu and I ended up as Prof, which was rude.
You were dressed up like a total nerd, not my fault. What was the deal with that suit?
I like that suit.
Yeah, it was okay. I remember helping you up with graphic design whenever you needed it.
Funny, I remember you needing help with writing as something as tended to happen far more often.
Yeah, we developed a fun shared aesthetic with similar surface concern, and it bonded us together. Even before we made sure we were fully compatible deep down as a human being. Hell, if I'm still not sure we are, especially now, with me not being a human being anymore. But hey, at least we both agree that this bedroom feels super comfy.
I remember always feeling left out of your social circles.
Always knocking at the doors from the outside.
Oh, forget it. My social circles were full of out-of-touch snobby assholes.
Yeah, but it felt weird how much they avoided me, and there was that one time with Isabella.
All of a sudden, one thing Isabella said at that one party flashes in my mind with startling clarity. After midnight in that kitchen, without context, she just walked up to me and... She will isolate you, she will suck you dry, and she'll move on to the next target. That's the only thing she knows.
Ugh, don't remind me of Isabella. She always resented me.
It's been so long, and it's all baseless conjecture. But what if she really did isolate me on purpose back then? Nah, the glass is half full, the past is Schrodinger's cat, and all that. Better to believe in the positive version of events. Come to think of it, friend or foe, if you don't believe they're on your side, they will know if one way or the other, and then it's 100% certain they won't be on your side. Maybe optimism really is the way.
Yeah, forget Isabella, let's just drop this talk. I'm frustrated enough, I need a reset.
Sounds like a good idea. Off to sleep?
Yeah, gotta get ready to go back to hell tomorrow.
Alright, I'll get back to work.
You're working remotely again?
Yeah, my office is going insane for so many reasons, and I'm getting cabin fever too.
Get some sun, it will be good for you.
Look who's talking. Good night, sunshine.
Good night.
A few minutes after I wake up, I see a message slipped under the apartment's front door. Quoi dire? Yup. Looks like he's got a short window to meet in Queens. In a few hours from now, Willett's Point. A single suggestion. Get ready for action. Fine then, I will. Best way to do it would be to clear my mind. Just walk without thinking. Reset the framework. Some fresh air should do it. Maybe a chance meeting with someone could get me out of this mental rut. Let me look at the world from a different angle for a while and improve my mood. Although, when it comes to improving one's mood, nothing beats some crimson red pouring down my throat. Not to mention, these cigarettes taste best with a full stomach. Let's go. Oh, this is Adelaide. She's at the Big Burger. And this is Kaiser's goon. I'm being tailed. Last thing I need right now is a weirdo stalker from my every step. Did I take this investigation too far down the rabbit hole? Okay, I'm gonna ignore it. I'm gonna go see Abigail. There's no place like home and I need a little piece. Big Beat Burger, here I come. But wait, who is this loon? And again, I find myself at the entrance of my sanctuary. Current vibe? Not really an embodiment of joie de vivre, but unburdened by my usual self-loathing. All in all, a pretty decent frame of mind. Beware, Big Beat Burger, something witty, something wicked this way cometh. And poof, just like that, my mood is ruined. All it took was a single step through the door. Frenetic woman. Yeah, that's Abigail. She hasn't changed. Some swivel-eyed loon took my seat. Her legs are crossed over the table, dirty shoes staining my chipboard altar. Oh, come on! Her clothing style is obviously meant to look eccentric and patchwork, but comes off as tragically derelict. There's nothing coincidental in her stable choice, and it's not just because there's plenty of free spots tonight. She ogles me with those beady little eyes, daring me to come to try her. I give the guy at the till, Benny I think his name was, a quick glance. No response. Unsurprising, he's a veteran. He knows better than to get involved. Is this supposed to be a message? Long shot, but a reminder of the Camarilla's watchful eye, maybe? Everything's about this lady. Her hairstyle, her mannerism, lipstick smears nowhere near her actual lips, screams lunatic. I'm not the type that fights tooth and nail to get the other bats out of her cave. But I'm not just going to back down for no good reason either. Quietly take a seat right in front of her and wait. Yeah, you crazy hair weirdo hag, I can be patient too. We spent the next 5 minutes in silence. She just sits there and glares at me without blinking once. Okay, so this is supposed to be smear lipstick and not blood? Another few minutes go by, dragging on indefinitely. She's chewing some red bubblegum with a wide-eyed grin that makes Jack Nicholson's trademark smirk look like Mr. Rogers' beaming smile. Okay. Like they're referring to Jack Nicholson's smirk like the one he does in The Joker and all the following. And yeah, he make it look like Mr. Rogers' smile. Not gonna lie, chew that munching. Chew on my nerve. So, that munching is getting on my nerve. Keep your cool, engage in a staring contest, or tell her to get lost. Okay, let's go into a staring contest. The La Sombra fights the Malkavian and a staring contest. Fight! I give her my most hateful stare, trying to make her look away like it's some pathetic preschool standoff. With every passing moment, I struggle more and more to focus on her eyes. It feels nauseating, kind of like gazing into some eye-shifting Escher-esque fractals, I don't know. It becomes so vertigo-inducing, I need to avert my eyes for a moment, losing the dumb competition as a result. I can barely suppress the urge to spit right in her stupid doodle-covered face. She uncrosses her legs in a strangely seductive mood. In her mind's eyes, it probably looked like Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct, when in reality, it had all the grace of a tracksuit slab squatting. It seems we're gonna be here for a while longer. I pull out a cigarette from my crumpled package and light it casually as if it wasn't bothered at all by the invader. Before I can take a single puff, the nutjob snatches the cigarette out of my mouth. Don't mind if I do. Who do you... She cuts me off mid-sentence. Shh! No talking. You need to get back to your happy place. I tried to hold the impetus to rip her face off. She picks up after a few seconds. I don't like you. I don't hate you either. Not yet, at least. Sheesh. I'm a good judge of character, but yours still eludes me. Get to the fucking point. She flicks the ash off the cigarette in a fluid motion and takes a long puff. No exhaling, the smoke comes out of her mouth while she speaks, like her intense stance caught on fire. My special friend asked me to note your every step, judge your every mood, and count your every failure. And believe me, when I started this job, I thought there would be a lot less counting. What is she talking about? Anard? Khadir? Torque? Arturo. She tilts her head in an upsetting canine manner. Little girl, I ran all sorts of charts and graphs on you,
and they all pointed to the same result. Useless hussy! Can you help your sister out and illuminate me as to what all the fuss is about? Don't wanna help? Come on, if you're a good doggy, you might get a biscuit. As if all that bullshit wasn't enough, she taps my nose like I'm some fucking puppy. Oh no you didn't. You wanna get nuts? Okay, let's get nuts! Dominate, get the fuck out of here, lash out, or calm down. No. She wants to provoke us. Let's calm down. Dominate the Malkavian? Good luck. In a truly Herculean effort, I restrained myself from smacking her hand aside and going for her throat, despite all the pleasantries, violent images flashing in my mind. I clenched my fist so hard the skin gives to my fingernail, painting the palm of my hand in just a little bit of blood. That loony bitch clearly savoring the moment until she's not. As soon as I manage to compose myself, she storms out without looking at me once. A loud slam announced both her departure and the necessity to repair the door for the 100th time or so. I'm still not sure what that was all about, but I swear if I ever meet her again, I don't think I'm going to be half as zen as I was tonight. It's time to get back to work. I step inside the subway and head for my meeting with Kadia.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, I thought you were kidding. Nope. Couldn't reach her, but I know for a fact Hope is there.
He's pointing in the direction of a double spiral building. Oh yeah, she took over double spiral. And yeah, she has issue with that. Hope took control of double spiral because she took control of Kara Montgomery, who is the sister of Jesse Montgomery, who is the asshole brother that she tries to lure out. But since double spiral is Camarilla asset, she had to be put down.
And what is she doing there? I understand she's the current leader of the company, acting CEO to be exact. No, you pulling my leg!
Of all the places in this city, the company that brags about creating IT solutions for the future, always surrounded by rumors and monstrous workers' abuse, all sorts of ethical violation, trading information with governments, and ending the career of a certain promising journalist and professional fuck-up who attempted to investigate them. Seriously.
You might be able to ask her both professional and personal questions. 2 birds with 1 stone.
I don't get it. Last time I checked, the company belonged to Kara Montgomery.
I'm told she's quietly took a sabbatical a few months ago, and it sure looks like the kind of sabbatical you don't come back from.
Final debt, corporate backstabbing, sudden change of heart. Final debt?
Very possible, but I have no idea.
I remember I was shocked when I first learned that one of my nemesis back in my old life was a vampire all along. When I realized her position made her untouchable to me, I was beyond mad.
Well, whatever happens, it couldn't happen to a nicer person. What about her brother Jesse? You're asking me? Last I checked, you were the expert on this company. I just handled the basic intel for you, even though I shouldn't even really be here.
Yeah, and I hope you realize I'm grateful.
You better be.
So is Hope just another corporate shark?
Well, she is the child of Carter.
A theatrical pause. He smiles as he sees me wince.
But very much unlike him. He took her in for a particular multifaceted talents related to the internet, knowing he's hopelessly behind the times in that regard. I hear she's been unruly, though.
Well, unruly is good. I can work with unruly. So you're telling me she might not be a stuck-up startup bish?
Language. As I told you a few times now, when it comes to the internet, just assume I haven't the slightest idea.
I'm getting that myself. I haven't been able to check my email for 5 months. I have no idea what the kids at BBB are talking about most of the time. Oh my god, I might be getting old.
Don't worry, the moment you realize you don't give a damn about most fads you wouldn't care about years ago is a liberating one. Been there, done that, at the beginning of the 20th century. Old. Anyway, you probably hear Hope's story straight from the horse's mouth. I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. You shouldn't be looking at anything in the main building. It's just a front, ignore it. What you want to do is use the elevators to get to the lowest floor of the building.
I heard stories about the double spiral basement, but I have no idea what to make of them. Every source told me a different rumor.
Did any of them tell you a rumor about an army of underground ghouls?
No, but I'm all ears.
Double Spiral employs an army of ghouls as a cheap workforce. They work and live underground, away from prying eyes, with lesser rights than regular kind employees. Perfect for business.
Wow.
I'm actually speechless for a second.
I had profoundly low expectation of that company, but every time I learn something new about what's going on behind the scene, I'm still surprised at the level of scumbaggery at play.
I'll leave the moral judgments to you, expert. In any case, you need to reach room number 507, where the CEO supposedly resides. And then, get Hope to answer your questions.
His old-timey flip phone vibrates.
Speaking of, if you got any left for me, it's now or never.
I'm leaving at the art hold now.
What's the security? What's the best approach? Can't I just ask her normally?
How should I approach the building?
I've told you everything I know. Just do what I do all the time.
And that is...
Scout the situation, then decide.
Right, I forgot that's what you do all the time.
You mean scouting?
No, stating the obvious.
Shh. The phone vibrates again.
Well, that's it for me. Arturo is pestering me to show up all at the ASM at 5 minutes ago.
Tell him I kindly suggest he should go fuck himself.
Not in 1,000 years, but well, good luck with your mission, soldier.
With a mock salute, he disappears inside his car and drives away. Nothing left for me but to head in. Still, I'm anxious. There are two approaches to choose from, and whichever I pick, I will have to stick with it. If I force my way in and assert my authority, bad cop style, that should make an impression. Bad bitch coming in the entire court behind her back, bluffing her way to victory. Sneaking in and politely asking for cooperation seems like the less disrupting, more me option. But it's not like being me has taken me anywhere thus far. Shit, I kinda wish I was still stuck in my routine where I didn't need to be doing things like developing a personality. It's a bit of a coin flip, honestly, but I gotta make a choice here. How do I approach Double Spiral? Aggressive or covert? You're a sombra. Being aggressive is not me. I don't even want to think about the headaches I will have to deal with. Not into a bad cop shtick. There you go. The less disrupting I am, the better the chance they won't get pissed off at me. And I do need hopes to be cooperative. This good cop approach should pay off eventually. Alright, let's do this. I cloak myself in shadows and let my instinct take over. The lobby isn't well lit, so it's not hard to be beyond their own security guard. He does notice something is wrong with the security cameras and hits the display a few times, but once he's done, I'm already inside an emergency staircase and making the descent. The doors to the deepest floor are locked, but it takes just a bit of brute force. And I'm inside. Hello, Double Spiral. Thought you wouldn't see me again, huh? Assholes. I look around and find my emergency evacuation map. Bullseye. Looks like all the information I need is here. There it is. Room 507. Hey, this is the punk that I saw at the club earlier. Someone comes around. Looks like one of Hope's nerdy ghouls is here to sniff around, but I'm already in the shadows. I slink away as she starts patrolling the corridor, checking if everything is okay. Cameras, body heat sensor, electronic locks, still I'm managing. I remain cautious, just like Kadia would want me to, but it's surprisingly easy for me to avoid security. Progressing toward rooms 507 is far easier than expected. I reach the double spiral offices, where, just like Kadir said, hordes of ghoul are slaving away for their company. Deep learning, spyware, social media manipulation, yada yada yada. The important thing is right now, everyone is staring at their own screen, so it's easy for me to keep sneaking. The punk girl is here. She has a Nightcore t-shirt with a pink crucifix. Okay, her t-shirt says Jesus loves Nightcore. Okay. Cute. Aside from the fact she still seems to be on my trail, only slowed by the fact she's thorough in her search, I better pick up the pace. And there it is, the final corridor. Time to announce myself. I slowly walk to the end of the corridor. There it is, room 507. We see the camera with the blurred image of us. Doesn't even pick up well. The door looks harder to take care of than the other ones in this place. Probably won't be able to take care of it the same way I did the others. The door of the office of the current Double Spiral CEO. This fucking company. I get pissed off, but I'm trying to control it. There's a camera by the door. If she knows what to look for, she can probably see I'm here on the screen. But just to make sure, I knock on the door. Julia.
Hope? I'm a Camarilla detective and I will need you to answer some question. Hope, I know you're in there. Open the door. I will not leave until you do. I'm here on behalf of the Sheriff of New York City. Hope?
I keep pounding on the door and calling her name. After a minute or so, a voice rings out in the intercom.
Is this thing on? I guess it is. Alright, I got your message loud and clear. I'll meet you in the office. I'll be right there. Looks like you made it past poor Nastya. Get back to the offices and keep her company. She'd probably be beyond pissed off about you eluding her grasp, but don't make it a big deal, okay? Thank you for your cooperation. I will be right there.
So this is Hope. She's wearing a CEO outfit. She still have her cell on her hand. She has lavender hair, but I think she gave up on the thrift store look. She looks more like metal accessories on black. What's up? On the one hand, clothes you could reasonably expect to find in the CEO's wardrobe. On the other, a body covered in tattoos, flashy jewelry, dyed hair, and wild makeup. The thought that she might be yet another CEO playing the nonconformist crosses my mind, but she strikes me as someone who's more than happy to live in her own little bubble. Still, I won't be fooled. She is the boss of Double Spiral.
So, how did you find me?
Sheriff Kadir Al-Asmai did. You have to ask him.
I take out a new cigarette without thinking.
You can't smoke in here, lady.
This is Nastya.
Just let her.
Don't treat me like I'm your enemy. I come in peace.
A deep, relaxing drag.
So, when did you realize I was here?
Right at the start, there was a momentary laser malfunction, lasted a second or two, hasn't tripped an alarm, but I guess something was off.
That's it?
Hunches have gotten me every job I ever had. Hunches saved my life anytime I got into a messy situation. These days, the reality is too complicated to rely on anything else.
Can't find a better help of security than our Nastya, and her hunches are the main reason why. They're like a sixth sense.
A corporate rebel, huh? What's that sixth sense? How do I know? Don't I know you from somewhere?
I'm curious about that sixth sense. Is that a ghoul thing?
Nah, it's that spy-like thing that borders on second sight. James Bond spotting a hidden knife in someone's shoe. Jack Bauer suddenly realizing you hate America. That kind of thing.
Oh, and where did you train that, second sight?
Nastya shrugs. It's just like making good music, lady. 50% hard work, 50% psychedelics.
Oh, I'll take your word for it.
Lovely chat, girls, but I love if you save it for later. I'm CEO now. I have a lot of duties I must pretend to handle.
I just need to ask you a few questions.
Sure, yeah. Call me if you need me. I've got a weird hunch about this one, too.
Don't worry, I'll disappear as quietly as I arrived.
Yeah, I'd prefer to be sure that you left, lady, so I can report it to my boss. We'll talk security later. Don't worry, this shit happens. For now, take 5.
Nastia leaves, and I'm left alone with Hope in the corner of the office.
It feels funny to stand here in front of you.
Oh? And, why is that?
You people let me fire from my job before I was embraced.
Ah, I see. You're that, Sowinski girl from Lodestar.
Yeah.
Somehow I never put 2 and 2 together. So you're the La Sombra rep from the city now, huh?
And she's talking to me.
She keeps tapping at her phone with terrifying speed. I don't feel like I have a full focus, and it's getting on my nerves.
So, just so you know, I have no idea what you've taken care of Montgomery's place, and I doubt you would tell me, but the bitches deserve to burn in hell.
Hell yeah, she does.
Da. Wait, did you just admit?
Hold your horses. No, Jesus. This is why no more CEOs pay for PR people to talk for them. I only agree that she's a horrible person in every way that counts, nothing more.
Does she know that what you think of her? Why she left you take her position in the first place? What?
I will just cut through the bullshit, okay? Miss Lodestar, I guess this is just about Jesse and Kara covering his creepy ass. You spent months on this case and you would like some closure.
Pretty much.
Well, here's your closure. Double Spiral has severed practically all ties with them. They don't work here, they get no company money, they probably won't ever show up here again. The company is not their circus anymore, and the workers are not their monkeys. I'm in charge now, so yeah, if there's anything you would like from me, I'm all ears.
Judah,
It wasn't just Jesse and his sister. This company has ingrained structures of abuse and immoral.
Oh, I've ordered internal investigation and audits. Everyone related to those illicit activities was disciplined. Legal action, firings, rebukes, all depending on the severity of their misdemeanors. I don't have the stomach for all of that creepy corporate shit, so I'm trying to steer the ship in the right direction. Don't know what else I can tell you.
Julia, For fuck's sakes. No matter how I look at it, seems like she's done everything I hoped to achieve. The Montgomery clan is over. The queen bitch, a symbol of everything that's wrong with tech CEOs, is gone. Jesse, that perverted embezzling son of a bitch, is gone. I should be glad, so why is there a sinking pit in my stomach? It doesn't feel right. So that's capitalism, huh? You should make amends.
This doesn't feel right.
Probably not, but hey, I look at this company like the mafia in gangster movies. You don't really win by dismantling one, another one will just as quickly take his place. You can only win by ensuring the organization gets the best possible leader. So in Double Spiral's case, the best you can hope for, no pun intended, is me. The biggest case in my professional life, solved by some weirdo fuck Kara and Jesse over in presumably underhanded ways. It doesn't get more anticlimactic than this. Fucking hell. I want to ask her how she did it, but why would she tell me? All I can guess is she's an outcast and decided to get her hands dirty and obtain power to do something she considered good. Something I've always been afraid to do.
Anyway, I feel for you, but I have a lot of work to do, so if this wasn't just a trip down memory lane and you have any other questions, speak now or forever hold your peace, okay?
I feel like a car just ran me over, but I need to keep my shit together.
Right. A few days ago, the Anak Baron was found dead in his office. Are you familiar with the case?
Douglas Callahan? Of course I'm familiar. Every kindred online is talking about it.
And what are they saying?
They're accusing everyone. I mean, it is the internet.
Are they accusing you?
Why would they do that?
I found a peculiar note in Callahan's remains. It has your name on it.
Huh?
What can you say about this?
Nothing. I never met the guy. Never even seen him. He wasn't my crowd.
Then why would he have a note with your name in his pocket?
Why were Walt Disney's last written word Kurt Russell? No clue. I watch her closely, but nothing suggests she's hiding anything.
Well, the note actually contained 3 other names and nothing else. Agathon, D'Angelo, Tamika. Ringing any bells now?
Her finger, which hasn't stopped moving across the phone touchscreen since I first saw her, freezes. Yeah, it kinda does, actually. It's a short list of promising unaffiliated kindred that was making the sounds in AYC a few months ago in case anyone needed a hero for hire. I didn't know Callahan had it. I know Sophie Langley did, as well as a few Primogen. Not sure about the Anarchs.
Who could have prepared this list?
One of the local information broker. A short but telling pause. Kaiser!
Yeah, Kaiser gave the list to,
No. Kaiser... Wait. No, okay. What Kaiser provided to Sophie was the meeting where Panhard and Callahan did their little bloodbound / sex. It was on Ellis Island. But the list, she pulled all her strings and favors. She used her court influence, basically. Yeah. A short but telling pause. But probably Kaiser has his hand on it. But yeah, she would have built it from Primogen, like Agathon. Agathon was connected to the Regent. Hope was connected to the Malkavian Primogen. D'Angelo is connected to the Sheriff. And Tamika is connected to Jezebel, but she's out of the picture. Anonymous.
How anonymous?
Sort of anonymous. She's obviously conflicted about whether she should tell me, or maybe she's pretending so I'm worm it out of her. I've been a good sport ever since I walked through her door. Maybe appealing to her sense of morality will work.
I really need your help. I want to prevent the tensions between the local anarchs and the court from escalating, and every lead helps.
She briefly considers her options, then gives up. It's my sire, Carter Van de Weyden. Oh.
He's brokering information?
Everyone knows becoming the Prince of New York is his ultimate goal, and that he wants to make friends in all the high places, sharing useful intel and a pretty effective way to achieve that.
So you're telling me that he, a Malkavian Primogen, sold this list to an Anarch Baron?
Sure looks like it.
Why would he suggest his own child to somebody?
To have a person on the inside, just another way to further his information web?
Wouldn't they realize you two are close?
The story going around is he left me alone and I hate his guts. Well, at least half of what that is true. She's talkative, probably sees me as a way to undermine Carter. Let's see how much further I can push her.
Huh, was wondering how someone like you could control a company like Double Spiral. I suppose a friend in high places would explain it.
Yeah, lucky me. Not happy about being a boss, not happy about ruining Montgomery, not happy about being rich. Yeah, I don't think her being boss is her thing.
Not happy about being a girl boss, leading one of the biggest IT companies in the country?
A boss, huh? ... She stares at dozens of displays on the wall in front of her. Yeah, some of them are news, some of them are security cameras, some of them are maps. The one is the camera inside the Ghoul's office. Do you remember the Y2K era internet?
Jesus, I barely remember the internet at all. My people can't really use it. But yeah, I guess I sort of remember. Forums, GeoCities, browser wars, all those animated amateurish web pages.
It was a golden age. Everyone was welcome to freely express their creativity and obsession in this abstract new frontier. No formulated rules, every site with a distinct new universe to explore. Yeah, it was the Far West. You know, as a kid, for some reason I kept saving every web page that moved or changed me in some way. I don't even know why I did, but today, a folder with these is one of my greatest treasures. Oh, is that what we found in that box that other time? Fast forward to today, I'm the boss of a company that has one overarching goal: steer the online narrative in every possible way that benefits the Camarilla. And because the online world is so fucked up right now, I can do it using only 5 websites or so. Every day I deploy thousands of believable sock puppets to force some belief on the masses. Right now they are being managed by these ghouls. Soon they will be partially managed by AI. Basically an all-American version of the Chinese 50-cent party. A new pattern of public opinion guidance. Ever since I was a teen, I pretended to be different people online for fun. Aping the posting patterns of others was something I turned out to be horrifyingly good at. I became even better at it after the embrace, something about the voice of Malkav in my head. After several years, I became a one-person internet empire. I could impersonate anyone. At I Dream of Tulips, a humble florist from Chattanooga who strives to share positive energy with their audience using photo of beautiful bouquet, motivational quotes, and the occasional The Office jib. At Vulva Hufflepuff, a single mom from Brighton who recounts all these trans women must be bonkers and spends seemingly every waking moment of her life having a row with anyone who disagrees. At Polygon Classicist, a 19-year-old kid from Utah keep posting Y2K 3D renders of fully proportioned, scantily clad ladies and telling his audience to remember what they took from you. Somehow this talent's got me here, where it's no longer fun, but work. Work I usually entrust to these ghouls because all of my duties. I want out before my entire fucking mind gets monetized. Carter won't have that, so I'll keep doing my best for both him and Double Spiral's investors. So that's why she wants me to look at it. I assume most of your operation focus on New York City. A lot of them, yeah. How do you imitate a New Yorker voice with these sock puppet accounts? Living in Manhattan and being mentally unstable makes this shit easy. To a normal, well-adjusted person from outside the city, everyone here seems mentally unstable. Ever watch that 9/11 Howard Stern show? No? Check it out someday. It's educational. Ask anyone in NYC about it and they're like, it was a great bonding moment. He was helping us make sense of everything. He kept saying what we were all thinking. Then you listen to it, and it's everyone yelling at, we need to nuke something, maybe the entire world. Get rid of all the Muslims, fuck human rights, no investigation, take their oil. Cheery. You watch it, you study it, you witness that specific brand of humor in the face of tragedy, and you understand that nothing outside of NYC really exists for the people who live here, or the vampires. A foundational text, really. Whenever I need to get in that New York mindset for work, I let it play in the background. Works like a charm. Seriously, give it a shot sometime. Someday I might. For now, I think I will confront Van der Weyden with what you've told me. Or is it what you haven't told me? What's the story? Me? Of course I haven't told you anything. You're such a good investigator. You figured it out by yourself. And if he asks, just tell him Kaiser sold you the info. That should do the trick. I see. Thank you. What for? I did nothing. Let Nastia show you out. If you don't know Van der Weyden's address, just ask her. ... Thank you for having me, Mr. Van der Weyden. No need, no need. I'll be happy to assist your investigation in whatever way I can, Mrs. Lewinsky. That sickening sweet smile, and this office, spacious but oppressive. Here's a man who knows how to subtly unnerve people, but does he even realize it? And I'm sure the presence of the esteemed Madison Payne will guarantee I'm totally transparent. Am I right, Addison? ... Looks like I've interrupted the friendly meeting. In the far corner of the room, I spot glasses of blood and 2 spittoons. Vices and follies of the rich. Are you sure I'm not wasting your time? Not at all. Busy as I might be, I can't say I'm not curious about the findings in the case.
Yeah, my thought exactly. So, are you handling your newfound How are you handling your newfound responsibilities?
I'm managing. I'll start by asking the obvious. Where were you the night Douglas Callahan met his untimely demise?
Van der Weyden raises an eyebrow and then lets out a restrained chuckle.
Hear that, Addison? I might be suspected of foul play. Exciting, isn't it?
Carter, no antics, please. Just answer the question.
Of course. Well, I was here, just like I told Prince Panhard, as much as I love to celebrate my power, air quote. Sometimes one has to celebrate the amount of work piling up on their desk.
So your alibi is you were right here.
Alibi! Yes, I suppose.
Can anyone ask but you back up your story?
Well, I did make a few business-related phone calls as I was working, so there's that.
That doesn't really answer my question, does it?
He regards me with a stare reserved for a troublesome child. Miss Sowinski, this right here is my private little fortress. A space specifically designed to make me focus. I don't really let people in to break that focus. Aside from occasional esteemed guests, such as yourselves, of course, and the few wonderful Mexican women responsible for the cleaning duties.
So you don't have an alibi?
The look in his eyes screams, why won't you at least pretend to try and get on board with my program, kid?
I suppose, but why would that matter?
Because I found something that belongs to you on the victim's person.
Da-da-da.
Pardon me?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
We're not talking about a murder weapon or something of that caliber, of course.
No, it was a short list of 4 names, unaffiliated kindred, whose service could be useful to anyone interested in toppling the current power balance in NYC. Tamika, Hope, D'Angelo, Agathon.
Excuse me, Miss Sowinski, but I'm afraid I don't follow. How is that something that, air quote, belongs to me?
I have it on good authority that it's a short list you've been shopping around to anyone interested here in NYC, be it Camarilla or the Anarchs.
Addison tenses up, and his host is not happy about it.
This is just preposterous! I'm calling your bluff right here, miss.
No, the bluff is coming right now.
Mr. Van der Weyden, if you want to voice concern about the information I have, how about you voice them to Kaiser and not me?
Addison turns to Van der Weyden, clenching his lips and gripping his wheelchair armrest tightly. Genau is no longer smiling. ... For a brief moment, the ever-present smile of Van der Weyden's face goes missing, and the expression that replaces it reminds me of a horrifying void, like a sneak peek into what's really going on in his soul. I quickly collect himself, but the image is burned into my retina.
To think this sort of unsavory rumors are circulating around me. I should be grateful. You let me know.
So you're denying it?
Of course I'm denying it! Categorically! You can bet your life savings on it!
I certainly hope it is nothing more than an unfortunate blunder.
A two-brote? Come on, Addison! We've known each other for years!
Yes, what about it?
I will. Sweet Jesus, Addison! I will get back to you in a second. Any more questions, Miss Sowinski?
Any of the names on the list sounds familiar to you?
No, I mean, yes, that is my long-estranged child on your list. That's just another reason why I'm flabbergasted anyone would consider it mine.
I see. Well, I hope you understand why I'm considering you a prime suspect now.
Yes, and I swear to clear my name as soon as possible. Scout's honor. Any more questions?
I'm good for now. Sheriff Alasmai will probably contact you later.
I will get in touch with him myself ASAP. Once again, thank you for your work.
He extends his hands towards me, particularly forcing me to shake it. Then he puts his hand on my shoulder to lead me to the door, all too eager to see me off.
Out of sheer curiosity, Mr. Van der Weyden, I have one more question. It may be a bit random.
I really didn't need to ask it, but I wanted him to die inside for a moment.
Of course, my dear.
His slightly strained tone suggests I may have succeeded.
You seem like a person who couldn't live outside of New York City. By any chance, have you listened to Howard Stern's talk show after the World Trade Center fell?
At that I'm sure, but once again, carefully controlled chuckle escapes his mouth. Jeez, that is random. But well, New York, born and raised, just like you said. Of course I did.
Your opinion?
Same as everyone else. It was the spiritual guidance we needed that day, coming from the unlikeliest of places. A visceral response that verbalized everything we felt. A beautiful moment of unity. Not that I'm into low-brow jokes about Pamela Anderson and the typical shock value the show tends to offer, but as far as I'm concerned, Howard did an indispensable thing that day. Why are you asking?
No particular reason. I thought it might give me some insight into the kind of person you are.
Well, that's the kind of person I am. Just your average New Yorker.
So it seems. Well then, I'll leave you and Mr. Prey to your plans of conquering the city.
Conquering the... Now that's spicy. Addison, I love this girl. She's gonna go far, I'm telling you. She's got that spunk, that glint in her eyes.
Goodbye, Miss Sawitsky. I wish you a pleasant respite and a swift success in your investigation.
Good night.
I make it a point to bow to Addison's servant, not the man himself. Doubt he even noticed, but at least these invisible displays of rebellion makes me feel a little better about myself. Alright, the faster I leave, the better.
Julia,
Father?
how are you holding up?
I'm fine, stumbling around and hoping for a miracle to happen, like always.
No better place to ask for a miracle than behind these gates, you know.
So I hear.
As I pass him the report about Aisling and Agathon, I look around, but Benoit is nowhere to be seen. Finally, a one-on-one chat. Where's Benoit, or just ignore Benoit's absence? I decide to stay silent and simply bask in the happiness of something good finally happening in my own life. But of course, it doesn't last for long.
I sent Benoit away because I wanted to talk to you about him.
I knew it. Placate him how exactly? Benoit won't accept anything less than me joining a convent.
He's like a worried parent. A basic gesture here and there, showing up in church from time to time and pretending to listen would get him off your case.
I mean, I've been through this song and dance before with my own worried parents when I was a teenager, wandering in the forest until mass is over, not even being able to smoke because they would pick up the scent. Not the best moment of my life, you know. Part of the reason I'm distancing myself from them. I don't need this fake energy in my life, and I'm honestly weirded out by you asking me to lie.
I'm not asking you to lie, Julia. Let me ask you this way. Are you a spiritual person?
I guess I am. Kind of.
Always was. Suddenly being able to see ghosts did not change a thing. I think it's mostly because seeing the world as purely material seemed boring to me, somehow.
You are, and you were raised Catholic. So can't you find a way to express that spirituality in our church?
I don't see a way right now.
And why is that?
I sigh.
Too many people who think my soul needs to be saved because I live with a woman, for starters. I don't know, there's a lot of reasons.
Like the sin of drinking blood every other night, or feeling some primal fear whenever I walk by a clergyman whose faith seems to actually be genuine.
That one sounds like an excuse. It's about your relationship with God, not other people.
In theory, but back in the old country, I heard my share of homilies that felt like complete condemnation of my kind, and none of that would condemn hate towards people like me. And you know, when church-adjacent people try to stir shit around your very existence every few months, some minimal support will be appreciated. Sorry, all you can count on silent complicity.
I get it. I know there's a lot of work to be done, and a lot of undeserved hurt going around, but...
Listen! I don't even want to talk about it. I fucking hate the tone I use when I talk about it. I sound preacher than those preacher, and my biggest dream is just not give a shit. But I remember things. Like this story about a guy from my hometown. Most macho guy around, with a jaw you could sharpen a knife on. He became an actor in Warsaw. Very successful, deservedly so. The capital might not be NYC, but it's still a big city. And big city go to the heads of bumpkins like us. In this case, it resulted in a dream of coming out to his parents. He was surrounded by all these stories of openly queer people, played one even, so he thought he had a chance at making it work. So he goes back to his town, tells everyone he's gonna live his truth. His dad, a ruling party adjacent businessman, curses him. His uncle takes him to the bushes and starts to destroy him physically. It's so bad he gets to put in the ICU. His face and jaw gets ruined for good. Fast forward a year or two, with his career over, the guy is stuck in his parents' rustic house. With no other plans to follow, he turns to God, who tells him to forgive his kin. Everything is fine again. Angelic choir singing of divine mercy. A kind-looking priest talks about protecting our families. A man sits in the front row of the church, a disfigured smile on his face. But that story alone didn't drive me away. One time, when I saw how blissful he was, I could swear he was actually able to hear God whispering to him. He looked like a saint. It fucked me up so bad I left. I feel nauseated now. Maybe I'm still reeling from hearing about Kara and Jesse Montgomery. Now, if we could never talk about this again, that would be great. I know that I tend to sound like a loser who loves to pontificate about shit I can change, but at least I keep trying to change myself, damn it! I won't offer empty platitude, but I think I understand what I was meant to understand. I hope I haven't insulted you in any way. Whatever. I've learned not to hold people responsible for what the rest of their organization is doing. It would be hard looking into a mirror otherwise. Not that there's much I could see in the mirror right now. I'm just wondering about one thing. There is always a cross on your chest. I like how it goes with my outfit. Is it just a fashionable accessory to you? Important piece of outfit, something more, good night, father. It's an important piece of an outfit. Will that be all? Yes. Have a good night, Julia. Have a good night, father. I found her sitting in bed, scrolling through Pinterest on her phone. So, how are you doing, detective? I fall on the bed, bury my face in the pillows and scream. That bad, huh? I don't want to tell her about Double Spiral. I still have to figure out how I feel about it. I'm just not cut out for this. Oh, shut up. If you aren't, who is? Sherlock Holmes, Hercule Poirot, Columbo, Mads Mikkelsen's boyfriend from Hannibal, whatever his name was, I don't know. Someone who can actually put two and two together. You can't fool me into believing you're incompetent, you dumbass. I've read your articles. Don't pretend you suddenly forgot how to do your job. I haven't, but I've got no evidence, no witnesses, no promising leads, nothing. I just stumble around, assuming things, talking big, blech. So you're like, I don't know, Jack Nicholson in Chinatown, and he actually solved this case. And then wished he never took it up. Was that supposed to cheer me up? I'm just saying that the situation sounds like an awful lot like Chinatown. Depraved elites, big plans for the city, blah blah blah. Yeah, and that's depressing. It is what it is. I just think you should approach it this way and look for a solution from your problem outside of the box. Not as a mystery, but maybe like a trap to escape? Maybe. I threw myself on the bed again and lied there for a bit, staring at the ceiling. Then I approached Dakota from behind and tugged her sleeve to draw her attention. Psst. Hey. Put the phone away. Now? Come on, Jules. We can't do this every night. I got my own work and I need to worry about my anemia. You said so yourself. Besides, I was just looking for inspiration. I rub against her clothes with my face like a cat. You're impossible. Haven't you noticed what's going on in the news? People are going absolutely insane about this coronavirus, canceling trip and orders and Pretty please. I can't, honey. I have to replenish my stash. And besides, I'm worried about overuse. My brain is working a bit too slow. My balance is off. I was just thinking how I miss meditation.
She's giving me clear signals she just wants an excuse, and even though it would be the responsible thing to do, I know she's insatiable. She's usually the one who takes the initiative. Let's try a final push. I bite her ear and whisper in it. No drugs tonight. Let's do this raw. She throws her hand up in the air. Victory!
Jesus, you're greedy these days.
Always have been. Haven't you noticed? Oh, you're up early.
Yeah, told you, got work to do.
I stretched.
That's admirable. Reminds me of that one quote you always used to throw around.
A lot of people say you can't smoke dope and get drunk when you got kids, and that's not true. You can, but you still gotta get up in the morning. That's being responsible.
That's the one. I never understood why it was so hilarious to you.
Neither did I. I just accepted the mystery and made it my personal credo. I'm a responsible person.
Are you planning to have kids?
Not in a million years. By the way, you've got mail.
An envelope by the door. It's from Qadir. Inside is a message saying he won't be able to make it tonight, but will rendezvous tomorrow to meet D'Angelo. He wants me to lay low until then, and to stay in his apartment, if possible. Apparently nobody knows where Tamika is. They only know she's in trouble, and he doesn't want me near it.
Well, what is it?
Got the next lead to investigate. Qadir Nizmi or
Looks like I need to hit the town. Next lead, probably useless, but the investigation continues.
It would be fun to spend some more time together, you know.
Dakota, you know this is important to me.
I know. But I would like to know I'm important to you as well.
That makes two of us.
Just a few more days, I will find the killer, kick his ass, get a promotion, and we'll do something we've never done before.
Like what?
Good question. I'll think of something. For now, catch up with your work. I need to get going.
Fine. Good luck. Stay safe.
You know it.
This place is weirdly empty tonight. Oh well.
I'll have the usual.
I feel there's a big what are we doing in this relationship talk coming if I don't change my ways. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it hasn't already happened, but most of the time Dakota seemed happy enough just listening to the stories of my own life. Even if it's all boring and normal to me, it's exotic and engrossing to her. Guess I have that going for me. Oh well. I have no idea what to do tonight, so I'll just do the obvious thing and wing it. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it, or however it went. Time to lose myself in this busy street and pray that the answer I'm looking for are out there. And if they're not, maybe I'll at least find some amusement or blood instead. Okay, so we have Prince of Cats, Camera Shyness. This is the media, I'm not touching that. I need to resolve this thing with Dakota, as if going around in circle on behalf of the court wasn't stressful enough. Maybe a visit to some quiet neighborhood will help clear my head. Okay. I don't know who the Prince of Cat is. There it is, that distinct vibe of Manhattan's residential area. This is where Robert Larson lives. And an unmistakable scent of casserole enveloping the surroundings in a heavenly aura. The atmosphere of desolation makes it feel like purgatory though. There is not a single soul in sight and... Ugh, crap! Looks like I'm not alone after all. Some guy exerted himself climbing a nearby tree. I instantly take a step into the shadows to remain outside his line of sight, but I can barely see anything from where I stand. Stay low, move closer, or call him out. Let's stay low. Better to curb my voyeuristic impulses and keep my head down. For a good while, all I can hear is heavy panting. Come on, dude, this oak isn't even that tall. Sure, sure looks like it's the first time the guy ever tried climbing a tree. It takes a long time for the mysterious trespasser to steady his breath and carry on. At this distance, I could barely discern his features. He sizes up for one of the longer branches. It seems sturdy enough and nearly reaches a narrow mine on the second floor. Still, the guy is hesitant. Alright, no biggie, just eyes on the prize. He moves a few steps along the branch. His feet seem slipping every other step on his way to the window. By some inexplicable fluke, he managed to keep his balance. Once he makes it far enough, the branch slowly bends under his weight. He kneels down, probably calculating his chance to make it over to the windowsill. My guy, if you pull this off, it will be a legit miracle. I can't help but cheer him on. The trespasser scouts his surrounding one last time, making sure no one can see him. Then he reaches into his pocket, pulls out what looks like a marble, and zeroes in on the window. Okay, here we go. He tosses the marble with the grace of a baseball pitcher. The clink of the glass is subtle, but it proves effective enough to alert whoever lives inside. A few seconds later, the window opens with the creak of a wooden frame, followed by the muffled but undeniably happy voice of the girl inside.
Prince? How did you... I told you this is too dangerous. My dad.
Oh, fuck him. You can't let him make this choice for us. You know how I feel about you, don't you?
I do, but...
Just let me in, baby. I promise, we'll figure something out.
Alright, just come in quickly.
And just like that, Prince throws away all of his doubts and eagerly jumps inside, straight into the arms of his forbidden lover. Actually makes me smile. My peeping eye scores another victory. What a story. Heartwarming, nostalgic. It's just too bad it's too cliche to steal from my writing. What, Julia? You don't write anymore? Yeah, but it's not like you can simply stop thinking like a writer. Gotta use that energy elsewhere somehow. But for now, let's just start heading downtown. All of a sudden, the world ends. Everything stops. I'm lost in the darkness. There's not even a heartbeat to guide me. It's like sleep paralysis, except it feels as if I suddenly woke up from reality instead of a dream. Instinctively, I reacted to the same way I used to react whenever I woke up in the middle of the night, aware but unable to move or speak. I just wait for it to pass. But instead of slowly regaining control, I just see a bizarre room emerge from the darkness.
Just look at her. Flesh refusing its fate. It is. It is not the one you were looking for, is it?
Julia da.
He was led like a lamb to the slaughter, and was a sheep in silence before the shearers. He did not open his mouth. There is not righteous, not even one. There is none who understands. There is none who seeks for God. All have turned aside together. They have become useless. If anyone curses his father or mother, he must be put to death. Raging waves of the sea, foaming up their own shame, wandering stars for whom it reserves the blackness of darkness forever. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principality, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And in those days shall man seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them.
Whenever I become one with the darkness, there's always this nagging fear that it might be impossible to become the normal me again. That instead of the shadows returning to normal, I will let my consciousness be dragged somewhere else. Somewhere between the worlds. Somewhere like this. Wherever this is. This is the first time that fear has come true.
Are you afraid?
It is a bad idea to answer. Don't do it. Yes.
Excellent.
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 I think I need to sit in this chair.
I think I need to sit in this chair.
Sit in this chair, or sit in this chair? I sit in the chair.
Still in the lean years and unworthy of joining the rest. However, the path is open and it is a path of obligation, liability, a debt that will be repaid one day. And when she asks about what brought you here, let your response be a sense of that.
Suddenly, I felt my mind beginning to drift away from here. I am slowly starting to regain control over my thoughts. No, you aren't. Yes, I am. Fine, think whatever you want. I find myself in a dark corner, leaning against a wet, cold brick wall. I think I'm conscious again, back from wherever it was, awake, but in an unfamiliar place. Well, let's just hope it's still in New York City. I emerge from the shadow to see where I am. A source of light above my head momentarily blinds me, causing me to instantly raise my hand. As I do, I hit some sort of garbage bag with my hands. It falls to the floor, letting loose some metallic din. What the fuck? A woman. I feel her hand grabbing my clothes. She brutally drags me closer. With one of my hands already above my head, I raise the other. Oops.
Easy, peace, I mean no harm. How long have you been here? I don't know. I've got no idea what I'm doing here. Or, in general, really. It's like sometimes the forces I control figure out how to control me. What are you, a junkie? No, you're Kindred. Yeah.
Keep your shit together, damn it.
I'm Julius Owinski, the representative of the La Sombra in New York City.
Camarilla?
Uh-huh. I'm a Camarilla investigator. Well, if you came here to catch me, you're gonna be sorry you tried, Mr. Sombra. No. Stop right here. I wasn't ordered to catch anybody. I'm just investigating Douglas Callahan's death.
This surprises her. She loosens her grip slightly.
Callahan is dead. Nothing left but a rotten carcass and a musty robe. Well, I'll be damned. I've been off the grid for too long. What brought you here?
A memory from a different world pops up in my head. Yeah, I think I know the right answer.
A scent of death.
She lets me go. I rub my eyes and finally get a good look at her face. Yeah, this is Tamika. ... She's gorgeous, and judging by her nomadic clothes and the partially fierce aura, she's probably an outlander.
We'll have a talk, you and I. Sure. What's your name? Tamika, pass me a smoke, will you?
If only I could. If only it could, my heart would skip a beat right now. Tamika, I guess once again, someone out there led me to the proper path.
Yeah, sure.
When I pass her a cigarette, I realize I'm standing in something wet. Something that smells tasty. I look at my feet and see a puddle of water mixed with blood. Oh, I get it.
Were these guys First Light?
The high-powered gun, expensive-looking outfit, flashbangs, tasers, all chosen specifically to combat the undead. I recognize the equipment from some horror stories I've heard.
First Light, SI, USSOCOM, whatever they call themselves, they all bleed out the same. Usually before I have the chance to ask them a single question.
Government founder and inquisitor. Some claim they're connected to the US government. Some claim they're supported by the anti-Kindred faction in the Holy See. Some have even wilder theories.
You did this all by yourself? Have you seriously seen nothing? Nothing at all?
I shake my head.
Believe it or not, I have no idea how I got here. I just kind of let the shadows guide me. Is that a La Sombra thing? Never actually talked to any of you. No idea what you guys can actually do. Still learning the ropes myself. Go with the flow and all that. My embrace was just a few months ago.
Ah, so you folks are with the Ivory Tower now. Last I checked, you were with the Sabbat. The Kamis won't forgive all of the trouble you've caused them overnight.
Again, I'm practically still a neonate. I just know there's a lot of bad blood between my clan and the others, and that I can expect at least one glare of pure contempt whenever I visit Elysium.
Ah, I see.
We smoke in silence for a short while. Did you kill them all by yourself? Is there a large SI presence in New York City, or are you alone?
You haven't answered my question. You did this all by yourself?
Yeah, I've been hunting these guys for the past few months.
Aren't they extremely dangerous?
Almost got me for good last year. Took me a few weeks to get back in action.
Then why are you doing this? ...
Those motherfuckers have an unfortunate tendency to hurt people I care about. My brothers, my sisters.
I see.
I don't know if this is in other cities, but here, funny enough, they only seem to target marginalized and radicalized kindred, one that could theoretically pose a threat to the current order. Meanwhile, the establishment in New York City hasn't really changed over since Calabro stepped down. Quite the opposite. Every SI raid in the city has only strengthened the old paradigm. Almost makes you think that their goal is something other than protecting the citizens from the blank, bloody menace.
Tamika throws a cigarette into the puddle, unfinished, and crushes it under her heel. She obviously had difficulty smoking. It's like she's only ever tried it a few times. I assume she saw me carrying a pack and decided to try to calm her nerves after the battle. Or maybe she just wanted an excuse to make our conversation less awkward. Who knows?
So, are you planning to snitch on me, Shadow Girl?
And why would I do that?
Let me get this straight. You really think I am dumb enough to believe for 1 second that a Camarilla investigator would just so happen to stumble upon the alley where I just killed a bunch of SI motherfuckers? If so, you're the one who's dumb, sister.
I don't care if you think I'm dumb. I don't care about SI, and I don't care if you believe it I was a happy accident I met you, especially considering not even the sheriff knows where you are. But I care about solving the mystery of Callahan's death, and as it happens, you're one of the pieces of the puzzle.
What? What are you talking about?
I found this on this body. Well, what remained of it.
I show her the note. She tries to grab it to read it, but I don't let her.
Aside from your name, we got Hope, Agathon, and D'Angelo. You know them?
Passingly.
Any ideas why Callahan would need a list of all your names?
I might know why, yeah.
Do you?
Absolutely. Do you know a man going by the name of Torque?
Huh. Of course I do.
Do you know about his connection to Boss Callahan and by proxy to his list and me?
No, I'm all ears.
Well, too bad, because it's classified intel, sister.
What do you mean by classified?
Not free.
Oh, great. As if I were in the position to could afford any sort of quiproquo. But fine, let's hear it.
What do you want?
She motions towards the bodies.
I've killed too many of these assholes. They're tightening the screws. As it is, New York City is no longer safe for someone like me. Well, not that it ever was.
Oh man, bracing for something unreasonable.
What I need is a way out of the city. You offer that to me, I give you the intel you need.
Would you look at that?
That's something I can handle, actually, yeah.
She raises her eyebrows.
That's a surprisingly confident answer for a practically still a neonate.
Well, I'm something of an immigration officer.
Psh! Gotta say you sound awfully close to a cop.
Almost as bad. A bureaucrat. I know of a secret pathway that would lead you to the West Coast. 100% safe travel, and if you took it, you'd be untraceable.
Sounds too good to be true. What's the catch?
Wait until you see how much it costs.
The only reason I know of this route is because a certain Nazi criminal group reached out to me on account of my position and offer a mutually beneficial deal regarding illegal kindred travel. Normally I would refuse, but they offer me the only thing that can buy me. A lot of cash. Ah, fine then. Money's not an issue. Now that's something I never had a chance to ever say in earnest. Okay then. Okay, so who helps who first? You should assist me first. Guess who want me to help you out first? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do a solid for her before. Okay, let's play it by luck. Okay, so alright, it's a deal. But who scratches whose back first? She ponders my questions for a good while, studying me before she decides on a response. Have you met Doc before? In the course of your investigation or before? I wanted to, but on the Anarch side, I only managed to meet Mia, and she wasn't keen on the idea of the two of us meeting. Ah, yes, Mia. Her expression betrays she's got some vicious stories to tell, but it would be beneath her to divulge them. Too bad. Maybe it could be a bonding experience. So here's the thing. A few months ago, Torque and I were together. A lot of things happened, and long story short, I no longer feel close to him. But from what I know, he still feels close to me. Back when I thought there might be something between us, I gave him a ring that has a lot of sentimental value to me. And since these days sentimentality is all that keeps me going, I want it back. So my suggestion is, tell Torque's people I sent you to get inside this base of operation, meet up with him, ask him your question, convince him to give my ring back. You get to interrogate him, then I get to have my ring back. When you hear my side of the story, and I get to leave the city with your help. Everybody wins, more than once. They will really let me in just because I tell them you sent me? They will, trust me. That sounds too easy. What caused the two of you to drift apart? Irreconcilable differences in worldview. Well, I assume so, but that's a diplomatic answer. If I'm going to involve myself in the relationship drama of two ex-lovers, I'll need something more to go on. Will you? Yeah. She picks her words carefully. I realize I've become an element of his carefully crafted, projected image. Having me as a radical partner allowed him to present himself as a mediator while paying lip service to revolutionary ideas. A mediator? That's the 21st century for you. Everyone wants to be the middleman these days, and nobody wants to do what's right. You're serious? Whenever I hear about Torque from the Ancilla, they talk about him like he's the second coming of Mao. If he's ever seen that, it's only because from time to time people like me pushed him into doing the uneasy thing. Ever heard of the Southern Wolf and the Northern Fox? Both of them want to eat your food for dinner, but only the Southern Wolf makes it immediately obvious. The tricky Northern Fox makes eyes and allows you to pet him before taking a bite. Torque loves to surround himself with Northern Foxes. They talk of compromises. They seem reasonable compared to the opposition, but at the end of the day, they have eyes on the same prize. Power! Hearing this gives me a foreboding feeling, but I can't quite nail down why. Alright? Tell me where to go and I'll tell you where we'll meet later. Da. I'm just chilling at Torque's when suddenly a shrill, loud voice pierces my eardrums. And what the hell are you doing here? Mia. Oh yeah, it's the pissy lady from Torque's inner circles. I'm here to see Torque. None of your business. Are you always this pissed off? I'm here to see Torque. I figure as much. You should have gone through the security first. Get out. And what if he tells me to stay? Fat chance. Move your ass before I throw you out. I thought you'd be more open to cooperation after our last talk. Not when you're trying to make deals behind my back, bitch. Oh, so, here's Torque. He's wearing a different outfit. No longer wearing a fedora. He's wearing some sort of pimp clothes. Is that a scar on his cheek? He's got a golden necklace made of chain. His suit looks like it's made of half faces. Mia, it's okay. There he is, walking through the door, one of the most infamous New York City barons, or as some people start calling him, the moment Callahan met his aunt, the Baron of New York City.
Torque, we talk about this.
The situation is a little bit different now. Tamika sent her.
What? Bullshit, I wasn't able to track her down for weeks.
Well, I did.
This is a reason to celebrate, not to get mad. Now, if you allow the two of us to have a private conversation.
No way. I want to keep an eye on her.
You will keep an eye on the exit, and that will be enough. Please.
He put on his best authoritative tone, and it works. No protest this time. Mia leaves the room.
When talking to Mia, you mentioned cooperation. First, I've heard about it.
I tried to make friends with her so that the investigation would go more smoothly. Looks like it wasn't appreciated.
I'm sorry about her. She can be overzealous, but usually that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, sure. So, as she told you, I've been trying to reach you for a few nights?
I don't think so, have you?
Well, I'm the dumbass the court ordered to investigate Callahan's final death, so considering your connection to the case, I thought it would be prudent for us to talk.
Ah, so that's you.
Yeah, no, I know you're probably anxious to hear about Tamika.
I'm surprised to hear you two know each other.
We actually met through this investigation. Anyway, as I was saying, I know you probably can't wait to hear about her, but I would like to ask you a few questions first.
I understand. Do your job.
Did you know Douglas Callahan?
Of course I did. We were both parents, kept having professional obligations to meet each other, but that was it.
What was your private opinion of him?
Same as everyone else, is a racist clown. Mentally stuck in the 18th century, who spent too much time keeping the Inox down. I'm glad he's gone.
You mean you're glad he met final death?
Well, you know what they say, hate to see you go, love to watch you leave.
Weren't you the first kindred who saw his corpse?
I was. But it was his ghouls who found him, by the way. We established that some of them tampered with the crime scene. They were properly disciplined for that.
Convenient story. Let's move on. What's your alibi for that night?
None. I was running down the entire night, craving for various issues. I'm ready to Callahan, but I don't intend to divulge him to someone from the Ivory Tower.
So you have no interest in proving yourself innocent?
My official position was made clear. It's the Camarilla who are to blame. It's your job to prove me wrong.
Work Mac. At least for one, I can face a problem that can be solved with pure logic and not politics. Kerwamak. Any findings on your side I should know of?
Ask Mia, she's the one who handled the murder scene. I'm not privy to all the details.
Hope, D'Angelo, Agathon. Any ideas who those peoples are?
Can't recall, sorry.
The evidence I found suggests a potential link between Callahan and Tamika. Any clue?
I knew both of them well, but as far as I know, they've never met. That's it.
Oh well, not sure that I expected. He's the kind of guy that could only be pushed to talk if I had something concrete to push him with. Time to move on. Well, regarding Tamika.
Finally!
I'll cut straight to the chase. She wanted to inform you she will be skipping town for a while. The SI is hot on her tail, and she needs to lose them ASAP.
Oh, for... I've told her countless times if she's in danger, I will always be there for her. Does she think she can find a secure way out of the city in this situation?
Well, she's safe.
So you say?
Well, she's got some other friends in high places. She'll manage to get out.
Gotta admit, that's not what I expected to hear, or what I wanted to hear. When did she decide to contact me?
She wants her ring back. His aura changed in the blink of an eye.
Ah, I see now. So that's why she didn't show up herself. We even faced me when delivering the final insult.
Uh-oh, looks like I stepped into a landmine.
She said the ring was a symbol of the trust she puts in me. No way in hell I'm going to give it away. Not until she gives me the chance to explain myself.
I need that ring to get to Tamika to talk, but with the way he's acting, it doesn't seem likely he'll be willing to part with it. It might require me to act shitty, but maybe time to change my approach. Brutally honest or lied through my teeth?
Ish.
Let's be honest. Fuck it, here we go. Honesty is the best policy. Okay.
Listen, you're obviously the hottest new thing in town. People like you, people follow you. You're said to be the anarch people think. You seem to be the anarch people think of when they think of New York City. Good for you. But you're obviously way behind when it comes to understanding relationship. Tamika gave it a serious try. She understood her path, she understood yours. She realized they're diametrically opposed. And that's that. You're not going to change her mind by actually acting like a toxic shithead and forcing her to become and grovel at your feet if she wants to get back something that has a great sentimental value to her. You want to earn her trust again? Don't act like a power-tripping asshole. Show her you're capable of responding to her concern and that you're capable of being selfless. That's the only thing you can do to change her mind. Sorry.
Okay, I'm done. Ah, fuck me and my big mouth. Ugh. He approaches the door and throws it wide open.
Mia!
Yes, boss?
We're done here. Lead the lady out as quickly as possible.
Yes, boss. I have a lot of things I'd say to describe his behavior, but I don't want to cause a diplomatic incident.
No need, I'm going. Thank you for your time.
Oh, shit. If I want the ending that I want, I needed to lie through my teeth. Oh, fuck.
Tell her I show her she's wrong. Tell her I will prove myself worthy of that ring if it's the last thing I do.
Whatever, I found myself being led out of the building by Mia. Another mission failed. Time to meet Tamika and tell her the bad news. Found her already waiting in front of the Jewish Museum.
How did it go? Let me put it this way. I'm not surprised you dumped him.
So you did not succeed? Nah, he got mad and started yelling about how he will yet prove himself to be worthy of that gift. Then he ran me out of the building.
Phew! Ha! Phew!
Is she trying to stop herself from laughing?
What's so funny?
Nothing. I'll be honest, I kinda expected that. It's just nice to get a definite confirmation that he's still a bit of a toxic asshole, that's all. Well, glad I fell for the oldest trick in the book. Would be cool if for once a kindred telling me to do one thing didn't mean another thing entirely. Oh, don't be mad. I wanted to be sure of something, and now that I am, as far as I'm concerned, you kept your end of the bargain. It's time I repay the favor. Last year, a certain fledgling appeared in the city, attempted to build a coterie. That would be Eric. That list you found in Callahan, that's the list they've got. They contacted each of us, then found themselves in deep shit. SI, Kaiser, Sophie Langley, some shadow players manipulating everything from behind the scenes, and then they disappeared. Kaiser, that name popping up once again, it can't be a coincidence. No one knows where or why. Doesn't really matter. That happens when you punch way about your weight. Hope they're doing fine despite all odds. In any case, Thor got involved too. That's how I met him actually. He got hurt. Didn't want to say how. Claimed he could put anyone who knew in danger. Whatever happened, it gave him the drive and the desire for change. For 2 months he was a beautiful kindred, plain and simple. But suddenly something in him snapped overnight. His tone mellowed out, his action became timid, his language became more befitting of a political science student than a charismatic leader. I assumed he met someone who made him an offer he couldn't refuse, but I had no idea who that was. And then one night I followed him when he went out, and I saw him scheming at the docks with Callahan. When he came back, we had an argument. When he refused to explain himself, I knew I was on my way out. And that was that. I understand.
Wish I would know that earlier. Might have confronted the facts with him and learned something more.
He never told me of all kindred. What makes you think he would have told you? She got a point, I suppose.
All right. Thank you. Now it's my turn. Here's your way out.
I point at the manhole below our feet.
Here's a map of the sewers. Follow the route, then burn it.
You'll be looking for a one-eyed Nosferatu wearing tactical gear. Tell him I sent you, and then give him the agreed upon amount of money.
What kind of route will I be taking anyway?
An armored van full of precious coffin. My man knows how to arrange them to allow for unnoticed extra cargo.
Her face darkens. The circulatory system!
What did you expect? The rich and powerful always get the blood they want, one way or another. At least tonight, one of their routes will be used for something good.
She drops her shoulders in resignation and opens up the manhole cover. Fine! Well, remember, if it doesn't work, I'll be back at your doorstep with a vengeance if it is the last thing I do.
I'm sure it will work out fine. Just beware of a giant albino ghoul alligator while you're down there.
Tamika rolls her eyes. So a ghoul alligator, for your information, it's just a story New York Kindred tells to neonates who mess with them while they're still gullible enough to believe anything they hear about the new world.
Oh, that makes sense, I suppose.
Well, this is a goodbye. If in a few months you hear that the first light prisons in Los Angeles have been decimated, assume that against all odds I'm still unalive and kicking.
If you keep kicking indiscriminately, you might cross a line of no return, you know. Shouldn't you take it easy for a while?
Not until my brothers and sister in blood stop being slaughtered. I care about what's left of my humanity, but turning a blind eye on kindred in needs would be even less human.
Now that's the kind of person she is. Probably will be until the very end. It must be comforting in a way to know how your path will land, yet to follow it all the same. I could never do that.
Here's some parting advice for you. We might be monsters, but we were lucky enough to be born into a world that's even more monstrous than we are. If we rebel against it, we might still find salvation.
If only I could believe it. Didn't expect the preaching tone? Why are you telling me this?
Because I think I have a pretty good nose of people's auras, and when I take a good look at you, I smell a penchant from rootless opportunism. It's not much, but a hunch. But you seem prone to giving in to the Camarilla empty promises of safety and then petit bourgeois value.
I think I should take offense to that.
I hope you do. That would reflect on you well. In any case, whatever happens. See you in your next life, Julia.
Safe travels, Tamika. I skipped tonight's visit to the church. I'm not in the mood to see Benoit. I'm still embarrassed about yesterday's outburst. And I'm kind of pissed none of the clan elders in Chicago bothered to reply to any of my fucking reports. No advice, no feedback, nothing. I feel like I was left utterly alone. Besides, it's late. I always get back to the apartment early in the morning, right before it gets bright. It's getting risky to be out there so close to sunrise. Accidents can happen. I'll try to get back earlier tomorrow night. How many different cities is taking place at once?
You mean story-wise?
Because there's many chronicle in this game. In this game, we never leave New York per se, but there's stuff happening in Chicago. There's stuff happening on the West Coast. It's a big giant chronicle. Like there's the Chronicle New York by night. There's Chicago by night, Minnesota by night, Vancouver by night, Seattle by night, and Los Angeles by night. There used to be Montreal by night, but the story about Montreal is pretty much over. Like with the battle of 1999, when the Sabbat fell, basically every big sabbatical stronghold fell. And Montreal was one. New York used to be one, and then it turned into Camarilla. And now it's a struggle between the Camarilla and the Anarchs, which is basically two sides of the same coin. One of them are all about tradition ever since the big convention at Thorns during medieval ages, when they
imply the rules of the masquerade, the tradition, etc., etc. And the anarchs who thinks all those traditions are bullshit, like it's a big repressive systems. It's like a power that keeps the powerful powerful. Like the rules are meant. It's like they only reinforce it to people lesser than them, but they don't even set the example. Basically, is you can break the rule as long as you don't get caught, and if you're powerful, it's easier for you to not get caught since you control everything. And yeah, there are big scandals. There's like it's like some people try to make the system fail, but they're going to replace it into something that won't really change the status quo. Really, like there's a lot of political intrigue, but yeah, usually the stories connect. Like sometimes what happened in New York can have an effect in Los Angeles and vice versa. Sometimes you'll see like characters who move from one place to another place. They have their own way of traveling. They have concealment and smuggling areas, like the one in the sewers, which is the circulatory system. Basically, it's an underground tunnel where the rich can get um, rare vessels for their blood. So sometimes they would there's going to be blood trafficking from the sewers, and the Nosferatu control the sewers, so that's why they're in charge. And sometimes they will have like vampiric mafia or try to hustle to have some of the blood, since like the the ivory tower is so thick. Like, oh, if some of the blood is missing, they won't blink an eye. But they're trying to make research to improve, the potency of the blood. And one of the research Agathon was working on is making animal blood more palatable for vampires, because the Nosferatu, I think they're the only one who can drink any kind of blood. They don't need to hunt outside. They feed on rat blood, and it's fine with them. But they can drink other animals' blood. But other vampires can drink from animals, but it's it feels like they are what they eat. Like if you drink from a rat, it's gonna taste like sewer. If you drink from the dog, it's gonna taste like garbage. If you drink from any other animals, it's like the emotions. The emotions also brings a flavor. Like if you terrorize a human before drinking it, the panic and the chemicals the brain produce and shoots in the blood can sour the taste. But some people like that. Some people love when they're passionate. Some people love when the vessel is angry or has a rage, something like that. It's like it's flavors to the blood. But usually people, what they love is virgin blood or really children's blood, which is why sometimes you're gonna see underage people being treated like cattle. But right now, I never leave. I never leave the city. But since the protagonist is kind of an immigration officer, everybody who comes and leaves the city has to come through her, so she has some contacts and stuff like that. I'll just try to get an early tomorrow ride. Attempt to surprise the Gotha. I'm back! Yay! How was work? All caught up?
I managed to get my deadlines postponed. All our clients are canceling and delaying orders left and right.
Because this is happening in March 2020 during the pandemic. And the fact that everybody is under quarantine, this is going to affect the blood supplies of the vampire as well. If nobody leaves their house, hunting is harder.
Huh. Does that mean you'll have time to help me with my makeup tomorrow? We'll see. Perfect. Alright, I need to disappear before the sun catches up with me. Hey! Yeah? I love you.
Oh. An uneasy silence fills the room. I'm not getting out of this one, am I? No, I have to. I don't lie. I didn't lie to the Baron of New York City tonight, so I'm not going to lie to her.
I know.
She flashes a sad, forced smile as I leave to rest. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll take this opportunity to rest. I'll go to the bathroom, be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's go rest and start a new day. So we're probably gonna meet Angelo today. I finally reached Big Burger, hoping to recuperate from all the mental damage accumulated over the past few days. Only to find out the doors are locked and nobody's inside. Yeah, they're closing because of the pandemic. No, I need to be suited. I need my routine. You've absolutely got to be kidding me! Closed? What the fuck do you mean, closed? I mean, we are in the middle of a pandemic. Everything's closed.
Pandemic? What pandemic?
Do you live under a fucking rock? It's a new SARS virus, straight from China. The whole world is going crazy over it. People are dying left and right.
Holy shit!
I didn't know something like this could still happen in this day and age. Somehow, it always felt like we were beyond it.
Well, I guess it's lucky I'm dead.
I walk away to avoid bringing more attention to myself. Well, that is not true. You can be... You can still be a carrier even if you're a vampire. Like, if you drink somebody who's infected, you're infected as well. True, like, if it's... you're probably not gonna have the symptoms, but... You're tainted still, you know? Now I understand why NYC feels downright apocalyptic tonight. feels like a psychedelic experience to see these familiar streets empty and abandoned. Well, let's see what parts of the city are still alive in the middle of a plague. There's this guy and this guy. Oh, I love the aristocratic taste. Okay, this is probably a character in the Chronicles of New York by Night. I have no idea what this is, but I have a feeling this character is supposed to be important. All this malaise spreading through the boroughs is putting me in a weird mood. Seems like I can't unrun it, so maybe I'll testify instead. Smallpox hospital, here I come. I entertained the thought of sneaking through a hospital to see how things appeared up close, but it looked like an actual war zone, so I decided against it. I don't know what I expected with the way healthcare reforms have been going on in the state. Fewer facilities in poorer areas, fewer beds, less funding. We're just reaping what they're sown. That's why I used to honestly consider going back to the old country. An American friend was like, "Why would you go back to that shithole?" He was shocked to learn we have no more free health care. Anyway, if an active hospital won't do, this one might. The Smallpox Hospital on Roosevelt Island, built to quarantine the poor and the unloved victims of pandemics away from normal citizens' eyes. In spite of its disrepair, or maybe partly because of it, the architecture still managed to perfectly convey the building's painful history. There are ghosts here, but they are mostly the good, metaphorical kind, not the kind I usually see. Looks like there also might be a lone physical being here. I hear someone sneaking through the ruins. That's that for my peace and quiet. But oh well, I need to satiate my thirst anyway. How do I approach that person? Through the shadows, say hi first, or dominate? I'm gonna go through the shadows, see what happens. I become one with the shadows. I let the flow of the void take me in the direction of the footsteps. Eventually, a female shape appears in front of my eyes. Slowly, I emerge from the darkness behind her back. Wah! Only to spook my target the moment I do. In her panic, she drops something on the floor. It breaks into 1,000 little pieces. God! Don't scare me like that! I'm sorry? Look you made me do! She kneels to pick up the pieces of some ugly glass sculpture. The shape is familiar. What was that? Was that a Scrooge McDuck figurine? Yes, it was. A Carl Banks design. They stopped making these decades ago. You don't even know how long it took me to find it. I was really looking forward to decorating my haven with this. So yeah, she's a kindred. A Scrooge McDuck? It's Pop Heart, okay? Haven, of course, now realized what I couldn't put into words. It was a feeling she might be kindred. She seems arrogant and eccentric, but I wouldn't want to pick a fight with her. Call it a hunch. I apologize. My name is Julio. I'm a La Sombra representative of this city. Some representative you are. Absolutely horrible first impression. Somehow we've never met before. You live here? I prefer keeping to myself these nights. More time for hobbies if you hide in secluded places like this. What's your name? ... Just call me Princess. Princess? My true name is for friends only, and after destroying my treasure, I count you a sworn enemy. When you least expect it, I will find you and will trap you in a reality of eternal pain. I should complain to the court at least, honestly. Tell Helen to start looking for a replacement. So sorry won't cut it, huh? Quadir would surely be thrilled to see Prince Ellen assign me with a mission of looking for a rare Scrooge McDuck statue, so I prefer to avoid that fate, even if it doesn't seem very likely. How can I make it up to you? Should I, search for a replacement online, or... ... Whatever, I'm not going to lie to you. I prefer to not stay mad for long. It's exhausting, and it's a threat to your beauty, both inner and outward. So yeah, I think I'm gonna ask you for a small favor, then we'll be square and I won't have to worry about becoming ugly. Sounds good? What favor? See, I'm super into low art these days. That's why I collect stuff like Scrooge McDuck lamps.
So I used to be hardcore into I Heart before, studied the harmonic structure of Bach's cantatas, taught myself Arabic just to weep over Middle Eastern poetry, read a lot of Joyce and Adorno, etc., etc. Eventually these hobbies got boring, as all things do, so I'm switching it up now. Comic books, heavy rock music, modern Hollywood movies, you know, stuff made for small children basically. The problem is, I think I'm still not low. It's still not low enough. There's still too much mastery of the form, too much restraint, too much respectability, too much tastefulness. I want to feel the rush of gazing into the soul of someone willing to admit to truly degenerate desires and obsession. So, you want schlock movie? You want B-rated shit? You want degenerate anime? So I want the lowest kind of art you can find. Just sweep off my feet and we'll be good. Not the kind of request I expected, but... How low is too low? There's no such thing as too low. Huh. Okay. Back when I was alive, I refused advance from a guy who lived just outside of Astoria. He definitely still owns some of those incredibly low art. But what exactly should I get her? Fantasy book? Anime DVD or video game? Okay, let's see video game. Because I already did the anime DVD and she loved it. Let's see if she's gonna love the video game. Okay, I will be back in a jiffy. It takes me just over an hour to get there. Wake him in the middle of the night, mess with his head a little, and get back with an appropriately low work of art. So, I've got something. Don't be shy. What is it? I assure a limited edition physical release of some obscure video game. So, have you ever played a video game? No, I don't think I ever thought of them as art. Well, see if this description my friend printed for me interests you enough to give them a try. Idea versus a lavishly budgeted American homage to the classic of the visual novel style, meaning to usher a new era of the genre in the West. 21 students awake in their abandoned high school with no recollection of what happened to them. A horrifying machine announced that they're now a part of a dead game and their only weapon is ideology? Oh no! This is a... Oh my god, this feels like a Danganronpa clone, but worse. Their only weapon is ideology. Well, how does that work? Socialism, libertarianism, conservatism, fascism, liberalism, they all have their champion here. A series of intense school debates start and every loser is sentenced to death. Oh my god! Political science meets Hunger Game. Oh no! Note, all characters depicted in this game are 18 years of age or older. The ancestor patch has already been applied. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. So yeah, it sure does sound like low art. Eyes down, I await a response. This is great! It is? Yeah, I have no idea what I'm looking at, but I can feel that it's utterly degenerate and naked in its intention. Just what I needed. Believe me, I've had more than enough of art trying to dazzle or win me over to be used by a stepping stone in someone's illustrious career. I just wanted someone to be like, screw it, I don't want to impress anyone, I don't want to get anywhere, I just want to vomit out my soul for all the freaks like me to see. I think that in its own way, that might be the ultimate form of art. ... So, is my debt paid? I suppose. So, can I know your name now? Let me think. No! Heart emoji. She turns away and disappears into the night. Well, that was an interesting distraction for all the malaise in the city. I suppose it's time to go back to the miserable business I've been saddled. To be honest, I kinda expected the worst. Why would we look for him in the most obvious space?
I've been asking around and I've got a hunch. Just trust it and start looking.
Fine. Who is D'Angelo anyway?
He's a good man, a useful man. But it took me time to get used to him. He takes looting very, very seriously. His thing is acting like, idiosyncratic noir detective. He'll help him cope with something, but I never felt comfortable tackling the subject. Doesn't sound too quirky by the city standards. Wait, what is that?
There's a rat on the floor, frozen in an unnatural position. Weird shit. Gross, examine it or kick it. I'm gonna examine it. Despite my disgust, I pick the rodent up.
Now, that's what being an investigator is all about. Leave no stones unturned.
Shut up! This is so gross!
What have you found out?
I take a close, hard look at the rat. It's alive, but
from what I see, he's just stretching out and like grinding his teeth without a care in the world. Oh, that's called bruxing.
What?
When a rat chatters his teeth, that's bruxing. He's not acting panic or aggressive, so I guess he's just happy.
I look at his face.
I don't know, his eyes keep coming out of his socket and going back in. He looks disgusting, like he's in a lot of pain. Oh, so he's boggling. He must be really content.
How does he know so much about... Never mind, I'm getting an eerie feeling.
This is weird, man. I have a feeling there's a kindred hiding nearby. Weird. My thoughts exactly.
Qadir slowly approaches a secluded corner of the room.
And there it is!
He kicks a pile of clothes lying on the floor.
I'm just a corpse. Leave me alone.
Lucky for you, we're all corpses here, D'Angelo. You're among friends.
Clumsily, drunkily, the pile of clothes transform into an unkempt man who looks like he's suffering from some sort of skin disease. Yeah, he's not wearing his Hawaiian shirt. He seems to be dressing for the winter. He's got his flask of alcohol. He still has his beanie that says no.
No, a true friend would just bury me.
Unlucky for you, we're not that kind of friends.
Lucky, unlucky, schmucky my ass. How did you guess I was here?
See, I've been asking around for the past few days. What I've learned is that for a reason that can be best dressed as nebulous, you've made quite a few enemies since last year.
Yeah, tell me something I do not know.
And one thing that caught my interest is how everyone has it on good authority that your place was raided a few times without you being found, yet nobody has assumed responsibility for these acts.
Well, doesn't this then always look like it was just raided? Can't blame anyone for making an educated assumption.
I'd a hunch this might be more than rumors. See, it surely looks like a convenient coincidence when everyone hears something that makes them look the other way, and coincidences are for fools.
Well, you've got my number, and you can see my ugly mug right in front of you, so it's no use playing dumb, I suppose.
Agreed. You seriously spent all these weeks holed up in here? Is the hunger not getting to you?
You've got a lot of critters around this area, and we become chums. Some of these rats are actually got addicted to the kiss. They come to me every night, acting like coke hound, begging for it.
I've been getting them drunk just to get some rush out of feeding them on them. Feels a bit like slathering a horribly burned piece of pizza in ketchup, but in this situation, I'll take that.
Oh, wait.
I've been getting them drunk to get them some sort of rush out of feeding on them. Feels like a bit of slathering a horribly burned piece of pizza with ketchup, but in this situation, I'll take what I can get, you dig?
It's so gross, I failed to keep my poker face. He notices.
So, who's the dame?
Julia Sawitsky, a detective investigating Baron Callahan's death.
He raises his head for a short while to stare in Qadir's eyes and treat him with a vulgar snicker.
Phooey! So somebody has finally put the old man on ice. Whoever did it did the world a huge favor.
Absolutely, but I got orders to establish who that was, and I've been stumbling in the dark for the past few days. We need your help.
I'll be damned. Your sleuth skills must really be not up to par if you're begging a bum for help.
I'm not exactly a sleuth. It's an unusual case. Have some dignity, man.
Well, I'm not a sleuth. I'm just someone who was forced to act like one.
Good for you, kiddo. Good for you. If you stick to his trade in this day and age, you gotta be batty as hell. So why did the court pick you? What used to be your day job?
I was a journalist.
Ah, well, I understand then. Private investigator might be a respectable step up. He accidentally lets a metal flask in his hand slip out and fall on the floor, then struggles to pick it up. Khadir can't bear to watch.
God, what happened to you, Johnny? I've never seen you like this slow before.
Stressful disorder causing a disruption in my routine is what I think a shrink would say. Happens when a lot of shady folks are out to put a stake through your chest.
Help us out. Tell us what you know, and we might be able to help you in return.
Yeah, respect where it's due, miss, but I think it's going to be the other way around. I ain't telling the two of you shit, pardon my French, until I know I can count on some protection.
Johnny?
Don't you Johnny me, Khadias my, I know your level, and I also know that your honor is one of the few things you care about. You want me to endanger myself, you put it on the line for me. And that's that. You either promise to extend your protection to me, or the moment you step away from here, I sneak away into the sewers, and that's the last thing you'll ever see me. The last time you ever see me. Gadir shoots me a very sideways glance.
I know, he drives a hard bargain. Especially for someone whose sense of self-worth does not exactly appear to be sky high at the moment.
Maybe, but I do value my own life quite a lot. Thank you very much, friends. Kadir sighs.
Alright, but 3 months from now, or the movement Prince Panar tells me it's no longer possible for the court to offer you safety without compromising its principles, you're on your own. No negotiation. That's the only deal I can strike with you. Take it or leave it.
D'Angelo scratches his head, grunts loudly, tugs on his mask, and stands up. Okay, that's Jake with me, big fella. Might have strong opinions about Panhard, but hell, I'm sitting on dynamite. I'll take what I can get. Is he vaping?
Who else in New York would you rather rely on? You want me to call the mayor?
My opinions about the prince aren't that bad. So, what do you good folks want from me?
Who wants you dead?
Ah, starting the interrogation with a tricky one. Would you like to know?
Step up, Johnny. You seem to be forgetting how Quiproquo works. Wouldn't like to know, won't cut it.
What can I tell you? That warlock Agation, or whatever his name is, presumed dead. Tamika, MRA with SI on her back, so possibly KIA by now. Hope, the cook, hidden in her office under Van der Weyden's skirt. Around the time they started having trouble, some rough-looking streetwise kindred started hanging out my usual spot. Didn't take me long to connect the dots.
Wait, what is the connection between you and those three?
Ever since last year, folks started hiring us for various gigs, some even trying to get us to join their coteries. All of these opportunities were rather short-lived. However, the delicate tightrope act of working for various employers made us fully aware. There's an intra-sect alliance in NYC. Kindred from both sides often work from the same goals without knowing it. The moment we started figuring it all out, a cleanup crew went downtown. I know the Cirrus Warlock boy sniffed something out on his own backyard, and then poof, he disappeared. Then I lost all contact with Hope and Tamika and went AWOL. Hope they're doing fine, and they didn't snitch on me to anybody.
They are, and they didn't even tell me you guys knew each other, so I think you're safe.
Huh. Wait a second. Why were you milking them for intel, kiddo?
I found a list of 4 names on Callahan's remains. You can probably guess what there were.
I get the picture, yeah. Christ almighty.
I've heard it was just a list of freelancers, potential associates, probably prepared by Carter Van der Weyden.
My money is on him being involved, but I smell bullshit. Have you got any idea who might have done the boss in? Any more clues?
None at all. That's where we want you to come in, friend. Investigate the murder scene, the way only you know how. Tell us what you think. Guide Julia in the proper direction.
D'Angelo sized me up, scratching his head. Sure, whatever. I will try my best, kiddo. Lead the way.
I'll drive you there, or at least as close as possible. I wouldn't be welcome that deep in unarked territory. Just clean yourself up a little bit, Johnny. I just had my upholstery cleaned earlier this week.
We're inside Khadier's car. After dropping us off at the same place Catering first introduced me to Mia, Khadier quickly drives away.
Here we are.
Swell, a classic closed room, Mr. A. Let me take a look. You start walking around the office, carefully taking every element. So, you're saying you're basically a nobody, but you can simply call Catherine Wise and have her open sesame and not our crib for you? Don't know, but sure sounds like somebody's to me.
Don't misunderstand. I only met her during the course of the investigation. Everyone's basically been treating me like dirt whenever I go, and I'm only acknowledged enough to legitimize this sham.
Lord Castlereagh. Now, that was an abrupt interruption. I was busy sharing, damn it.
Excuse me? He's pointing at the painting of the man overseeing this entire office.
I met Murder on the way. He had a mask like Castlereagh. Very smooth he looked, yet grim. 7 bloodhounds followed him.
He seems to have completely switched in his modus operandi.
Upon seeing the murder scenes, he's in his own little world, and his behavior has become more machine-like, erratic.
I still don't follow.
I never knew the old Irish coot was into the Napoleonic era, but then again, I have no idea about his exact age, of course, so maybe that's when he lived, or was born. Anyhow,
pay minimal attention to me, alright? Who am I looking at here?
Right. That one's Lord Castlereagh. Born as Robert Stewart, a British Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs at the beginning of the 18th century. Incredibly influential, incredibly hated. Ask one fellow about Castlereagh and he'll tell you he was the man who destroyed Napoleon for good, the man who shaped British politics for ages, the man who built foundation for European unity at Vienna. Ask another fellow and he'll tell you he was the man who destroyed the Irish Parliament. He was the man who cracked down on any possibilities of reform and then supported the cavalry massacring peaceful protesters. He's spouting these facts like a computer. Is that the hint of a detective photographic memory? I have to say, it's downright perverted for an Irishman to put on Castlereagh's portrait in his office. Definite proof that our victim was sick in the head. Ha! As if we needed more evidence here. Probably idolize him too, maybe identify with him even. Yeah, that's possible. Callahan and his ilk adored those jag-off who strive to reach across the aisle and achieve hard compromises. Too bad nobody else even remembers them well. I feel like I should have said something. I got this nagging feeling in the back of my mind. So, that was his role model. So how did he die? He's pretty good looking.
So, how did he die?
Committed suicide in the 1820s. His family took every sharp item away from him, but he was, well, dedicated.
Why did he do it?
Pressure mounting from all sides. Deserve hate coming from all sides. Plain old overwork. Also might have gone nuts. Kept saying he saw ghosts. Otherworldly silhouettes were guiding him. Yada yada yada. An unpleasant feeling grows in my stomach. Also, there's a rumor someone was threatening to expose him as a homosexual. Having the choice between being publicly denounced and ending it all by his own hand, he chose the latter.
Well, that's just depressing.
Maybe, but the silver lining is it couldn't have happened to a nicer fella. He steps above Callahan's corpse and laughs. Posterity will never survey a noble grave than this. Here lies the bones of Castlereagh, stop traveler and piss. And he kicks his bone with glee, causing me to jump a little. Is he still under the influence?
Isn't that tampering with the crime scene?
Kiddo, as far as I can see, this crime scene has been fucked with 3 times over. Can't really be ruined more than it already has.
I agree, but it looked about the same as last time I was here.
Then it was already a total mess before you ever got here. Whatever.
Standing by the metal shutters on the windows, he abruptly changed the topic. Light-proof. Have you toyed with these?
No, in general I avoid machinery like that. It doesn't like me, and I don't like it.
They don't like you?
They don't work properly. It's like I give technology an allergy. Sometimes industrial cameras mess up my face, sometimes I can't use a phone. You'd think it could be useful, but it's just a curse.
I see. You think these blinds could have been the murder weapon?
Hadn't crossed my mind.
Yeah, I did wonder about that, or how so.
Yeah, I did wonder, like,
yeah, because the body is standing in front of the blinders, so he probably committed suicide by sunlight.
yeah, I did entertain the possibility.
Would make sense, wouldn't it? Let's say for some reason our stiff was standing there as the sun was rising. Maybe staring at poor old Castle Ray, looking for a soulmate to accompany him to the other side. Yet another guy pushed to suicide by politics, pretty old school, romantic, yada yada yada. Or maybe it was just torpor, or maybe it was a freak accident, or maybe it was premeditated. In any case, sunlight would be a perfect murder weapon, no? He takes off the mask to shoot at this figure smile my way. Well, that's just a theory anyway.
Well, it sounds sound.
Does it? Because I was just spitballing here. It's practically impossible to make certain now, kiddo. The most logical cause of final death will be damage to the heart, and can easily be done without damage to the skeleton. And he sets off with a wink. What is he playing at here? The safe. Anyone made a crack at it yet?
As far as I know, only Canahad knew the code, and the safe itself is pretty hard to crack.
Watch me, kiddo. He presses an ear to the safe and slowly begins to rotate the dial.
Stop clowning around. You're a safe cracker now?
When you're cursed with countenance such as mine, and you decide on a job such as mine, you gotta be a jack of all trades.
Yeah, but still, sounds pretty hard.
Last year, there was a random fellow visiting an heritage museum in Alberta. He found a safe that hasn't been opened in 40 years. Not a single specialist, not even a blacksmith could have handled it. The man just studied the numbering, listened closely to the mechanism, attended the most sensible combination, and voila, the unthinkable happened. That's when just trusting your instinct leads ya. Too bad he found nothing inside but an old pay sheet. A metallic screech. The door opens. Well, I'll be damned. And it looks like we got the same case here. Confetti! A few random papers scattered around. But for all his work, the lock was obvious traces of mechanical manipulation. Probably recent too. Reeks of foul play. But what do we know for sure, really? I'm done here. You can take over. Another wink, or another walk in a random direction. I look inside the safe, quite spacious. I haphazardly grab everything that's left inside the safe and hide it on my person, then close the door so that nobody knows he managed to crack it. When I turn around, he's motioning me to come closer to a sheet of paper lying on the desk. So yeah, kiddo, you probably know the entire beeswax about Schrodinger's cat, so I'm not gonna bore you with that, but honestly, anything could have happened here. I read the text he's written on the empty page. This place is wired. It gives me chills.
I think I'm okay. I've tried to record my own voice a bunch of times on different hardware just to see if I can. It mostly comes out as noise.
He nods, then starts scribbling something else as he continues blabbering on and on. The best strategy would be to make an educated guess about what happens here, then interrogate everyone about it. Maybe you'll take someone by surprise, drop a hook on them. He writes, the wiretap is at chips in the broken glass bottle on the floor. Absolutely sure it belongs to Kaiser. Yeah, there was a lot of broken glass. We have no idea where it comes from. But apparently it's a bug bottle and that was broken.
Kaiser, the elusive information broker, the talk of the city,
Finally got an excuse to nab him. Understand? I think I have an idea how to use to find it. Should I notify Kadir?
Scribble, scribble. Takes longer than before. So yeah, I'll be meeting up with Khadir. You stay here, sister. Maybe there's something you've been missing. You're called doll, you're going beyond this jurisdiction, so he will try to stop you. Whatever you do, just give me a 10 minutes heads up, so I can get to relative safety.
For sure.
It's back into the sheriff's custody for me. See you around, Julia. Sorry for this old codger, couldn't have been more help. It was more than enough. Eventually, let Kadir know I will get his ass.
Oh, whatever I got was plenty. See you around, Angelo. ...
I've got a plan. Now all I need to execute is a clueless bystander. This guy will do.
So, do you, need me for anything else?
Not really. Better take a hike before the guy you just called shows up. I can't guarantee he won't make you hurt.
Will do.
He puts his head down and obediently trots away down the street. I might have messed with his head a little too much, using my wildly kindred charms, but I needed to tell Kaiser where I want to meet quite clearly multiple times. I should have given him the kiss as thanks at least, but I told the big man I won't be here all night and that he better hurry up, so I want to be ready whenever he comes. Less than 15 minutes later, a menacing black limo takes a fast, sharp turn onto my street and stops right in front of me. Suddenly, something like an acid flashback hits me. I know this limo. I've seen it all around over the past few days, but never thought it might be telling me. Still, it must have. Looks like I'm finally about to get some answers. Doors open and a raspy voice comes from inside.
Get the fuck in, Sawinski!
I smile and accept the invitation. There he is, Kaiser, the king of New York City's information highways, surrounded by screens, speakers, and newfangled technological gizmos of all kinds. I'm gonna have to take a sip because this part is gonna be tough on my throat. First impression, he's one repulsive son of a bitch. D'Angelo was also a sewer rat, and he might have had a similar physical disadvantage, but at least he was wholly endearing. With this guy, there's no room for any kind of sentiment. He's inhumanely cold, and I get the feeling he's been like this for ages.
You're getting on my nerves, little lady, and I'm far from being the only one.
I get the sense he meant from all of this to be threatening. Instead, I'm elated after a week of running around like a headless chicken, unsure if I was getting anywhere. Finally, I get a compliment. If there's one thing I learned back in Lone Star, it was that you only know you're doing your job correctly when someone powerful gets visibly mad.
I have no idea what you mean.
No need to play dumb, especially considering you're natural. The heart hole, double spiral, DSI, Torx Den. How does it feel to have made enemies absolutely everywhere?
He scoffs at me with pure contempt.
Listen, I will speak as plainly as humanly possible to get this through your little head, since it's obvious you're not willing to read the obvious signals. You were hired for one thing, and one thing only, little lady, to suck at your job, and you couldn't even do that correctly. People keep stopping by my limo this week, telling me, Kaiser, dear Kaiser, we keep trying to make her understand how hopeless she is, but she won't get a clue. She doesn't have any evidence. She doesn't have any testimony, but she still goes around knocking on everyone's door, causing disturbance. It's such a fucking headache. Usually I try to be a jovial host, so I cheer them up. She's not that much of a dunce, I say. She's making mountains out of molehills to make herself seem useful, I say. She's about to stop. But you, in your infinite idiocy, decided to prove me wrong in the most spectacular fashion by knocking on my very own door, forcing my hand, threatening me even. Are you autistic or something? Huh? Can't read basic fucking social clues? Stop for 1 second and ask yourself, cui bono? Who even fucking wants you to solve anything, let alone this case? See, this city has a delicate system set in place. Usually it's flawless, but ever since you started tinkering with it, it's been having these irritating malfunctions and it's driving people.
Are you done?
A weird, disgusting sound, something between a gargle and a bark, escaped his throat.
Unbelievable.
All I'm hearing is that you're in possession of some information that might help me solve the puzzle I was presented with. If that's the case, I'm going to ask you to share it.
I swear, you're absolutely irredeemable, you fucking garbage dump of a woman. How do I get through all the rubbish in your head to drive my point in? Don't you know who I am?
Tell me the truth or else I want to see your higher-ups. You are the one who at Callahan's place wired.
Oh, I know who you are. You are the person who at Calaplan's place wired, which makes you a possible witness of sort, or even a suspect.
Psh, for Christ's sakes, woman, get real! Even if your accusation were correct, then who, pray tell, who would you report them to? Do you even know what kind of people I answer to?
No? Care to acquaint us?
Is that really what you want? You want to know who pulls the strings? Give me 10 minutes and I can arrange a meeting, but this is your last chance to turn back. If you don't, I can tell you now, you're going to be sorry.
The Big Kahuna. Finally, now we're talking.
Yes, the Big Kahuna. So this is your final answer, huh?
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
He takes out his phone and begins furiously typing. I relax in the seat. Finally, we're getting somewhere. It might be dangerous, yeah, but at least I will finally get a clue of what's going on.
I'm just saying, this is a point of no return. My boss doesn't fuck around. Best case, you're going to beg him to take you in.
Whatever. Keeps grumbling under his breath, but I'm not even listening. I just watch the street to go by. ... Until out of the blue I experience a strong sense of foreboding. A shadow. I first spot her in the corner of my eye. She's hovering next to Kaiser with an expression that's possible to discern. When she speaks, the voice is machine-like yet otherworldly.
Fine. We're 5 minutes away or so. Get the boys ready to give her the Mel Gibson special.
The moment he puts away his phone, the silhouette disappears. So the shadow was representing the other person on the line. Interesting. They're talking about us. Give us the Mel Gibson special.
We're 5 minutes away. Better start figuring out the way you might prove yourself useful to the honcho.
There is no honcho. Oh my god, of course this motherfucker is setting me up. I need to get out of here. Now. I do the first thing that comes to mind. I grab the door handle and pull. He notices me scrambling and struggles to grab me.
Hold up, you stupid fucking cunt!
Glass breaking. Loud thuds of something heavy hitting the asphalt. Tires screeching. I think he grabbed me. I think he tried to pull me back in. I think we fell out of the limo. I think his body cushioned my fall. But I'm struggling to process what's going on. It's like I'm blanking out. When I come to, he's already attempting to get up, cursing under his breath. The limo has stopped a little further in, but whoever the driver is, he's not coming out.
Fuck it!
When he stands up, he will be out for vengeance. He's an older vampire who knows how strong he is. I need something that will give me the advantage. The pepper spray, of course. This probably won't be as effective as it would be on a living person, but it's still worth a try. I limp toward the asshole, disarm the device, aim toward his eyes, and unload the entire canister.
Ah!
It worked. It actually worked. I keep up the offensive. I punch him, kick him, throw him around, and pummel him. I smash his head against the curb. I struggle to harm him in whatever way I can, like a fried animal. I don't know how long it lasts. Might be 1 minute. Might be eternity. The driver steps out of the limo to help his boss, but once he sees what I'm doing to him, he runs away in a panic. Feels good. Feels absolutely horrible.
Once I'm done, I sit on the curb and scream my lungs to avoid crying. Then I look at him. He seems shocked, barely hanging on. I know what I've done was extremely stupid. I did hear how he's one of the most influential figures in the city. But that's probably why he never expected to get his ass whooped, especially by someone like me. When he speaks again, his voice is pathetic, surprisingly close to a whimper.
You'll pay! You'll fucking pay! You're lost, mislaid, and abandoned property of a woman!
He's unwell, talking nonsense. I approach him again.
You wanted to have me whacked. What, do you think I'm stupid?
You needed to be taught a lesson!
Well, would you look at who ended up teaching who? Now talk. Tell me everything you know about Callahan's final death. All of it.
Go to hell, you can fuck me up however bad you want. I'm still not going to tell you shit. You try anything, there will be consequences. There will be retribution. My mouth is shut.
He might be my last chance to solve the case, but if I don't force him to talk, he won't. There's a burgeoning thought in my mind, but it scares even me. Do I dare to push him to the edge? Make him suffer until he squeaks? I will do whatever is necessary! The end justifies the means, duh!
Well, I'm sure you will open your mouth if I do this.
I put a shin against the curb.
Wait, what?
And kick him with all my strength.
Ah!
It's a compound fracture. I barely managed to suppress my gag reflex. It feels like I'm dissociating.
You fucking psycho! You fucking psychotic bitch!
He's an actual weeping, like a child. It totally shatters the thought image he was trying to project earlier. Like this is the first time anyone has ever posed physical violence against him. What if it is?
You either start talking or the other leg goes. Then the hands. Then I will get creative.
I tried to collect myself and put his other leg against the curb.
I'll talk! I'll fucking talk!
The kick connects. It's a light one, a sadistic feint. Still managed to get a pathetic whimper out of him.
Then talk! But this has better be good.
He looks at me with pure fury, then begins to speak through clenched teeth.
You wanna know who was in Callahan's office before he died, little lady? Everyone. Fucking everyone, and their mother was there. Van der Weyden, Aisling, Arturo, and Panhard, that Khmer douche motherfucker Torque with his sidekick, all of them. Callahan thought that the only way out was to pit them all against each other, or to ally with every single one of them. Little did he know, it was in all of their best interest for him to just fucking die.
That's good, that's great. But who killed him?
I have no fucking idea!
That won't do.
Once again, I put his egg in a potentially disastrous position. In response, he starts howling maniacally.
You fucking sadist! You fucking monster woman! I really have no idea!
Who kept complaining to you about me? Who is responsible for getting rid of the evidence?
Everyone! Everyone did! God damn it, Callahan had dirt on everyone and antagonized everyone, so it took everyone to fucking bring him down! All evidence is gone, every theory is equally true, so none of it is. Don't you see, you fucking cunt? Everyone is complicit, so nobody is. Why the fuck do you think Sophie Langley is no longer around? Why is Torque no longer pretending to be a revolutionary? Why are free agents involved? Why are they shutting you up tomorrow?
Shutting me up? Who?
Can't you connect the dots, you dumb whore? What are you, fucking retard?
Somebody's about to get... Julia!
I look back over my shoulder and see Khadir.
Bloody hell, what is wrong with you? Khadir, you're out of control. This is why I didn't want you to get involved. I had a hunch. A hunch that the moment you get a whiff of true power, all brakes will be off. Look, you're talking nonsense. You're out of your damn mind. I should have you in for a potential masquerade breach. Just let me explain myself. This ugly fucker tried to have me beaten, maybe even killed. Don't you care about that?
I have no idea, Sheriff. No idea. She's dangerous. She's a psychopath. She's a psychopath. She's psychotic.
Shut the fuck up! I can't control myself. I kick him where I know it will hurt him the most. Ah, my fucking leg!
Stop this right now, you goddamn idiot!
I freeze in place. I've never heard him use that tone with me.
I will take care of you in a moment in my car, Kaiser. Hold on. I'm not done questioning him yet. It looks like there's a major conspiracy to... I'm gonna have to ask you to leave, and you're gonna be glad I leave it at that. If you do that, I'm gonna have to assume you're complicit. That's worth 2 strikes in my book. You don't want to risk a third. So that's that, huh? Tell me, what was all my footwork even for?
We'll be seeing each other, little lady.
Can you hear this? Go home, Julia. But go home. Fine, I will.
But before I do, I take a quick peek into Kaiser's limo, still abandoned a little further down the street. I skipped the church visit again tonight. I want more time to finish this report. Who knows? It might be my final one. I want to spend more time with Dakota. Yeah, just forget about the rest of the world. A lot happened tonight, but I can still manage to be at our apartment an hour earlier than usual. She should be glad. I sneak into the apartment as silently as possible, trying to surprise her. When I reach the bedroom, I see something unexpected. It hits me like a ton of bricks. At the beginning, I can't properly parse the sight. But when I finally understand what I'm looking at, it causes a wave of terror and disgust to swell up inside my chest. Chip! So basically, this is Dakota wearing Julia's clothes, and she's smoking Julia's cigarette. For some reason, like, she's...
What the fuck?
Exclamation mark. She's shocked to see me, doesn't know what to do. She's like a deer in headlights, or a schoolgirl poorly trying to hide her misdeeds from her teacher.
You're early.
Yes, I am. These are my clothes, Dakota. These are my cigarettes. That's my jewelry on the table.
Yeah, I was,
And I'm pretty sure, God Almighty, I thought I was just being neurotic whenever I noticed something dreadful familiar in you.
I can explain.
Please do explain.
A good 10 seconds of awkward silence pass. I can see her spending an eternity in her head.
This isn't what it looks like.
Oh my god, is it exactly what it looks like? I will just come out and say it.
Dakota? Are you single white femaling me?
It all makes sense now.
No, come on, no!
I thought I was the leech in this relationship. We watched that movie together. We made fun of Jennifer Jason Leigh together. A roommate stalking and imitating her own roommate. Ha ha ha. What a concept, right?
But I was being fed up in a far more sinister way before knowing it.
Don't be silly.
Silly? I never even been this serious with you.
So whenever she put on my makeup, whenever I use her as a mirror, was she always hyping me up because she wanted to live as vicariously through me?
So many little things make sense in retrospect. The little ways you kept modulating your speech after me. The weird ways our tastes were always compatible. Some of your arts feeling so familiar. None of it would trigger any alarm by itself, and yet...
She's as humanly embarrassed as possible.
Julia, listen.
Don't fucking touch me!
I can barely think of anything more repulsive than being put on a pedestal like this. It's like the other person is begging me to perceive them as someone worse, if not outright subhuman.
Don't be like this. Just don't.
You know, this will probably be infinitely more palatable if you talk to me like a person here and not like, I don't know, your fucking mommy. ...
You know what? Fuck you. I've been locked in this apartment by myself because all of the pandemic shit going on, it's fucking me up. I know you have it hard right now, so I didn't want to bother you. Yeah, I was counting on you to ask about how I'm feeling. Babe, how is your work-life balance? Aren't you feeling claustrophobic? Hey, is it just me, or is our drug supply wordlessly shrinking too fast? But no, you're too much of a self-centered bitch! You regularly suck me dry, and it's okay, but the moment I entertain the thought of taking something in return, I'm crossing a line? Oh no, I'm a member of an immortal elite secret society. It's so hard to cope, Dakota. Whenever I gracefully decide to visit our apartment, let's just do what I enjoy until the pain stops. Fuck you! Fuck you! Sincerely, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! There's nothing you can do but take, and you should already have learned by now that just taking won't make you happy, you big dumb bitch!
Stop. Just...
I don't know what to say. I feel disgusted, both with her and myself.
Just stop.
Dakota breaks down crying. She grabs a jacket and a purse. She runs out of the apartment. I don't try to stop her. I stand there for a short while in silence, and then lock the door. Did she take the keys? I don't know. I don't know if I care. I desire it for someone else, not for myself. For a way to open a different world, not get locked back in mine. I collapse onto the soft bed. I smell a perfume. I always liked it, but now it makes me slightly nauseous. I try not to think of Dakota. I think of Kaiser. I think of Kadia. I think of Callahan. No matter what I think of, I sense doom. I feel like I just sealed my fate, whatever it may be. Everything fucking sucks. Back into the void. Back into the void. Back into the void. For me, it always starts with an image. ... We see the chairs and the shadows. An image which might be vaguely eerie or interesting, but usually not an image that would provoke particularly strong feelings by itself. Usually, it adds a mystery, that much is correct. But that mystery doesn't exist without a text, or more specifically, a context. Context is everything. One way or another, you need to process what you're looking at. Maybe that context will be something you heard or overheard. Maybe, although it's quite rare and pretty special, it will be your very own creative captivating complete interpretation. Or ghost of an idea. Is this a half-forgotten memory of something unspeakably beautiful I will never see ever again? Just a scene from a movie? A fragment from a music video? An animation? Or maybe this really is the last thing Callahan ever saw in his own life. Warm sunbeams caressing his skin, turning it to ash. A giant ball of fire engulfing his body in flame from 93 million miles away. Was he terrified? Was he grateful? There's no will, no suicide note, no nothing. Instead, we can only count on what the local historian will write, presumably letting their biases shape the narrative one way or another. What am I looking at here? This is the scene where Dakota is doing her makeup. A horrible, laughable hall of mirrors. A creep whom I never want to see again. A vampire much more despicable than myself. Or maybe someone who loved taking care of me and deserved to be cared for in return. Funny thing, whenever I was high as a kite, mentally lost in dimension parallel to ours, she was my anchor. Our shared history, my feelings for her were an anchor. Matthew McConaughey returning to his estranged daughter from the other side of the cosmos, from beyond the event horizon, guided by nothing but love. Murph! Then, whenever I got back to planet Earth, for a week or two, I was haunted by a memory of that affection. I was the best possible version of myself towards her. But that haunting always refused to transfigure into something real. What gradually took its place were angry, disappointing thoughts, and among them, one thought that I was always trying to suppress. I need someone who would know how to raise me up spiritually. But all I have is a sycophant who's always working her ass off to lift me up without understanding what I need. It's hurting us both. Having these words pop up in my head hurts me because they have a ring of truth to them, but also because I knew there must be another narrative, a better narrative. I was just too stupid to find it. Story of my life, story of my own life. I still have no idea what I think about this city. I had my the best city in the world phase. I had just a playground for wealthy fucktards phase. Now I'm in search for a better description. One day probably will stumble upon like a piece of writing for a prestigious TV show scene that will contain just that. And suddenly I will look at this place with new eyes. Or maybe I won't. It's like the frustration I had back at Lodestar. All these words constantly trailing behind reality, trapping you in a useless mindset instead of bringing enlightenment. Fuck all those flashy writers whose main concern is furthering their own brand. Douchebags who present you with limited, pathetic, depressing realities where they are kings. Fuck them all to hell. We need words that will paint a brighter future before our eyes. But what if that can't be done without reinterpreting the past first? What if we haven't been defined the ills and threats correctly? Once again, my thoughts return to the same visual as been tormenting me for almost every waking moment of this past week. A senseless demise devoid of any context. A crime scene stripped of evidence. An image created by an unknown artist designed to leave you dumbfounded. The investigation is over. All the possible avenues explored. All the non-testimonies are and no concrete evidence found. The play is almost complete. The actor is ready to leave the stage. It is what it is. I failed as a detective, maybe through no fault of my own, but again, it is what it is. This case, this scene, this picture never needed an investigator. From what I understand, all the people in charge ever wanted was a talented writer. What if? A ghost of an idea. When I wake up, Dakota is still not here. I don't know how to feel about that, so I just don't. Kadia hasn't left any messages by the door. Still that mad, huh? He will probably appeal to the court to take me off the case. And if half of the garbage Kaiser was spouting is correct, he shouldn't have much trouble convincing everyone. I look in the mirror and stare at my warped non-reflection.
This place is upsetting. You need a change of scenery, girl.
The depressing street of a locked down New York City will do. I think of God. Maybe that's why I half-consciously picked the cathedral as my destination. I think of the silver cross adorning my chest, an empty signifier. Whenever someone asks me why I wear it, they hear a different story. I think of these silhouettes that I keep spotting from the corner of my eye. No, I don't want even to imagine what that means. I feel what it means, and it makes me nauseous enough. I think of my clan, so closely tied to the Catholic Church. It's a lawless marriage, so to speak. Like, for example, the one between my parents. I think about the great irony of the La Sombra's truce with the Holy See. We are the only ones who stay so close to the Lord's light, even though we're certain we will never even reach it. Some of us shadows have visions of comrades who departed this world recently, traveling through the abstract space, one that's disturbing, astonishing in equal measures. They almost reach whatever afterlife there is for our kind, but then they get caught and consumed by a dark, monstrous silhouette. The rumor is our antediluvian wasn't stopped by his final death. He's still out there, behind the shadows, taking revenge for our patricide, feeding on us like Saturn devouring his children. As Dakota would say, it might not be factual, but it's an emotional truth. From joining a Camarilla to panically scrambling for any safe house, it's like our readers are solely motivated by fear. The sins of our father are catching up with them, and it's young kindred like me who are given responsibility to clean up their mess, with a constant sense of doom looming over the horizon. We don't talk about salvation anymore. We're just minimizing the impact of damnation. That's no way to live. But then again, maybe that's why they call it unlife. Shit, it's Benoit.
Hello there, lost sheep. I'll have you know, this shepherd was extraordinarily patient with waiting for you. What are you doing here while the night is so young? Out for blood? Well, you're in luck. This place offers both the body and blood.
If missionaries learned their methods from pickup artists, they would all be like this guy.
I'm not in the mood, you sorry-ass bum. Step a fuck away from me, or you're gonna be sorry.
Oh my, something's troubling you? If so, I can arrange a confession. Or if you're in a hurry, keep in mind, the path from inner turmoil begins with a friendly ear, and I've got one right here.
Kurwa bana troll too hot. You want me to fuck you up too? Don't you? Don't you?
Julia, as you should know by now, I always interpret this kind of response to preaching the divine as the devil stirring inside.
Wait, that was, okay, let me check. I'm curious. I'm gonna Google translate this. I know this is Polish. Let me get... Kurwa. Jabana. Julia. Yeah, that's Polish. Nope. Come on, I had it. Basically, it's just saying fuck you in
Kurwa jebana twoja.
Kurwa jebana twoja.
Kurwa jebana twoja.
Kurwa jebana twoja. Okay, so it's not a two, it's a zwo. Kurwa jebana twoja. You want me to fuck you up, don't you?
Julia, as you should know by now, I always interpret this kind of response to preaching the divine as the devil stirring inside. Is that what it is, Julia? The liar and the father of lies got a hold of your soul? If so, give me a signal, even the smallest one. I'll do my best to spot it.
Something swells up inside my chest. I recognize the feeling. The handbrake just broke, and I'm definitely not on level ground. Fuck, here we go.
Listen, I have enough, alright? Enough! Enough of your sanctimonious attitude, enough of your brazen lack of basic empathy, enough of your dumb, ugly fucking mug. You're a fucking singularity of stupidity, tastelessness, and cringe. I've met all sorts of horrible shitheads and asshat this week, and somehow none of them got under my skin the way you do, you motherfucker! Like a goddamn Jehovah's Witness going from door to door, except you're always knocking on my fucking skull going, hey, do you know God exists? Have you heard that God exists? Like, hold on, hold it right here. When did I ever say that God exists? ... What?
I said, what makes you think I believe God exists?
Oh, now you're just fucking with me.
No, I'm serious.
Well, he sounds serious at least. I'm actually speechless.
I think there's been some sort of silly misunderstanding that desperately needs to be cleared up.
I'm all ears.
I sure hope so, Julia. I feel like you must have ignored half of what I've been saying for you to reach these conclusions.
That's very well possible, actually. It usually takes 15 seconds of him talking to get me completely zoned out.
So, to avoid any further mix-up, I will go back to the beginning and explain the core of my religious beliefs, okay? So, I love the Catholic imagery. I cherish the tradition and lore. I adore the practices, the intricacies of the theology, the messages contained in the Bible. Of course I do. Does that mean I believe that one day I will see the big dad in the skies? Oh, forgive me, Lord, but I don't think so. Doesn't sound very likely, especially for a bloodthirsty creature of the night.
So, that's what this is about? Fun imagery?
That's overly simplified, but yes, I suppose you could say that.
Motherfucker, you ain't Catholic. You're just a weirdo cosplayer.
Says a non-practitioner who still wears a cross.
Yeah, but I don't shove it up down people's throats for fun in my spare time.
I'm simply trying to share the joys religion has brought to my own life with others.
What joy?
Oh, where to start? When there are so many. The joy of having plainly understandable rules to follow, the joy of having a structure to your life, the joy of always knowing where to find people who share your values. Above all, it's the joys of being an aristocracy. Surrounding oneself with exquisite, luxurious architecture, beautiful classical music, ornate ritual formalizing our action and relationships. A pursuit of virtue separating from the masses, the hierarchies, the communities, all serving an idea greater than themselves. It's like monarchy or some Camarilla tradition, but not as gauche.
So that's what it was. You saw pretty paintings and buildings and thought, hell yeah, I want in? And then you just decided that what they mean to you?
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's real fate that brought me into the fold. But eventually, I whittled down this religion to its core, to what interests me.
Unbelievable.
But don't think for a second I wasn't empathetic when I was trying to convert you. You are the embodiment of existential despair surrounding us. The one that people usually try to drown out with drugs, sex, work, Netflix, pick your poison. All of them temporary copes. Empty yourself. Kill your ego. Get a routine. Join the community. Ground your morality in something tangible. Start perceiving yourself as a part of something greater. All of it is good advice by itself, but codified in an appealing, otherworldly aesthetic. One that keeps the beast at bay. One you're almost fitting into the way you are. What's there to hate?
Unbelievable. You're a goddamn lunatic.
He looks to the sky.
Father, forgive them. They know not what they do.
Stop that. Your entire ideology is just aesthetic, you fucking loon.
And how exactly do I differ from anyone else nowadays in this regard,
Stop arguing semantics.
No, you stop. Just look at yourself. A privileged burnout who refused to invest herself in anything. Only start committing to anything when, for once in your own life, you were forced into a politically charged, dangerous task. Once it's over, you'll be back into being a nameless brat.
Desire to murder increase.
Ever since World War II, I've been watching every person and every ideal I cared about wither and disappear. That's the source of my pain. That's the reason I am what I am. The source of your pain? A thing that defines you? People have been mean to you?
Fuck off. People in third world countries keep their heads high while suffering from every source of horror, but you have a complete mental breakdown every time you remember you have mommy issues.
Wow. Classy.
Oh, don't act like you have a high ground here. You oblivious sadist. All I'm saying is everyone has a different framework, a different lens to view their suffering through.
Yes, and if there's one thing abandoning your humanity should have shown you, is that kind frameworks are not enough. Petty vendetta, childish romances, pointless power struggle, the dumb gambles that chasing a successful career, mommy and daddy issues, sure, why not? Pain and pleasure dictates everything. Everyone wants something bigger than this. They want to escape from this drudgery. They want psychedelia, but permanent. They want to stare at God's face, even if he does not exist. And you can show them how. Accept the cross you're wearing into your heart, Julia. Accept it!
Creepy fucker.
Just accept it!
Alright, that'll be enough, Benoit. The mood changes in an instant. The sight of Father Leonard takes both aback.
Father, what are you doing here so early?
You two are arguing so loudly I have to come out and check. Even if, with all the panic on TV these days, simply walking outside feels like marching into a war zone.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You should be. I was willing to turn a blind eye to your quirks because I believe you have your heart in the right place mostly, but I'm very disappointed in the way you approach folks in need. Right now, Benoit Segal is displaying all the confidence of a scolded teacher's favorite.
But I was just trying to guide her, to set her on the right path.
I know, Benoit, I know. That's the problem. The sacristy is open. Please head right now. We need to have a long talk. Get me some coffee if you wish.
But
Benoit! He slowly slinks away, looking defeated, deflated, debased. I burned the moment into my retinas, etched in on my soul, kinda hoping I'll never have to see him again, and this is how I remember him. Father Leonard watched him closely until he disappeared from sight, then turns to me. Feel sorry for him. Keep hoping he might find some basic empathy through faith. But all I've done thus far is let him leave you at the end of your tether.
Yeah, that's some faith he has. Are you okay with all the bullshit he's spouting?
I don't exactly support it, but I don't reject it. It's like attrition, contrition, imperfect repentance, you know? One is focused on a relationship with God, the other selfish and focused on personal gain. But both of them work.
Yeah, but doesn't this strike you as completely missing the point?
A bit? But purely secular takes on Christ's teachings are nothing new. Pascal's wager is a boring example, but have you by chance read Bulgakov's The Master and Margarita?
Sure. Back in Poland, every teen trying to look intellectual online loved to repeat that joke about the talking cat who swears he'd never pour vodka on a lady because women deserve pure alcohol.
That's one takeaway from that novel, I suppose. I read it as a moving depiction of Christ, who's not a divine being, stripped of mythic qualities but open for transcendence. Jesus and Satan understood as powerful forces battling within us.
Would have to read it again. It's been too long. Sounds nice though.
I stretch lazily and take out another smoke. Leonard watched me closely before speaking up again. Julia? 4 hours from now, there's going to be a meeting in the Elysium. The big finale of Celebrations of Power. Everyone will be there, but they were counting on you to not show up. The good sheriff plans to present the result on the investigation in your stead. It's a simple, crude strategy. Might work, but begs to be countered with an outrageous tactic. Take it as you will. The game is about to end. Momentarily, I'm left dumbfounded. All I can muster is an eloquent.
Eh?
Oh, don't ask me, I'm just a messenger.
Who relayed this message to you then?
A good friend. A cautious friend. Wouldn't be able to tell you more than that, even if you forced me to.
Well, shit. This is the moment that might decide the rest of my days. What would you do in my place, Father?
When I was faced with a dilemma that would shape the rest of my life, the world felt too big and scary and impossible to understand. So I simply escaped from that choice into the seminary.
Yeah, if that's your idea of good advice, I'm gonna have to ask you to shove it.
I would expect nothing less.
Don't you regret it?
Regret what?
You're kind of shady, but don't seem like a bad guy. Still, you have to accept the people above you are responsible for some horrible things.
If our superiors' acts counts as our own sin, then on the face of it, probably half the people in this world are irredeemable.
Clever, but not a real answer. And being a low-level grunt for assholes you find wholly objectionable is no way to live.
I don't know. Is it? I finished the smoke in silence.
I have to go. Don't know if and when we'll see each other again, but when that happens, I probably won't be the same old me.
Of course. Before I leave to scold Benoit, let me say one more thing.
Yeah?
These are difficult times. My parishioners keep calling me. The things people are going through, they might never admit, but if this keeps up, it will cause horrifying invisible damage to this nation. A dreadful darkness is killing us all, little by little, and like every powerful evil, it manifests itself little by little. And yet, sinful as it may be, I confess to being strangely excited. For a moment, we're seeing this suffocating normal disappear. This is a time to dream a new world is possible. Walk these empty streets, Julia. Remember how the city feels right now. Bask in its shadows and uncertainties. After the apocalypse comes the great rebirth. The Amishi Noctis await your next report with great curiosity. I give him a nod and I sprint away. Now I know what I must do. Hey, Moon, my lone, constant companion. When I moved here for good from, you know, the old country, you were the only close friend who kept me company. Never felt in the right place back there. Never felt in the right place here. Especially now, when I'm not quite alive, not quite dead. Not that Slavic, not that American. But maybe it's about time I finally carve out some space for myself. It's been a long road, hasn't it? Wish me luck. I catch him in front of the art hall because, of course, he had to be the first person I meet there.
No way. No, 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 no.
I'm gonna be the laughing stock of the entire city if I don't show up to the resolution of my own investigation. How about you demonstrate a modicum of courtesy?
Courtesy? Girl, I should put you on trial. I can't guarantee I evidently won't. You've messed with Kaiser, the eminence grease of this city. Bit him to a pulp like a random goon. He will do everything he can to destroy you from now on, and my bet is he'll succeed.
Whatever will be, will be. For now, at the very least, I'd like to show the court I'm not a baby fledgling who can't see a task she was given to the end.
You're making a huge mistake. How did you even learn this meeting is happening in the first place?
Maybe I'm not as trash an investigator as you thought I was.
I never said.
But you're showing it. ...
That's not a fair assessment. I wanted to finish the whole mess myself for your own good.
It would be nice if you ask what I think next time. I'm actually pissed off you tried to pull this off without me, but I'm still not letting it show, counting on being able to guilt trip him into submission. His deep sigh of resignation proves that my tactic was successful.
Fine, but you will stay quiet the whole time. No tricks, ifs, or buts.
But of course.
This way.
We step into the maw of the gallery. The celebrations of power are almost over. Everyone is back to their usual perspective styles again, looking wary of each other's company, trapped in their own little worlds. The art hall is nearly empty now, and Kadir is gently strong-arming the last remaining nobodies into leaving the premises. Eventually, only me and a select few New York Camarilla VIP remains. Ah, Miss Sawinski, barely made it, huh? The asshole with the glued-on smile spots me first, and he's just as authentically enthused to see me as ever. So he finally showed his face around here.
I wasn't sure if you'd join us tonight. Khadir made this meeting sound like a one-man show.
The preparation took me a bit longer than I thought they would. I apologize.
Are you, by any chance, planning to surprise us with something?
Well, if I was planning something, it wouldn't be a surprise if I told you now, would it?
Could I have everyone's attention, please? We're about to begin.
Everyone remaining in the building gathers around Khadir.
Ah, exciting!
Is everyone present?
Hastings Turbid Jadadat. Samira. Present. Payne Servant. And accounted for. Thomas Arturo. My prince. Yes. Before we begin, let me welcome an unusual guest to our fold. She gestured towards a corner from behind which emerged a silhouette that would have never ever appeared here in under no normal circumstances.
Name's Stark. I'm the Baron of the Bronx. I was delegated here by my compatriots as an oversight authority. I'm here to observe the result of the investigation. Nothing more, nothing less.
Let me stress this one last time. This is a one-time occurrence meant to alleviate the tension in the city, not a symbol of mutual recognition, not in the slightest. I peek at Addison's face to get a feel for how a hardline loyalist might grapple with this arrangement. His expressions betrays no surprise, only a slight discomfort. If even he is fine with it, the prince must have been extremely convincing about the necessity of a temporary truce, or about some Machiavellian tactics she's got ready up her sleeve. Who knows?
Of course, we might have irreconcilable differences, but there are times they have to be temporarily put aside in order to quell unrest and open paths for constructive, meaningful change.
If anyone would like to voice their concern, the time is now.
Torque, Arturo, and Panhard exchange glances. Normally I would consider it an innocent gesture. Knowing what I know, I roll my eyes. A stick of a carrot, Torque. What made you break and sell your compatriots? How much do you really know? If not, Kadir?
May I?
He steps into the middle of the room and clears his throat, theatrically.
First, let me plainly state that the conclusion I'm going to present is by no means my own achievement. It is the result of a tireless investigation conducted by talented kindred I won't name here.
A telling glance in Torque's direction serves as a succinct explanation for why he refused to call them by their names.
And of course, Julia Sowinski, whose ceaseless groundwork over the past few nights served as the foundation for the findings that we are about to be revealed here. Thank you, Julia.
It's not the first time he sets out to oversell my achievement.
As the sheriff, my role here is mostly representative. I spent the last few days overseeing the celebration in Elysium, making sure no harm would befall anyone present. Luckily, no one did.
Looks like the prince's decision to move forward with the event was the correct one.
And for that we should extend our thanks to Khadir, and let us not overlook our guests to a degree.
I managed to convince my key allies that diplomatic action is the only way forward in this case. No matter how strong-headed the enemy can be, we still need avenues through the negotiated communique.
I'm curious how Temika will react to him looking like a corporate bastard designing the future order, dismissing potential for change that lies in unrest. No wonder she dumped him.
Spare us the empty pleasantries and let Khadir move on. I don't have all night for this.
Right. I'll be concise. Douglas Boss Callahan's remains were found in his office by one of his ghouls first thing in the evening. The first kindred to confirm it was another Anarch Baron, Torque, present here. A mystery book author would refer to the circumstance of Callahan's death as a classic closed room mystery. The metal door locked from the inside served as the sole way in. There was no murder weapon, no useful testimonies, and the evidence was, how do I put it, a barely circumstantial at least. What was left for us was one hell of a puzzle. One where the answer couldn't even be approached using the tried and tested question, cui bono? We were presented with a poorly timed power upheaval, a tense situation where our long-planned celebration was in danger. Suddenly, all of us were faced with an uncertain future. Everybody benefited, yet nobody did. No one was especially fond of Callahan, but it's not like anyone seemed particularly keen on removing him from the equation, especially at this time. For a moment, we were sure this was the beginning of an offensive on the part of the Camarilla. We started wondering just how violent a retaliation should be.
Oh, this was Torque. Anyway.
And as for us,
Okay, I'm gonna reread that. Okay, so this is Kadir, and this is Torque.
For a moment, we were sure this was the beginning of an offensive on the part of the Camarilla. We started wondering just how violent our retaliation should be.
and as for us, we were momentarily convinced that the Anarchs were plotting to blame us for their own internal power struggles, a tense situation resolved only thanks to skillful and swift diplomacy.
Dare I say, yet another victory for our talented prince?
Julia makes sure to examine all the contacts Callahan might have had in his last days in book sets. Her efforts were tireless, and only rarely misguided.
He just had to spit out at least one biting remark, didn't he? Ah well, he's probably just covering his ass.
But as exhaustive as they might have been, they only served to muddle the possibilities, not explain them. Callahan had a lot of enemies, but they were the most infuriating kind of enemies one can have. Folks who barely ever thought of him anymore. In other words, no one really had a particular interest in getting rid of him because they could always simply work their way around him. Just before last Christmas, he even witnessed the first ever successful First Light raid against his extremely profitable blood trade supply line. The lone ace up his sleeve, a downright shady ability to perfectly maneuver around all SI activities, gone. Callahan's decline was apparent to all, and a domino effect made the empire slowly crumble. Up until recently, he had done an admirable job keeping up with the times and getting away with murder, but suddenly, all of the prison spotlights were on him. The recent stories we hear about him all depict a depressed, downright manic recluse lashing out at everyone, struggling and utterly failing to fit into the new reality he found himself in. A closed room, no evidence of struggle, a lack of strong way done it, the corpse being found in the very early evening hours. The conclusion is simple. Callahan's final death was self-inflicted. Suicide, to put it in simpler terms.
Huh. Silence has filled the room. So, wow, that really is the angle they'd be pushing, isn't it? Let's hear it, Sheriff.
I will explain. It was an independent detective who first set me on this theory, only last night.
So he's gonna talk about, D'Angelo?
There is no suicide note or any kind, of course, but the message our recently departed ascent might not have been necessarily a verbal one. The peculiar thing was the position of the body, which was... it was like an arrow pointing at us to notice something. It appears the last thing Callahan saw in his own life was a portrait of one Lord Castlereagh, the second Marquis of Londonderry, which is, coincidentally, where Callahan was born. To most, he was a reviled traitor or heartless suppressor of all dissent, the main threat against each rebellion the Irish have gone through, successful in ways but those that matter to his people. Some call him a tragic figure, holding together selfish allies against a common threat, always fighting for painful and unpopular compromises, ruined by overwork, sickness, and poor public speaking skills.
Not hard to see why Douglas Callahan would empathize.
Polite snickers.
Indeed. Especially when you realize that the sickness in his blood, his failures, their hatred from his own people, and a growing paranoia led him to commit a dramatic suicide within his own four walls.
Ah, I see.
The assumption is, instead of stabbing himself to death with a knife or a pen, he decided to let the sun embrace him in its warmth. Castlereagh's face burning into his eyes. A poetic, final death. It's not a closure we might have wanted, but probably the best explanation of this motivation that we're going to get. Does anyone follow?
A heavy silence fills the room. Nobody speak up except Prince Panhard.
To me, it's all perfectly understandable, agreeable, and most importantly, it fits the man I've come to understand over the last 2 decades.
Consentient murmurs resonate through the room.
Agreed, and might I add, there were some irregularities in the handling of the crime scene, but the Anarch leader's findings suggested Callahan's resent ghouls were to blame. Folks have been real happy to see him dead, is all I'm saying, and if they went overboard with the celebration, they'll have been interrogated though.
Yes, I have received all the result intel, and it's done nothing to change my mind. Their depiction of Callahan's state of mind only serves to support the suicide theory.
It is my suggestion that we all announce these findings to our respective communities first thing tomorrow night.
Sounds reasonable, and I think that concludes this meeting. I'll let the Keeper of the Elysium do the honors.
No time wasted, huh?
All right. Does anyone have anything to add? Any question to ask? Take your time.
Silence. I look at everyone just sitting out in perfect agreement. Congrats, everyone. Congrats us! We've achieved a perfect victory. No loose ends, no rocking the boat, no nothing. Makes you want to puke. How many of them contribute to this final report? How strongly does Khadir believe the shit running from his mouth? He's always been a Camarilla loyalist, a fanatic even, but...
Miss Julia, any final statements?
This is it. Now or never. If anyone can blow this pathetic charade wide open, is me. But there's no coming back from this road, and it has a cost. So let's see if the combination of traits that I have is enough to blow the lid or not. Loyal only to myself, glass half full, not into a bad cop shtick, honesty the best policy, the end justify the means. No coming back from this road, and it has a cost. I spent all of my life and unlife on social climbing, and the sunk cost fallacy is kicking in. Challenging them here might be my only way of ever making it out of the pit I'm in. On the other hand, maybe this is my time to head into the unknown, kill my ego, at least temporarily, shut the voice of the elder screaming in my head, betray my La Sombra instinct. Make all these ghosts go away and figure out something new, no matter how scary it might be. Do I dare? Or maybe I don't. I feel like there's an incredible prize to be won waiting right in front of me if I just dare to take out this revolver with a single bullet I have hidden on me and invite everyone here for a crazy game of Russian roulette. But I also get this foreboding gangster movie feeling, like this is a scene where the future mobster could have gotten out, but he didn't. In the end, did Callahan think all the splendor of the golden era was worth this pathetic end? It's like there are two selves battling for dominance inside of me. One of them has to die, the other gets to live. Honestly, it's a flip of the coin. I reflect on all the kindreds I've met, lessons I've learned, choices I've made over these past few nights to make a decision. And then, feeling like I'm simply following the way I conducted this investigation to its logical conclusion, I respond, this is it? No! Alright. This is the Anarch ending.
Nope, nothing. Kadir has done an excellent job of summing up the entire case.
A barely understandable tension in the air disappears. This was the first time they might have had to reckon with something I said, but luckily for them, turns out they won't. Well, looks like that's all, folks?
Yes, looks like it.
Excellent! Might I be going down then? Places to be, kindred to see. Took the words right out of my mouth.
You can see it some of their faces. Everyone is happy.
Samira, will you escort Mr. Torque out? Me and Thomas will have to appease Mr. Payne for disrupting the sanctity of the Elysium.
Certainly, right this way. Tomorrow night, we're back to being enemies, of course.
Of course. Isn't that just what you wanted to hear, Addison?
Oh, spare me the condescension, Ellen. During the commotion, I'm approached by Kadir. He looks me in the eye and makes a show of exhaling deeply.
I have to go and see everyone back to safety. But thank you for not pulling anything stupid tricks. I really appreciate it. Who did you think I am? Someone else, and I apologize for that. Sometimes you just see something and completely misinterpret. Well, I think about how to handle the future, particularly the Kaiser issue, tomorrow, alright? If I'm even here tomorrow.
He pats me in the back with a short, awkward smile.
See you then.
Everyone slowly scatters, but I just sit there, keeping eye contact with the only person here I still have some unfinished business with. The art hold should have had its door closed now, but nobody consider it weird that I'm staying. After all, the only person that is still accompanying me is the keeper of the Elysium.
Aren't they a happy bunch?
All's well that ends well.
People were getting nervous, like you really had some good cards to play.
You're a poker player?
Occasionally. It's a very socialite thing to do. Play with Jennifer Tilly once.
Must be easy to keep a poker face with, you know.
I know, it does help.
And you do seem to know a lot about the cards other people are holding.
Like all great games, poker does share some principles, lessons, and necessary skill set with real life.
I take out another smoke. This conversation is bringing the tension back, like two fencers carefully looking for a knoll in each other's defense.
I found a file about you in Kaiser's car. Seems like he's worried about you. The only unpredictable variable in his equations.
See, that's the one card I didn't predict you drawing.
Speaking of not predicting something, when I was waking up tonight, I didn't expect a good friend would provoke me into coming here.
Who might that have been? Not a lot of people in this room had an inclination to act friendly towards me in any way whatsoever. Sure looks like someone made the risky play. Even great players make dangerous plays sometimes. You know why? No idea. Boredom. It's boredom that gets you. Even when you love the game, there's always this fear that it might turn into a perfectly predictable series of optimal plays.
Time to make a play that might not seem optimal at the moment, then a direct attack.
You're not really Catherine Weiss, aren't you? I don't know who else I could be.
Let me phrase it differently then.
You're not Ekaterina the Wise, the agitator of Prague, a Bruja elder causing turbulences all over the world, are you?
She laughs.
That file must have been pretty thorough. Kaiser knows that what he's doing. That's why I'm afraid of what he might do to me to get revenge. Rightfully so. Maybe I'll help him out in exchange for a favor. Snuff out a La Sombra meddler, strike a partnership, promise to keep each other in check. If that was a joke, it wasn't very funny. And just so you know, I've made precautions. It was a bluff, honestly. I expected more of a reaction. Kaiser's document. Did you mention anything about Ostrava? They say that's where you were born, as Anna Urbanova was unlucky enough to immigrate to New York City at the perfect age and with a pretty accent, approximating that of Ekaterina. Honestly explains a lot. Khadir told me that Aisling once organized a blood hunt after Ekaterina, that she was both a liability and too intertwined with the city's history to give up on her. This solution, you, were deemed the best possible compromise by all the parties involved. The particulars aren't really described. It is theorized that blood magic was used. Maybe flesh crafting? I do remember a few images. Her accomplice's embrace. Christoph, the man who caught me, apologizing that the other broke my jaw, as if he wasn't to blame. Violent brainwashing. But what's done is done. I might not be Ekaterina the Wise, but I'm definitely Catherine Weiss now. I feel as good about the situation as I probably can. She's the brooding Batman and you're the fun-loving Bruce Wayne? Zorro and Diego de la Vega? Something like that. A debutante who sleeps a lot and parties a lot, only has to do something unpleasant from time to time. Do you hate her? Sometimes, but I mostly pity her. I come to accept my fate. I don't even feel much trauma when I see my jaw in the mirror, the way she does. Some pig broke her centuries ago, and she still relives the assault every time she catches a glimpse of her own face. All that power, all that reach, all the appearances, still not enough. Don't get me wrong, but is there a point to all these questions? Oh, there's definitely us. Oh, there definitely is. I think it was reading your file that made me ultimately decide against turning this investigation upside down. Was it now? An immigrant from Eastern Europe comes to New York City, takes the position she always expected to find herself in, is molded into someone who is no longer herself. The story struck a chord. I felt like you were, maybe ever so slightly, pushing me to follow your way, to lose myself in a position of considerable power. I could see Julia Sawinski sharing Hanna Urbanova's fate, and to be honest, it scares the shit out of me.
Catherine shakes her head.
Funny. Ostrava is just 15 kilometers away from Poland's border. I know. Think I've been there once when I was a kid. Parents love to travel. Who doesn't?
She takes my smoke, turns back, takes a deep drag and returns it to me.
All of these long-established organizations, with time, their practices always degenerate, start draining everything out of the participant, turn into a cycle of abuse aimed at no one in particular. But the funny thing is if the victims aren't allowed into position where they can perpetuate the abuse, they feel the abuse is aimed specifically at them. There's no winning move here. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I think? You're making an excuse to yourself?
She desperately tries to stop it, but she laughs. Sounds a bit like a harpy screaming, but it's strangely endearing. I take a drag of the cigarette she took from me earlier. My inner grade schooler excitedly informs me it's an indirect kiss.
Let's walk outside. I need to close up shop. Dawn is almost here, and we will need to talk about how to get you out of Kaiser's grasp.
I nod and follow her to the street.
So I hear you've been living with a human.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Oh, why is that?
I don't know how this, so I dare to call it sisterly bond, came to happen. And I know it can't last beyond tonight, but I'm savoring every second.
She's been, turns out she's been single white feeling me.
I have no idea what this means. She never saw the movie.
I don't follow.
I come home, I found her wearing my clothes, smoking up cigarettes, pretending to be me, the creepiest thing in the world.
So you find that pretending to be someone else the creepiest thing in the world? I see how it is.
Oh, piss off, that's a low blow.
Why would she do that?
No idea, I just yelled at her and she saw her running out. She's probably back home now, I hope. No, I don't. I don't know.
I know it looks bad, but maybe you should just, ask her why she did it. And then make an informed decision.
What are you talking about? That would be reasonable. I don't do that. She loses herself in thought for a moment, visibly torn from whether or not to tell me something.
This might just be Ekaterina speaking, but I was thinking about you two and Carthage. Everyone is arguing with her about that name. Some people claim it has too much historical baggage. It's a myth, it didn't work. It was still vampires taking advantage of humans. But it's still a beautiful dream. And you two are like the embodiment of it.
Yeah. So yeah, Carthage, it was basically an experiment. I think it was before the Convention of Thorns. So Carthage was basically a way for vampire to openly coexist with humans. So they were hoping like so basically Carthage was used as an example for everybody who tried to put we don't need to blow the secret, humans can understand our situation, let's try to coexist, have the human laws be rewritten so it will apply to vampire as well. But there are two different types of beings, and yeah, you cannot change the nature of the hunters that are vampires. So even if you don't see human as cattle, there is always going to be a power struggle, and Carthage didn't work. But then there's this myth of a new Carthage. Maybe that's what she's talking about.
You mean that apocryphal story where Carthage was not destroyed because Romans were greedy for land, but because kindred and kind coexisted there in harmony? That's a pretty deep cut, you know. How long ago were you in Brace again? I've been reading a lot to catch up. The inner journalist / former copywriter in me still refuses to die. Again, it might as well be Ekaterina speaking, sending you to go die for a pipe dream. But that's the best options I can think of to get away from here with a goal in mind. I'm listening. Head for the anarch-free state of California. Look for a man named Giles. If you're alone, you might have to do a lot to prove yourself. If you're with your friend, you might have to do a little less.
So yeah, the anarch-free states of California is basically what is being built in Los Angeles by night. They managed to topple down the Camarilla, who basically there was the Prince of San Diego wanted to expand to San Francisco, and they managed to kick him out because a lot of things. So California was basically under anarch rule, divided by different barons. There's the Baron of Hollywood, the Baron of Santa Monica, the Baron of the Valley, the Baron of, was it East End? What's the other borough? Anyway, so basically there were like 4 or 5 different barons all around the state of California, and they're ruling over everything and everything in California. So this is like the anarch free state, and basically it's a place where like there's the only rule they're trying to protect is the masquerade, and like there's a lot of apparently during the first light raid, this got hit hard. I don't know what happened after that. I don't know who this Giles is. Probably managed to complete this new cartridge. I don't know, but this was the story about Ellie by Night.
If you succeed, you will be able to fight for the noble cause of establishing New Carthage. It's hopeless, but no matter what tough act Kadir's putting on, still better than waiting for Kaiser to act. Might as well give it a shot, and then see what's next. Thank you. Don't thank me, you idiot. I'm sending you to the West Coast to die. So, just so you're not here to blabber about me to Kaiser, and so that I can please my boss. Now scram, the sun is almost up. Sure, thank you, nevertheless, even if just to piss you off some more. Anything else I should know? ... I don't exactly know how practicing you are, but not even Father Leonard knows, but in an hour of peril, keep St. June, the patron saint of desperate cases, in mind. I'm not even religious, I mean, really, but in my darkest hour, someone told me to keep him in mind, and maybe I wouldn't be here if he didn't. Yeah, I know of St. Jude. In happier times, Mom used to joke he was a patron saint of her sex life. I see. Fellow Catholic guilt survivor, huh? That classic Eastern European upbringing. I'm not admitting I'm not to anything. Stay safe, Catherine. And thank you. See you again someday. Somewhere, Julia. Although, probably not.
I wave at her for the first time and probably the last time, and leave the Elysium behind. Hey! She's dressed as normal.
Hey.
She's sitting on the bed. It's obvious she was crying before, but she's trying her best to hold up.
Where were you?
I was finishing my big investigation. She sniffs.
So, how was it?
I fucked it up. Big time. Didn't even put up a fight. Don't tell me you expected anything different.
I did, actually. You used to be a shining example of an investigating journalist.
Maybe I never felt comfortable being an example. The wince on her face proves that got her. That got to her. ...
I'm not happy with who I am.
Jesus, you're really copying me in every damn respect, aren't you?
Fuck you, I'm being serious!
I know I'm not trying to be an asshole. Or rather, try not to be an asshole. ... We really are 2 leeches who got stuck to each other, huh? Like a 2-person human centipede loop or something. An Ouroboros? Or a Mobius strip? I got lost in my own metaphors. I take out another smoke and slowly decide what to say. You're extremely good looking, kind, endlessly energetic. You've got a steady job as an artist, and even steadier influx of cash. Why would you want to be someone else?
You're extremely good looking, clever, talented as fox, immortal, and eternally young. But you still have that horribly deep well of self-loathing within you for some godforsaken reason, and it fucks me up as much as it does you.
Probably. Yeah, I get it, but single white female?
It was an impulse. It was the first time I did it, I swear. I didn't know what got into me. That timing was just fuck. Maybe I just wanted to see if I can be a better you than you. I don't know. Maybe I need therapy, but I'm tired of looking for the kind of therapy that feels like it works and it's not just brainwashing me.
Dot dot dot. She might be lying, but I don't want to believe she's lying. I choose to believe she's not lying. What do I have to lose? Dot dot dot.
I think I want to give one more shot.
She raises her head.
Do you?
Yeah, I think I do.
There is one condition, though.
She shoots me a cold look.
What condition?
I told you I fucked up my investigation, but not how badly. Well, looks like I'm no longer safe in New York City. I need to run first thing tomorrow evening, and the only way out I see is a bunch of loons leaving on the West Coast who are trying to bring about a utopia when human and vampire could coexist. It's probably even more dangerous than staying here, to be honest. Not to mention how dangerous it could be for you. And I even figure out how we're going to get there safely. But yeah, I'm beyond tired of sitting on my ass, collaborating with monsters. This is the first page of the second chapter.
Dot dot dot.
This is a lot to take in.
I know.
But I think I'm in. I know I'm in.
Dot dot dot.
You got a future. You got rich parents. You don't have to do this.
In case you missed it, having rich parents is like a goddamn, I don't know, original sin in my book. I don't want to coast on their money. I want to try doing something that fucking matters.
Are you certain?
About as certain as I am that the deep state exists.
That's good enough for me. I'm off to sleep. The sun is probably already up.
I'll pack up your clothes.
What for? Are you planning to unleash Dark Dakota on me again?
Dot dot dot.
Don't say anything. As I said, trying not to be an asshole. It's a process.
Dot dot dot. The day went by and I woke up just like any other night. That was the first surprise. Dakota following through with the plan was the second. We're leaving the city. I don't know about her, but I'm kind of hoping it will burn the moment we leave. Fuck all these out-of-touch psychotic assholes who murdered Callahan and party on his grave all week. Fuck the opportunists who couldn't even seize the moment and do what had to be done. Fuck this temple of Mammon where truth is impossible to find. Fuck the Bronx, fuck Brooklyn, fuck Queens, fuck Staten Island, and fuck Manhattan. Fuck Manhattan in particular. Dot dot dot. Okay, I'm done.
I'm probably gonna try to stop at motels, drink from truckers and hitchhikers and whatever.
Exciting! We'll be like a pair of serial killers prowling America's highways.
Remember Near Dark, that nomadic vampire movie?
Of course I do. Is that what we're planning to do in the Midwest?
Maybe, maybe not. We'll improvise.
It just hit me. Won't the motels and such be closed because of the virus, though?
Oh shit, I didn't know. I didn't think about that. I don't know, maybe everybody should have robbed the bank and just paid the circulatory system goons to smuggle us to the West Coast. Whatever, it might be fun.
Remember, you'll be the one paying for everything. I don't want to expose myself to anything, and I don't want to expose anyone to anything. I've seen enough shit talking online about this exodus to you Darkers, who are probably spreading that thing all around the country right now.
Gotcha.
We should wash the car, I think. And you'll be disinfecting yourself before any time we touch.
Okay, that's just being freaky.
And maybe you should wear a mask.
Nope, it's the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I guess. Hey,
Yeah?
do you love me?
Dot dot dot.
Of course I do. For now, at least.
I still don't know if I love her, or if I can remember love anyone, for that matter. I'm a fucking monster after all. I don't even know if we'll exist next month. The prospects are not looking good. But although I can't even see myself in the rearview mirror right now, I will remember this image of us leaving the city, somewhat melancholic and somewhat hopeful forever. And maybe the meaning of this image will be clarified with time. Or maybe I will just force a more positive description on it, and this is what I'll believe. No matter what happens, even if oceans of blood lie before us, I will make this a cherished memory. Whatever possible salvation still remains for me, it probably lies in the eyes of another. So there it is. Closure.